I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high, and if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But sin and Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one.
You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this God ascend? How much more can we bear?
But sin and Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your heart. Kol Beis Yisrael Hanisunim Batzara Hovashivya Hoindim Bein Bayam Uvein Bayabashim Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Hanisunim Batzara Uvashivya Ha'oimdim Bein Bayam Uvein Bayabashim Ha'ma'akayim Yirachem Aleihem V'yaitzi'em Mitzara Livacha U'me'afel Aliyah U'mishibat Ligiulashta Bagala U'bizman Karim Ha'ma'akayim Yirachem Aleihem V'yaitzi'em Mitzara Livacha U'me'afel Aliyah U'mishibat Ligiulashta Bagala U'bizman Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Hanisunim Batzara Uvashivya Hoindim Bein Bayam Uvein Bayabashim Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Acheinu Kol Beis Yisrael Hanisunim Batzara Uvashivya Ha'oimdim Bein Bayam Uvein Bayabashim Ha'ma'akayim Yirachem Aleihem V'yaitzi'em Mitzara Livacha U'me'afel Aliyah U'mishibat Ligiulashta Bagala U'bizman Karim Ha'ma'akayim Yirachem Aleihem V'yaitzi'em Mitzara Livacha U'me'afel Aliyah U'mishibat Ligiulashta Bagala U'bizman Karim
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high.
I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But sin has Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as
You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this gallows end? How much more can we bear?
but sin and Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our
I'm an ancient wall of stone.
Good Vach. My name is Ruvain Tarragon. I am the Dean of Overseas Students at Yeshivat Hakotel in Yerushalayim, Ir HaKodesh. And I welcome you to today's Yeshivat Hakotel Vayichan Ahavas Yisroel program. Today we begin Shavua Shechalbo, the week that leads up to Tisha B'Av, during which we intensify our avelut for the Beit HaMikdash and our yearning for our Geula and return to Eretz Yisrael. The fact that this is the first time in most of our lives that we cannot travel to Eretz Yisrael only intensifies this morning and yearning. This is why it is so meaningful for me to be able to speak and learn with you today from this very special place, opposite the Makom HaMikdash, the place where the Beit HaMikdash once stood and will in Mirza Hashem soon stand once again. Today's program is in Mirza Hashem a big step towards realizing this goal. We all know that the Beit HaMikdash was destroyed because of sinat chinam, baseless hatred. Achdut is a basic and central Jewish value. We do not have a right to live in the city that unifies all Jews if we do not see ourselves as brothers, all Hashem's children, one people. Today, though, we are talking about an even higher level, Ahavas Yisroel. We are commanded not only to feel connected to each other, but also to love one another as much as we love ourselves. There is a difference between feeling part of one family and actually loving our family members. This higher level is not just a hiddur mitzvah, an ideal. It is a basic to our Torah and mitzvot. It is not just one of the 613 mitzvot. It is what Rabbi Akiva called the Torah's klal gadol, great principle, and what Hillel called kol haTorah kula, the entirety of our Torah. It is no less than the cause of the Churban HaMikdash and our Galut. All of us consider ourselves Torah Jews. We do our best to fulfill all of the mitzvot and halachot. Ahavas Yisroel, though, is a huge challenge, an area that we all need to improve in. The question, though, is how? How do we improve? I believe that the answer is that love is rooted in appreciation. We love what we like and what we feel enriches us and makes our lives better and more meaningful. If we want to love each other, we need to learn how to learn from each other. And there is so much for us to learn from each other. Ben Zoma teaches us in the Mishnah in Avot that the Chacham is the one who learns mikol adam, from all people. We have what to learn from all people, but even more to learn from all Jews, and the most to learn from all B'nai Torah. If we want to strive to love all of Hashem's briot, creations, or at least all Jews, we should at least find the way to learn from, and through this love, all B'nai Torah, who are people who share our core values, our commitment to Torah and mitzvot. Too often we focus on how we are different, instead of on how we are similar, instead of on the core values we share. We know and understand the hashkafic differences between the speakers in today's program. These differences are, of course, important and emanate from the fact that Hashem created each of us as unique, special people with perspectives as different as our faces. Our disagreements continue because we lack Nevi'im to tell us how to view current events and a Sanhedrin to paskin halachic shailot. Ahavat Chinam begins with the decision to focus upon and build our relationships off the 95% plus that we share and agree upon, instead of focusing upon the 5% that differentiates. It is learning, like Rav Shimon Bar Yochai and his son Rav Elazar, to see the beauty in those carrying 2 hadassim for Shabbat, instead of burning those same people for their shortcomings. The Vayichan program is an important vehicle to help us accomplish this because it is a platform through which people from across the Torah world, geographically and hashkafically, share Torah together. It is a statement about our being one Torah community and our goal of loving by learning from one another. Baruch Hashem, the Pre-Shavuot program had over 125,000 attendees, which made it the largest learning program since Ma'amad Har Sinai. The thousands of emails and texts I received afterwards expressed tremendous excitement and a sense that an Achdut movement has begun. We at Yeshivat Hakotel have done our best to build upon this. We channeled the excitement into a committee of community representatives, of representing over 100 communities around the world, who have helped us in the planning and preparing for today's event. In addition, we have expanded the program in two ways. One, by adding a Hebrew program that is taking place now in parallel, that unifies Hebrew-speaking Rabbanim and Mechanchim. Two, by adding additional types of content to today's program. Mental health professionals teaching us how to achieve Ahavas Yisroel, and tour guides taking us to the places connected to the Churban. The core of the program remains the same. For the first time in 2,000 years, 9 chief rabbis from around the globe, leading Rashi Yeshiva, Rabbanim and Mechanchim from around the world, and of different hashkafot, have joined forces to present Torah to the whole world at once. In the spirit of Vayichan Sham Yisrael neged Ahar, ki ish echad b'lev echad. The shiurim are Yirtzeh Hashem being screened on YouTube, on Torah Anytime, and on the Vayichan.com website. I recommend using the PDF version of the schedule flyers that you can download from the website. The PDF consists of click boxes that take you directly to the shiur you're looking for, which will activate at the time when the shiur begins. You can log in before. The shiurim will Yirtzeh Hashem remain active throughout the week, including Tisha B'Av, so you can use the shiurim to best prepare for Tisha B'Av. If you would like information about future programs, you can sign up on the website. Before introducing the chief rabbis in Rashi Yeshiva, I would like to thank the many who have made today's program possible. First off, thank you to the over 110 speakers, the chief rabbis, the Rashi Yeshiva, the Rabbanim, the Mechanchim, the mental health professionals, and the tour guides, who identify with this Achdut vision and are translating this identification into action by making the time to speak despite busy schedules. All the speakers are speaking pro bono. I think it would be appropriate for each of us to thank each of the speakers for the Torah they are sharing and the Achdut they are expressing and helping create. May our letting our leaders know how much we appreciate their support of Achdut initiatives encourage them to continue making the effort. A special thank you to David Lichtenstein and his team for interviewing the parent-children couples. Thank you to Shlomi Dax, Rav Avram Fried, Eitan Freilich, Rav Benny Friedman, Shlomi Gertner, A.B. Rottenberg, Nachum Siegel, and others for their pre-event videos. Thank you to Rav Jonathan Kaller, Rav Daniel Fine, Rav Michael Green, Rav Ariel Shoshan, Rav Gidon Shoshan, Rav Gil Student, and Rav Chanuch Teller for helping develop the program. Thank you to the over 100 representatives from communities around the world who have advised and helped advertise the program. Thank you to Benjamin Klein for building and maintaining the website, and to Leah Rubin for creating the program flyers. Thank you to Adasa Bennett for being our Director of Media. Thank you to our national partners around the world, including the Orthodox Union, Acheinu, the Office of the Chief Rabbi in South Africa. Thank you to the over 150 partner shuls, schools, yeshivas, and other organizations whose names appear on the website. Thank you to our screening partners, Torah Anytime, Yeshiva World, and others. Thank you to Jordan Lustman for coordinating the speaker representatives. Thank you to Elisheva Aduth and Hannah Carbon for producing the weekly Shabbat Ahavas Yisroel Choveret. Thank you to Sam Rothstein for coordinating the shiur summaries. Thank you to Morty Fried for coordinating the social media effort. Thank you to Avery Amster, Yosef Besokow, and Jonathan Kazal, Zev Leifer, Sammy Raskis, and Jonathan Wenger for overseeing the uploading and editing of the videos. Thank you to Noah Diamond, Eliza Mandelbaum, Yoni Panich, Elisheva Raskis, Omet Schmidman, Zach Winkler, and Shoshana Weintraub for editing, uploading, and working on the videos. Special thank you to Shane Safran for working so hard on the promo videos. Thank you to the many volunteers who coordinated with the speakers, including Elisheva Aduth, Gila Allen, Akiva Aryeh, Eitan Ari, Elisa Barretts, Rav Ben Baruch, Yonah Berzin, Tzvi Bessler, Yosef Besokow, and Saul Bishop, Gavi Book, Rav Joseph Dana, Eitan Drapkin, Meir Edelstein, Eitan Edinger, Akiva Earlbaum, Rav Nachman Elsant, Rav Meir Finkelstein, Rav Yishai Fleischer, Sophie Frankenthal, Rav Levi Friedman, Rita Fuchs, Aaron Hertz, Rav Tzvi Holland, Rav Ariel Katz, Rav Afram Klugman, Yoni Kram, Rav Yeshaya Korolik, Yoni Laub, Mark Lesnick, Adina Lev, Ariel Lewis, Eli and his son Zev Lowy, Jordan Lustman, Dr. Robert McGuris, Yaakov Martins Morera, Mindy Oren, Henry Orlinsky, Yonadav Rimberg, Yerucham Rosenberg, Daniel Ross, Gideon Schwartz, Morris Smith, Eliana Sohn, Talia Tarzik, Jonah Tripp, Phil Vidal, Talia Wien, Dr. Ari Weintraub, Daniel Yav, Jed Zaslow, and Michal Zamanovich. Lastly, a big thank you to the staff of Yeshivat Hakotel, and especially Eliyahu Klein and Sammy Raskis, who have worked tirelessly on putting out 4 Vayichan programs in the last 2 months. May our efforts to strengthen Ahavas Yisroel help finally turn Tisha B'Av and these days into Yamim Tovim of Sason and Simcha. And as Rav Kook and others said, if the Beit HaMikdash, we, and the entire world were destroyed because of Sinat Chinam, may we be zoche to rebuild all 3 through Ahavat Chinam today and in the future. To open the program, I would now like to introduce the Rosh Yeshiva of Yeshivat Hakotel, Rav Baruch Vider Shlita.
עת צרי ליעקב וממנה יבשע. This is difficult time for עם ישראל and for all the world. זמן בין המיצרים and time of corona. עם ישראל knows the secret that ממעמקים קראתיך השם. At the time of darkness, we can find HaKadosh Baruch Hu more and more. We can find the lights in the darkness. ממעמקים קראתיך השם. את צרי ליעקב וממנה יבשע. Will come the Yeshua. This project, in this day, Hei Be'av, express אהבת תורה, express אהבת השם, express אהבת עם ישראל and Achdut Yisrael in all the parts of עם ישראל. Rav Kook taught us in his book Orot HaKodesh that as the reason of the Chorban was sinat chinam, the main reason for the Geula and the Binyan and the Tikkun will be by Ahavat Chinam. Yeshivat Hakotel, in the front of Bet HaMikdash, in Yerushalayim, at the heart of Am Yisrael, wants in this day to increase Ahavat Chinam, increase Ahavat Torah in Am Yisrael. כי מציון תצא תורה ודבר השם מירושלים. Thank you very much for all the person who made this day. We're טורחים for this day. יברכך השם מציון וראה בטוב ירושלים כל ימי חייך.
I would now like to introduce the Ashkenazic Chief Rabbi of the State of Israel, Rav David Lau Shlita.
לימדונו חז"ל, אוהב השם שערי ציון, שערים המצוינים בהלכה. ולימדונו חז"ל שמיום שחרב בית המקדש, אין לו לקדוש ברוך הוא בעולמו, אלא 4 אמות של הלכה. After the destroyed of our בית המקדש, this is a time that we need to understand and to feel that Kadosh Baruch Hu, his place is in the Gemara, in the Torah, in the explanations of Rishonim and Achronim. This is a place that Kadosh Baruch Hu found in our world. So this is a time, 1 week before the day, the terrible day of Tisha B'Av, 1 week before, this is a time to strengthen ourselves with Torah, with Dalet Amot Shel Halacha, and to pray to Kadosh Baruch Hu. Please, this is the time that we want to see תחזינה עינינו בשובך לציון ברחמים מתוך לימוד התורה.
I would now like to introduce the Sephardic Chief Rabbi of the State of Israel, the Rishon LeZion, Rav Yitzchak Yosef Shlita.
לברך ולעודד את רבני ותלמידי הישיבה, ישיבת הכותל, ליד הכותל המערבי. היוזמה הברוכה שהם תפסו, וייחן, אשריהם ואשרי חלקם, שמחברים את כל יהודי התפוצות אל התורה הקדושה בארץ ישראל. אין תורה כתורת ארץ ישראל. ביקרתי בישיבת הכותל כמה פעמים, יש שם בחורים רציניים שיושבים ולומדים לעסוקי שמעתיתה הליבה דהלכתה. יש כמה דיינים ברוך השם שיצאו מישיבה זו. אני מעודד את הרבנים, את הדיינים, את כל בוגרי הישיבה שימשיכו להתחזק בתורה, ביראת שמיים, בהשקפה הנכונה. אני מברך את כל יהודי התפוצות שיהי רצון שהתורה תגן עליהם 1000 המגן, ונזכה שכולכם תעלו לארץ ישראל במהרה בימינו, שכולם יהיו באחדות. אין בעם ישראל שום פירוד, כולנו עם אחד, ספרדים, אשכנזים, צרפתים, אמריקאים, אנגלים, כולם עם אחד, אנחנו עם היהודי. תעלו לארץ ישראל, תחזקו פה את המצב הרוחני בארץ ישראל, נזכה שיבוא משיח צדקנו במהרה, נזכה לגאולה שלמה, אמן ואמן.
I would now like to introduce the Chief Rabbi of Tel Aviv and former Chief Rabbi of the State of Israel, Rav Yisroel Meir Lau Shlita.
מוריי ורבותיי, ידידים יקרים, קהל קדוש, אנחנו נמצאים בתוך 9 הימים שבהם אנו מתאבלים על חורבן הבית. זה מן השמיים שגם בית ראשון וגם בית שני נחרבו באותו יום בדיוק. יום שמועד היה לפורענות זה 9 באב. אבל דבר אחד מעניין, שהגמרא במסכת יומא בדף ט' אומרת משפט שכולם מכירים אותו. בית ראשון נחרב מפני 3 סיבות: עבודה זרה, גילוי עריות ושפיכות דמים. אלה 3 עבירות נוראות שהן היחידות שעליהן נאמר יהרג ואל יעבור. יתר העבירות יעבור ואל יהרג כפיקוח נפש דוחה הכל. למעט אלה 3 עבירות חמורות שחלילה נידון יהרג ואל יעבור. זה בית ראשון. בית שני שלא היו בו 3 העבירות האלה. מפני מה נחרב? אומרת הגמרא מפני שנאת חינם. הגמרא בגיטין ידועה עם קמצא ובר קמצא, שהסיבה לשנאה לא ידועה שם, אולי לא הייתה סיבה, זה שנאת חינם. בדור האחרון, אולי כבר כמה דורות, יש רבים בעם ישראל, אחיי ואחיותיי, שהם אוהבים את המשפט, אם הבית השני נחרב על שנאת חינם, איך ייבנה הבית השלישי במהרה בימינו? שתהיה בתוכנו אהבת חינם. כלומר, כמידת המשקל מול שנאת חינם, שהייתה סיבה לחורבן, תבוא אהבת חינם, תהיה סיבה לבניין הבית במהרה. אני מסכים לאהבה קודם, לא חינם. מספיק לאהוב בגלל שזה אח שלי, כי הוא יהודי כמוני. מבני אברהם, יצחק ויעקב, אז זה לא חינם אם אני אוהב אותו. אהבת חינם זה לא חינם. בואו נדבר על אהבה, גם לא בחינם. עצם העובדה שאנחנו בנים לאותם אברהם, יצחק ויעקב, ושרה, רבקה, רחל ולאה, זה עושה אותנו כבר אובייקט לאהבה. זאת לא אהבת חינם, זה אהבת אמת.
I would now like to introduce the former Chief Rabbi of the State of Israel and Chief Rabbi of Yerushalayim, the Rishon LeZion Rav Shlomo Amar Shlita.
הנה מה טוב ומה נעים, שבת אחים גם יחד. מה טוב ומה נעים מה שהישיבה, ישיבת הכותל, מכנסת דבריהם של רבנים מהארץ ומהעולם, כדי להתחזק ולחזק איש את רעהו יעזורו, ולחיו יאמר חזק. גם עכשיו נתאחד ונזכה לגאולה שלמה במהרה בימינו, אמן.
I would now like to introduce the Rosh Yeshiva of Philadelphia Yeshiva and one of the Ziknei Rosh Yeshiva of our generation, Rav Shmuel Kamenetsky.
All of us that they received the Torah. The Torah teaches us the way we're supposed to live, the way we're supposed to behave. It teaches us how you're supposed to behave among people, how you're supposed to behave with parents, how to behave with friends. It teaches us relationships with one and another. Relationship is something that a person should feel, that you're part of a society, and you are part of Klal Yisrael when you think more of it. Part of Klal Yisrael means that you're mechuv to think, what can I do for my friends? What can I do for myself? First thing to think about doing yourself is what you can do for others. What you can do for others means that you are gaining, not only he's gaining. Because any time that you help somebody else, you're helping yourself also. Because it creates a new relationship with me and my friend. I gave something to him, so he received something from me. At the same time that he receives from me, I receive friendship from him. I become closer to Him. And closer to Him has no limitations. When we are speaking about Klal Yisroel, that we're speaking that Klal Yisroel, how do we look at our friends, our close friends, our neighbors? How do we behave? How do we behave with them? It's true that a person is supposed to behave with friends, with neighbors, even not Jewish neighbors. You also behave with derech eretz. You have to greet them. This Enushis Machayev that. It's called Menschlichkeit. In German, it's called Menschlichkeit. If you know what it means, Menschlichkeit, you're a Mensch. That's what Menschlichkeit means. So we have to think, what can we learn from one another? And we can learn so much from one another. So this is something that brings us too close together, and we are interested in one another. When interested, what's good for me is good for you. And if it's good for you, it's good for me also. And that's friendship. Friendship means that you are close to somebody else. You're not just for yourself. And we have to realize that every person in the world is not just himself. Of course, there are Klal Yisroel that have a closer relationship with others because we have the same chiyuvim, the same obligations we have that you have. Not each one what he was interested in himself. So this is something that I think that we should learn our entire life, especially when it comes to Tisha B'Av. It's a day that we mourn on the Beis Hamikdash, and then we realize what we are missing today. We're missing the closeness that a person has with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. As close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu means the Rebbeinu Shalom watches you and He gives you whatever you have, whatever you need. And when we realize what we need, so we ask the Rebbeinu Shalom, please help us with that. You don't always get what you answered, always answered exactly what you want. Sometimes you're not zeicha to that. But on the other hand, when we ask something, was negay Klal Yisroel, we're asking for. So then we have a different approach to the Rebbeinu Shalom too. When we ask not what I need, what we need Gilui Shechina. The Rebbeinu Shalom should open gates for us. He should open Eretz Yisrael for us. He should bring a Gula Shlema that we hope to be Zeche, and the mourning of Beis Hamikdash means that we're torn away from the Rebbeinu Shalom. But the Rebbeinu Shalom was Mizakeas that we are Zeche, that we can be, and we are hoping in this session the Rebbeinu Shalom Megala and the Soros to us and bring us back to Eretz Yisrael with Mashiach Tzidkenu Amen.
Amen. I'd like to introduce the Rosh Yeshiva and Rosh Kollel of Yeshivas Minchas Asher, Rav Asher Weiss Shlita.
So it's a great schus for me to address this virtual gathering. In normal days, in normal circumstances, we would bring thousands of people together. These are not normal days, nor are they normal circumstances. So we take advantage of modern technology to address the people, to address the multitudes, and it's a big schus and a big privilege for me to be part of this great endeavor. We are in the midst of the 3 weeks, starting off Shavuos B'Tammuz and reaching a tragic climax on Tisha B'Av. 3 weeks of mourning of Avelis, remembering the destruction, Churban Beis Mikdosheinu V'Sifarteinu. It will be rebuilt by Ahavas Yisroel. Talmidei Chachamim Marabim Shalom B'Yolam. It is our challenge in this generation to bring people together, to bring them all into the same tent. Every Jewish soul, every Jew is precious, and there's a spark in every Jewish heart that will never be extinguished. We need to love them all and try to do our best to bring them all together. The great Hasidic master, the Noam Elimelech, Rebbe Melech Melechensky, in his very famous prayer, Tefillah, damens to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Tein b'libeinu shenir'eh kol echad maris chavereinu v'lo chisronam. We should always see the beauty of every fellow Jew, the beauty of his character, the beauty of his neshama, v'lo chisronam. That's my tefillah, and that's my bracha to all of us.
I would now like to introduce Senior Rebbe at Yeshivat Hakotel and Rav of the Old City, Rav Avigdor Nevensal Shlita.
Good morning. We are nearing Tisha B'Av. First comes the 3 weeks of mourning, and then comes Tisha B'Av. Why are we mourning? We're sitting, Baruch Hashem, in Eretz Yisrael. Many Jews come to Eretz Yisrael. Why are we mourning? But we like to as a Kedusha of Beis HaMikdash. Beis HaMikdash was a place for the Shechina. Akadosh Baruch Hu wanted us to make a place for the Shechina, for the Luchos which Moshe Rabbeinu brought Sinai, for the Shechina, in order that we get from the Kedusha that we will be holy. We are holy, we are a holy nation, but we must become still more holy. Moshe Rabbeinu said, "Is Kadishtem v'yisem Kadishim." We must be always more holy. And in the Mikdash we had the Shechina. It gave us a place to become holy. So we had to bring our sacrifices there and come on Yontif there. And the Mikdash was not only a place for sacrifices and for praying, but there said the Sanhedrin, we had Ruach HaKodesh. After the Sanhedrin left Beis HaMikdash, there was no such Ruach HaKodesh. He couldn't pass clean din and Foshas after they didn't sit in Beis HaMikdash. The whole Kedusha of the Torah from Yisrael, place from the halakha, clear halakha comes, nobody can pass clean against the Sanhedrin. This was Beis HaMikdash. And the people came to see Kohanim b'avodah. We in Betuchosam, this gave them Kedusha. They saw the Melech Beis David sitting there, eating Klal Yisrael with Kedusha, with Ruach HaKodesh, and judging with Ruach HaKodesh. All this we lack. We have other sort of judges, and we lack the Sanhedrin, we lack everything. We have no prophets who should lead us with Ruach HaKodesh. Therefore, we have to sit and mourn the Beis HaMikdash on Tisha B'Av and wait for all these good things to come.
Together, Acheinu kol beis Yisroel, Acheinu kol beis Yisroel.
In Hallel we say, Min hametza karatika, anani v'merchavka. And obviously the pshat is that we call out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu through a time period when we feel b'metzah, constraint, in a tzara, and if we call out properly, anani b'merchav, HaKadosh Baruch Hu answers us with abundance and tremendous amount. And just to know that on Rosh Hashanah, the shofar that we blow comes to manifest this point. The bottom part of the shofar that we put into our mouth is very narrow, and then it becomes bigger and bigger. And that's why the pasuk that we say before Tkiyah Shofar is Min hametzar karatika anani bamerchavia. In other words, that we are calling out with the blowing of the shofar from the depths, from the time period of being so bametzar, and hopefully that will break any of the boundaries, and we will be answered with a tremendous good shefa of abundance and bracha. But the Maharsha gives a different explanation. It's a Maharsha in a Gemara in Bechoros, where based on this Maharsha, they learned the pasuk as following, that there are two time periods in the year, that we have 3 weeks or 22 days to be exact. One period is called Min HaMeitzar, and one period is called Bamercha. One period is called Min HaMeitzar. It's the 3 weeks, which we are in now, known as Yemei Bein HaMeitzarim. They start with Yud Zayin B'Tammuz and end with Tisha B'Av. The second period in the year, which we have 3 weeks or 22 days, we refer to them as Yamim Noraim. The pasuk refers to them as Yemei HaMercha. They start with Rosh Hashanah and end with Simchas Torah. And the way the pasuk is learned is Min hametzar karatika. As much as I davened, as much as I connected, as much as I got out of these 3 weeks, these Yemei Bein HaMeitzar, that's as much as Anani Bamerchavka. HaKadosh Baruch Hu will answer my tefillas during the Yomim Noraim and give me a shefa and bracha and a tremendous of a good gzeira in the next year. And the obvious question is, Ma HaKesher, V'lachen ma, therefore what? It's very nice and very good to say 3 weeks and 3 weeks, 22 days and 22 days, but why in the world are they dependent one on another? Well, let's ask the question stronger. What's so important about the 3 weeks that utilizing them properly, maximizing them properly, connecting them is really the base foundation of our Yomim Noraim, the base foundation of the highest tkufa in the year, which is Rosh Hashanah through Simchas Torah. But maybe I'm going to ask the question a little bit on a different angle. I think out of the entire year, most probably this is the tkufa that we have the hardest time to connect to the extent I really feel that so many people want this time just to pass. They don't know what to do with Avelos. They don't know what to do, what it means. Externally, we must probably keep whatever the halachas are, but it doesn't mean to us enough. And we don't walk out of it empowered in any way, form, or kind. One of the things that bothers me very much, and you see it a lot of times before the 9 days in any of the publications, look at the ads for a second. They're going to look something like this manner. This year you don't have to worry about the 9 days, and then it's going to continue. A new milchika restaurant opened up, a new type of fish is being served, the falafel store is going on some kind of a bargain, buy one, get another one for free. We will have for you blintzes or whatever the case is. And I want to make it clear for a second. When Chazal gozer on the 9 days, not to eat meat and not to drink wine. The purpose was not that Shavuos was only 2 days, and I had so many good milchika recipes that unfortunately did not have a time or an opportunity to utilize them. So therefore, now they gave me 9 days to only eat milchiks. That was not the point. And I don't know about you, but my kids enjoy to eat milchiks way more than fleishiks. They like blintzes and pizza and falafel way more than chicken and meatballs or whatever the case is. So again, we're missing the point. The point was not use milchika recipes and make the food taste as good as you can. Just it won't be meat and it won't be wine. The understanding is that Chazal wanted us to tap into these 3 weeks, to tap into the 9 days, to feel and be part of Churban and part of the pain of Klal Yisrael. So how do we do that? How in the world do we connect with it? How do we make the maximum out of it? And I'll say it a little bit more than that. When we talk about the different kufas of the year, and I run a series about the different Rosh Chodashim, and every Rosh Chodesh I talk about the essence of the month and the abundance of the month and the koach of the month, I always add that every month corresponds to a certain kufa in one's life. And therefore, you could be in Tammuz really going through Cheshvan. You could be in Adar and you're really going through Elul. In other words, you need to match the time period that you are to the actual conceptual part of that tkufa. The 3 weeks are obviously a tkufa of tzara, tzaras of the klal, tzaras that come as a result of the churban. I think what we are going through now, COVID-19 or corona or whatever you call it, really, in essence, fits the time period of the year of the 3 weeks. And really, if we want to ask ourselves, not just how do we get the most out of the 3 weeks, but how in the world do we get the most out of the tkufa that we're going through now? What in the world is the Abish just screaming so loud in our ears? We need to learn, what are we told, or how are we supposed to approach this time period that's dealing with sorrows that Klal Yisrael are actually going through. And maybe before I start, I'll tell you over a cute incident. I was once, before I was taking a group into Yad Vashem, and I was introducing it, and I was talking about the fact that we need to remember that sorrows that Klal Yisrael went through. Now, obviously not just World War II, even though it was very clearly addressed to World War II, because we were going into Yad Vashem, but I was talking about, again, the 3 weeks, the 9 days. We remember Churban Bayis Rishon, Churban Bayis Sheni, the Inquisition, Gzeros Kach V'Tav, and my question really was, why do we need to remember? And the group raised her hand and said to me, because we cannot forget. And I said to her, very nice and very good that we cannot forget, but why can't we forget? And the group, very optimistic, looked at me with big eyes and says, because we have to remember. And I said to her, wait a second, there's no point in remembering in order not to forget, and not to forget in order to remember. And the same thing over here. There's no point of just saying, okay, we have to remember Churban, we have to remember Tsaras. We need to understand, what are we trying to get out of it? Why are we coming to remember? And how could we make sure that we accomplish that goal? So I would like to give a few answers. There are more than that, but we're going to touch on today a few of the answers that I think can help us be'emes do min ha'meitza karatika, and hopefully should be zochet to anani b'merchavka. Answer number one, which is actually more than one of the kinas really do it, is a point of Kabbalah Sadin. Should I use the word of Chazal? Yesh din v'yesh dayan. To remember that there's such a thing called schar and onesh. And yes, there is a Rebbeinu Shalom that runs the world. And the world is not a hefker. A few of the kinos actually do it. They talk about the fact that since I did this chet, therefore this happened, or in the opposite form, so this happened because this is what I actually had done. And it's actually a time of a cheshbon nefesh to stop and say to ourselves, the world is not hefker. Lo hakol magia li. And not everything that we thought is just a given is really a given. We need to deserve it. There's an Eibishter that's coming and screaming and saying, Klal Yisrael, you are doing something wrong. I'm going to say that everybody could do their own cheshbon nefesh, but I was recently just thinking about it for a second, maybe more in Eretz Yisrael, but I think it's all over the world, where you need to walk around wearing a mask. And there is this point of the social distancing and being in quarantine for whatever amount of time is. Don't we hear the Abish just screaming so loud? He's blocking our mouth. He's saying you're not talking properly. He's saying please be careful with what you're actually saying it and how are you actually saying it. Should I say that each person should ask themselves if we're talking about words of emes? Are we talking about lashon hara? Are we talking about things that we should not be talking about? I think especially with technology, where things became so available and so open and so easily spread. Someone just told me recently that if the Chafetz Chaim would have any idea about what's going to happen in our day and age with texting or the WhatsApp, or you choose whatever the vehicle is, even email, how quickly, how easily, how fast you could be motzi shenra, you could take machlokes, you could have sinas chinam, you could spread lashon hara, you could even just talk about things that are not nogea to you and what is your business, and they could spread so quickly. He would have written a new sefer on Shmir Salashon. So each one of us has to stop and say that Eibishter is saying to us, close your mouth. The Eibishter is saying, listen to what you're saying and make sure that it's emes, that it's positive, that it's proper, that it is giving HaKadosh Baruch Hu nachas ruach when you are saying it. Badad yeshev chutz lamachane is a mitzvah, and that happens because of lashon hara. Even the understanding of keeping inside to ourselves and trying to stay disconnected from the influences of the outside world. That really was Leila Seder, the first time that we had a quarantine, that we weren't allowed to walk out of our house. And the statement then was, we don't want to be part of the Mitri culture. It's us and them. And again, the Eibishter is saying to us, stop and ask yourself, how much is your home protected? How much is your home really the way it's meant to be? But I want to take it a step further. I think one of the pieces of Rosh Hashanah that's definitely a big part in being Mamlich HaKadosh Baruch Hu as a king, is Melech b'mishpat Yamid Eretz. To chap that everything and anything is in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I think we feel it very strongly by the piyut of V'nisane Tokef Kedushas Hayom, when we talk about the mishpat that's happening on Rosh Hashanah. And the Michtal Miyol brings down, before the Nisana Tokef, if a person be'emes wants to stop and internalize that anything and everything that's going to happen in the year is going to be judged now, it's a mishpat that's taking place on Rosh Hashanah and on Yom Kippur. Think of the incidents that happened in the last year and realize that anything and everything that happened last year was nigzar on Rosh Hashanah. And ask yourself the question, if I would have known that, how much better would I have done it? I think that if we go through Chorban and we look about all the different time periods of all the tsaras that Klal Yisrael went through, should we talk about our day and age? Think of our V'nisane Tokef next year. I keep on going through and saying we didn't chap what the Eibishter was geyser on this year, Rosh Hashanah Tavshin Pei. Look of how many things. Mi yichye mi yamus. Mi anuach. Who's going to have to be in quarantine? Who's not going to have to be in quarantine? Who will be allowed to travel? Who will not be allowed to travel? All the borders that God goes. Mi ani umiya asher. How many people lost their jobs, lost their money, or are so uncertain of what's actually going to happen? Mi barav, mi matzama. How many people unfortunately died because there was a neglect and there was a paper in their bank that said, I didn't die out of corona, but I died out of starvation. How many people did not have a family member next to them and therefore there was no one to feed them, no one to give them to drink? How many people died because they choked and the machines, either there weren't no machines or the machines did not work properly? Mi bachenek, mi b'magefa. Who in the world ever had kavana when we said Avinu Malkeinu Mena Magefa Mina Chalasecha? Come on, Magefos, epidemics, those were things that happened 100 years ago, 200 years ago. Someone told me that he used to feel like Avinu Malkeinu Mena Magefa Mina Chalasecha. It's Tircha de Tzibura. We shouldn't say it anymore because it stopped making the Tzibur say another thing. Who needs it for? Who has such things in our day and age? Miba Dever, Miba Magefa. How much more meaningful it is in our day if we stop for a second and think through what happened. I want to tell you, I don't know if people know, but my husband was extremely, extremely sick. Mamish Baruch Hashem, Mimaves, L'chaim, Klal Yisrael, daven for them, and his tefillas, the emes answered. And throughout the entire time, this was Mamish at the beginning part, and he was careful to the extent that we knew to be careful at that time. And people were starting to say certain things, and I kept on stopping, and I said to them, Kindalach, this was Nigzar on Rosh Hashanah Tav Shin Pei. Was Nigzar that Abba should be sick? Was Nigzar that we have to be in quarantine? Was Nigzar that we should be sick? Was Nigzar whatever happened? This is when it was Nigzar. Avada, we're mechuyev to do our ishtadlos v'nishmartem me'ogan nafshosechem. But let's get it straight. When did it really happen? On Rosh Hashanah. What an unbelievable opportunity the Eibush is giving to us. Think through now and say to ourselves, make a cheshbon hanefesh, and let's be able to come one more step ready to chap that the world is in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that we need to be tshuva, and everything and anything is dependent upon His gzar din. When people are talking about what's going to be next year, and they say it's going to last till whatever, I keep on saying, this is how the Goyim can talk till we're going to get some kind of a vaccine or whatever the case is, and obviously we're davening for it. But we have a Maila, we have a Rosh Hashanah, we have a Yom Kippur. The Gzeira of Tavshin Pei is not connected to Tavshin Pei Aleph. We need to be able to come to Shul now and daven and daven and daven, and we could get a completely different Gzeira on Rosh Hashanah Tavshin Pei Aleph. Well, let me say it in a little bit of a scarier form in the matter. I think one of the big steps that we have to take out of Chorban is to a second walk out of our comfort zone of feeling that everything is in control and we know what we're doing, and we're in the generation of, a remote control. I press the button and the air conditioning go off, and I press it and it goes off, and I wanted a drop colder and a drop hotter, and basically the feeling that everything is in my control. To chap that everything is in the control of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Melech Meimis Umechaye. Melech, the Eibishter, is really the one that is doing anything and everything that's happening in this world, and therefore we need to daven and ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu for the matter. If you remember, at the end of World War II, towards the end of World War II, Rommel, Yamach Shmo V'Zichro, was at the bottom of Eretz Yisrael. and was about to enter into Eretz Yisrael. And we know what would have happened if Yamach Shmo V'Zichro would have made it into Eretz Yisrael and destroyed the Yidden that were there. They made major Yom Tefillas all over Eretz Yisrael. There's stories all over about what Rabbi Zalman Saratskin said. There's stories about what Rabbi Panovich Rab said. There's stories about what Rabbi Chaim said. There's stories about what happened in the Shtiblachs and Beis Yaakov, in Beis Yisrael, and what happened in Bnei Brak, and what happened everywhere around in Eretz Yisrael. Klal Yisrael be'emes got together and learned and davened and davened. They fasted for a few days and they davened and they davened. And for those that know history, as a result of that, what's known as the miracle of El Alamein took place, without getting into the details. But as a result of that, Rommel turned around and never entered into Eretz Yisrael. More than that, for those that do not know, up to that point, Rommel Yimach Shmo V'Zichro had not lost one battle. Every battle he fought, he won. From that point on, every battle he fought, he lost, and it was actually the starting of the downfall of Germany. The Brisker Rav said a sentence that I think about every year before Rosh Hashanah. Said the Brisker Rav, if Klal Yisrael in Europe would have davened before the first year of World War II, the way Klal Yisrael davened in Eretz Yisrael before Rommel entered in, they would have been able to be Mevatel Gzeira. What's the difference? Before Hitler and Machshma entered into Poland, they didn't chap what it's all about. So they davened, but they didn't chap to what extent. Before Rommel, Yimach Shmo V'Zichro entered Eretz Yisrael, they knew, to whatever extent they knew, how terrible it is. And they davened, and they davened, and they davened. And therefore, they were able to be Mevatel Gzeira. We chapped, Eibishter, what this Magefa is all about. We chapped that everything is in your hands. So let's take the time to daven and to cry and to talk to the Eibishter and to internalize to ourselves that it's be'emes. We need to be careful with the mask, and we need to be careful with social distancing, and we need to wash our hands and continue on. But I saw such a cute, it's called a vit. It's not true. They say, V'chi nachash memis or nachash mechaye. You remember the situation? It was a time period in the Midbar where the snakes came and killed out by Klal Yisrael. Moshe Rabbeinu made a nachash out of copper, out of nechoshet. He puts it up high, and Klal Yisrael look up, and as a result of that, they get saved. And the Gemara says over there, V'chi nachash memis, was it the snake that caused them to die? V'chi nachash mechaya, was it the snake that Moshe Rabbeinu did that caused them to live? Ela b'shah shiso meshabdim libam klape avim shebashamayim. When Klal Yisrael look up, and they chap that it's not the snake, but it's HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that it's not anything else that they're doing, but it's really all in the hands of the Eibishter, and they do tshuva to get closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what they get saved. So someone said it in a very nice, it's a, what you call it, a remez, a hint, it's not real. He said there's three things that are the symptoms of the sickness. Nun is neshima, people have a hard time with breathing. Chet is chom, they have fever. And shin is shi'ul, they cough. So v'chi nachash meimit, is it these symptoms of the sickness that cause a person to die? Then there's three things that you have to do to protect yourself from not getting, and then nun is nikayon, chet is chavishat masecha. Nikayon means cleanliness, washing your hands. Chet is chavishat masecha, putting on a mask. And shin is shmirat merchak, social distancing. And again, v'chi nachash mechayet. Do you think that it is these things that cause you to have life? Now I'm saying again, avada, we have a mitzvah, and avada, we have to be careful. And avada, we don't want to be the cause chas v'shalom to anybody else, because we are mechuyev to worry about other people's lives and our lives. But we need to know clearly that it's not the nachash that's memis, it's not the nachash, it's the mechayet. You know who's really doing it? It's the Eibishter. And if we come and we realize that our life is in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, then b'shah shiso meshabdim libam klape avim shebashamayim. When we have that it's HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that's our Father, that cares about us, that's who we have to have a connection to, then we're preparing ourselves not just for Nisan Tokef Kedushas Hayom, but we're preparing ourselves to Meloch al kol ha'olam kula b'chvodecha. Eibishter, you really are the king on the entire world. Hamelech Yoshev al Kisei Ram Venisa. You are the king, and everything is in your hands. And you proved it so well to a tiny little virus, and look what you did to the entire world. But I want to take it to another step in what I feel like we need to take out of coming out of this tkufa. Before we go into Yad Vashem, I normally tell the girls the following sentence, that when we come to the time period of Chorban or Tsaras, there is an inyan to be mishtatef in the Tsar of Klal Yisrael. Yes, if you go through a lot of the kinos and a lot of what the Midrashim are all about, they're just describing the pain that Klal Yisrael go. And I'm going to start with the easier one, the physical pain that Klal Yisrael went through. How much Tsaras did Klal Yisrael go through? How many people got killed? How many people were sick? How many people were hungry? Before we go into Yad Vashem or before I go on a tour to Eastern Europe, I tell the girls in the same exact matter. Before I went to Spain and you heard about different other Tsaras, we definitely talk about all the suffering that Klal Yisrael went through. And yes, there's an inyan to be mishtatef in their tsar and feel their pain and feel what it means to be hungry and feel what it means to be tired or scared or whatever the case is. So a girl once asked me a very good question. She said to me, what's the point to be mishtatef in the tsar of someone that's not around anymore? See, when someone is around and you empathize with them, you take away a part and a piece of their pain. I want to make it clear for a second, one of the harder things that I think that took place now through the COVID-19 was that people, the MS, could not have people to empathize with them, to sympathize with them, to be together with them. They were very lonely, those in the hospitals and also in other forms. A lot of Klal Yisrael tried in all different matters, but it was very difficult in this matter. And it is true that when you empathize, it definitely makes a difference. But what does it help to empathize with people that are not around anymore? Talk about World War II, talk about Inquisition, or whatever the case is. And I gave her an answer that I think is important also for our day and age. I told her over a story that I read once in Horizons, pre-Bina time, for those that remember. It was a young girl that was married, living in Eretz Yisrael, a 3-year-old daughter and a 1.5-year-old daughter, living in Neve Yaakov, shopping in Geula. For those that don't know, very normal. She was on a bus back from Geula to Neve Yaakov, just to get it clear, normal way of behavior, not World War II, not Inquisition, basic, normal way. On that bus, I think it was either 25 or 28 bus, when it passed the French Hill intersection, there were a few arrows behind the bushes over there. Afterwards, they got rid of those bushes and they started shooting on the bus. The first thing that they did is they shot on the wheels, and as a result of that, obviously the bus could not continue going. So as a result of that, and it took a very, very long time for some reason for help to come. So they were on the bus and the Arabs just kept on shooting the bus. Finally, the bus driver told everybody to go underneath the seats. Not that underneath the seats is very safe, but I guess underneath the seats is safer than standing or sitting on a bus where there's bullets all over. So she describes that she's underneath the seat with a 3-year-old daughter and a 1.5-year-old daughter, and there's bullets flying all over. What does the Yiddish mama do if that's the case? You say Shema. So there's going to be the last moments of their life. They may die at any second. So she's saying Shema. So she says it. I don't know if a 1.5-year-old said it with her, but a 3-year-old definitely is saying Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Now she survived. And she wrote this unbelievable article as a result of a survivor. She writes that as she was underneath the seat with bullets flying and her saying Shema with the 3-year-old daughter, she was suddenly together with Klal Yisrael. She said, I was suddenly a Yid. I suddenly was doing the same thing that mothers did throughout all the generations, saying Shema Yisrael with their kids at the last moments of their life, during the time of Churban, the time of the Inquisition in Russia, by World War II. She said, you suddenly focus. What really is important, what really counts, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. And let me say it in the following manner. And this is what I say to the girls before we go into Yad Vashem. We grew up today very disconnected from our past. World War II is definitely a big part of it. We don't live in the same exact place where our parents, grandparents, great-grandparents had lived for generations, but also our life externally is very different. We have running water and electricity and telephones and cell phones and computers and internet, and we have cars and we have airplanes and we have a global world and everything is opened. Externally, our life may be very different. But Lamaisa is not true. Lamaisa, we're Yid like they were Yidin. We came into the world for the same exact reason, with one Klal Yisrael. And we need to accomplish one thing in this world. And we grew up today in a very small box. And that small box is called me, or should I use a little bit more of the terminology, capital I, big, capital I. We a little bit got very ego-centered in a certain manner. And even when you daven for yourself, you daven for your family, you daven for your community. I want to enlarge this box. I want this box to include Klal Yisrael. I want that when you say I, you mean I am a Yid. I'm a piece and a part of Klal Yisrael. I tell them we're not going into the museum in order to see what happened to them, and we're going to be so nice and feel their pain. We're going into the museum to see what happened to Klal Yisrael. And as much as you're a piece and a part of Klal Yisrael, as much as you ego identify yourself that I'm a Yid, I'm a part of Klal Yisrael, that's as much as you're going to feel the pain of what happened. I want your tefillas to be tefillas about Klal Yisrael. Say to the Eibush to look how unbelievable Klal Yisrael is. Say to the Eibush to look how much Klal Yisrael suffered. Say to the Eibush there came time that you could save Klal Yisrael. Not me, individual I, not what I need, but what Klal Yisrael needs, because I am a piece and a part of Klal Yisrael. I am a Yid. That's what my identity is. I want to make it clear. When we come to Rosh Hashanah and we ask, and I don't care if you're asking for a physical thing, life, children, parnasa, health, you're asking for ruchnius things, you want kedusha, tahara, emuna, yerushalayim, Torah. Why should they wish to give it to us? Do we make a little bit of a calculation of how much he did for us versus how much we do for him? He does for us way more than we did for him. So why should he give it to us? So the Chazal give us an unbelievable eitzah. They say, don't ask as an individual Yid. Ask because you're part of Klal Yisrael. Because I'm a part of this nation, started with Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, that hopefully will be the link that will bring Mashiach. Because I am a Yid. That's why it's called Yom HaZikaron Hazeh. And we remind HaKadosh Baruch Hu of Akedas Yitzchak. And we remind HaKadosh Baruch Hu of Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov. We remind HaKadosh Baruch Hu of Asar, Rugi, Malchus, of Yitzias Mitzrayim, and everything that happened. So you know what David says to us? You want me to give it to you because you're a Yid. Let me check how much you really felt that you're a piece of part of Klal Yisrael. Min hameitza karatika. How much when it came to the tzaras of Klal Yisrael, did you cry for another Yid? Did you feel the pain from another Yid? Did you feel a piece and a part of Klal Yisrael? How much did that really happen? When you came to the kufa of the Chorban, did you be'emes bother you? Did you feel the tzara? Did you daven for Klal Yisrael? Then you could come and say, Eibush, to give it to me because I am a Yid. But I want to take it one more step in the understanding. And I'll start like this. We're made out of guf and neshama. Our guf is not the same. My guf is not yours, but our neshama is all the same. As much as you ego identify with your guf, you won't feel the pain of any other Yid. As much as you ego identify with your neshama, we're one Klal Yisrael. That's why you could go to Adam Gadol and he could cry for our pain as if it's his own pain. Because in Adam Gadol is kula neshama. He's not guf. How much do we really have that who we are is our ruchnius, our kirvas elokim, our kesher to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, our limud Torah. Who we really are is the ruchnius part of what we am, and not the gashmius pieces that externally we also have to do. And let me say it in the following manner. I know that what happened now in this last kufa is a piece and a part of a chorban, and maybe it's a piece that we have to daven for, that we should be zoicha to get back our yeshivas, and we should be zoicha to get back our chadarim and our schools, and we should be zoicha to get back to have minyanim in the way we're supposed to happen. It's definitely a piece of a part of a chorban, and it's one of the klalos, v'hashimosi es migdashchem lerabos batei knesios ubatei midrash.
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high, and if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry. We're as the Beis Hamikdash gone, I stand here all alone. How long am
Acheinu
Baal Shem Tov from Shemayim, from heaven, that the way to be able to stop the long golus, the long exile we are in, is to be able to focus in on the tefillah of Ava Rabbah. This tefillah, the bracha before Shema, if one is able to be marich in Ava Rabbah, to be able to elongate, to focus on this bracha, then one has the ability to bring the geula, both on a universal level as well as on a personal level. And the obvious question is, what is an Ava Rabbah? What is in this tefillah that has this powerful ability? I'd like to share two approaches with Hashem's help. The first is based on the Lekach V'Libov. And he says, what is the power of Ava Rabbah? The power is found in the words Ava Rabbah, the great love that Hashem has for us. The bracha ends, Habocher be'amo Yisrael be'ava, who has chosen Klal Yisrael with love. The entire tefillah is pulsating with this love that Hashem has. Hamerachem, Rachem Aleinu, the merciful, have mercy on us. And indeed, notes Rav Shor and Lekach V'Libov, based on Sfas Emes, that what was the reason why we went into Golus? When Klal Yisrael said in the beginning of Sefer Dvarim, it's quoted, after the Chet HaMeraglin, the sin of the spies, V'tiragnu ba'olechem, you complained in your tents and you said, B'sinas Hashem, with the hatred of Hashem you took us out of Egypt. At that moment, that was when our Golus, our exile, was signed. The moment when Klal Yisrael feels B'sinas Hashem, with Hashem's hatred, that He treats us with hatred, that's a sign of distance, a sign of Golus. Indeed, the very month, which is the month that our Mematim B'Simcha, we lessen our joy, is the month of Av. And the real name of the month of Av is Menachem Av, literally the comforting Father. Because even in this month of distance of Golus, we always have to keep in mind, it's Menachem Av. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is treating us always. Ava Rabbah Avtanu Hashem Elokeinu. Chemla Gedola V'Yiseirech Hamalta Aleinu. With tremendous amount of love, tremendous amount of affection HaKadosh Baruch Hu has for us. The key of Geula, the key of redemption, is to always remember Menachem Av, that Hashem is a loving Father, and that Hashem loves us. Hashem loves us more than any other human being can possibly love us, as the Ahavas Yisroel teaches us, and we have to know that Hashem knows our needs beyond anyone else, and takes care of us in a loving, compassionate way. Indeed, the Sichos Chaskut Rashi Meir Zilverberg almost gives us the silent conversation that is found at the moment of the Churban. The Gemara tells us that in general, the Kruvim, those angelic figures on top of the Aron, were only Ma'urim Zobazu, were only embracing one another when Klal Yisrael would do Ritzono Shel Makom, the will of Hashem. And yet, when they didn't, they turned facing the walls. And yet, at the moment of the Churban, at the moment of destruction, Chazal tell us we saw that the Kruvim were Ma'urim Zubazu, they were embracing each other. And Rav Zilberberg gives us that silent conversation that Hashem had at this moment. He says, you may be wondering, how could it be that at the moment of the Churban, the moment of destruction, the angelic figures are embracing? Would this not be the moment of distance? And the answer is, I want you to leave the Beis HaMikdash, leave Yerushalayim, enter into Golus, enter into thousands of years of exile with the following imagery. I love you. I love you, says Hashem, more than you can possibly understand. And throughout all the generations, and through all the bloodshed, and through all the terrible destruction that's going to happen, and all the humiliation, and all the terrible things that will befall the Jewish people, never forget, the Kruvim are embracing each other. Despite all of this tragedy, I have never let my love dissipate at all. This is part of a larger plan that we can't possibly understand. But know and remember and be able to focus in your life on a daily basis. Ava Rabba, or Ava Solam, depending on your minhag, this tremendous love, this eternal love that Hashem has for us. My friends, if we were to be able to take the message of this love, if we were be able to integrate this into our being, it would enable us to become people, in the language of the Sichos Musar, people of nechbadus, people of greatness, people who realize their intrinsic worth. When I understand that Hashem loves me, when I understand that Hashem believes in me, when I understand that whatever is happening from a beneficent Hashem, who has created me with a certain purpose, who when I say every morning in Moda'ani, Rabba Emunasecha, great is your faith, one interpretation is great as Hashem's faith in each and every one of us. It's as if He wakes us up in the morning with a kiss on the forehead. I believe in you. I know you're great. I made you, and therefore you are great. And I love you with an eternal love, and I believe in you. And I know that you can create greatness in this world. And this idea of nechbados, says the Sichos Musar, prevents a person from sinning. How could I, as pashnis, how could I lower myself to sin, to do something against Hashem who believes in me and who loves me so much? And this idea, Rav Wolbe quotes, is really the Petach Rishon, the first aspect that every Jew has to believe in. The Erech Atzmo, the greatness of ourselves, the greatness of where we come from. We need to recognize it, and we need to live it, and we need to live a life of responsibility and awareness. And this will impact us not only Ben Adam L'Makom, between man and Hashem, will impact us, Ben Adam L'Atzmo, with ourselves, with our midos, with our values in life, and Ben Adam L'Chaveiro, in our relationship with others. If Hashem loves me and takes care of me, then I understand that Hashem loves everyone else as well and takes care of them. And He wants me to treat them with the respect that they deserve. And if I understand this inherent greatness that I have, then I'm going to realize the inherent power that I have. And I'm going to be careful about my interpersonal relationships with all those around me. Indeed, as the Nefesh HaChaim points out, we speak of a great person as having Yiras Shamayim, literally translated fear of heaven. And he asks, why do we say Yiras Shamayim? Should it not be Yiras Hashem, fear of God? What am I fearing, heaven? That the heavens are going to open up and hail down punishment, lightning bolts? He says Yiras Shamayim means that I have an understanding and awareness that everything that I do is either building edifices in heaven or destroying them. That I understand that what I'm doing down here creates a spiritual reality. I live with an awareness that I am sent on a mission from above. I live on awareness of responsibility. And I live my life with that understanding, that cognizance, and that sensitivity. Just to share one story, one of my favorites, about the power that we have to build or destroy worlds. The power that we have when we recognize the inherent greatness that's found in each and every one of us, and particularly the power of speech, which has the ability to build worlds. It's a story that Rabbi Chanoch Teller tells. It's a story of a fellow, Wall Street type looking guy, three-piece suit, at the showcase, who's running to catch a subway train. And as he's running down the stairs, we can all imagine the scene, the smell, the noise. There's a beggar sitting on the step saying, with a tin can, pencils for a quarter, pencils for a quarter. The fellow reaches into his pocket and flips the guy a quarter. And continues on. And the fellow says, Mister, you forgot your pencil. So he runs back up, gets his pencil, and goes on. Fast forward a few years, the same fellow, now is a little bit more time, catching a subway train. And he goes into one of the concession stands to be able to buy a newspaper to read. The fellow behind the counter looks at him and says, It's on the house. He says, you're having a special sale today? He says, don't you remember me? He looks at him like, no. He says, a number of years ago, you were running to catch a train, and there was a fellow, a beggar on the stairs saying, pencils for a quarter, pencils for a quarter. And you flipped me a quarter. And I said, mister, you forgot your pencil. And you turned back to me and you said, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were a merchant. And I said to myself, if this Wall Street fellow thinks I'm a merchant, that I'm not some schlepper and beggar on the stairs, I can make something of myself. And he says, in the interim of these few years, I've opened up hundreds of concessions, newspaper stands in different subway stations. I'm a merchant. Someone believed in me. Hashem believes in us, and Hashem has empowered us. Dibur, Yadber Amin Tachtenu. Leadership. He's empowered us to believe in others, to love others, to be able to instill in all those around us this feeling of being worthwhile, this feeling of specialness, this feeling of love generates outward. How do we bring Geula? The Churban happened because of Sinas Chinam. The destruction happened because of baseless hatred. Ava Rabba is the counter to that. To believe that Hashem loves me, to believe that I am loved, and the ability to love others just for being created in the image of Hashem. And to be able to spread that love, and to be able to spread that belief in everyone's inherent goodness. To be marich ba'ava rabba, the counter of the sinas Hashem, the counter of the hatred of Hashem. To focus all day on seeing and feeling and living Hashem's goodness to us. That's one aspect of what the 3 weeks are about. The 3 weeks are about Kol Rodfeh Yisigua Ben Amitzarim, as Yeshivat Shalom says. All those who run after her will catch her during these 3 weeks. Kol Rodfeh, note to Slomim Rebbe Yeshivat Shalom. Kol Rodfeh Hashem. Rodfeh divided into 2 words. All that seek Hashem will find her during these 3 weeks. It's a time of intimacy. It's a time of closeness. It's a time to tap into Menachem Av, the Father that has mercy. Perhaps the second understanding of Ava Rabbah that has the ability to bring Geula is an interesting insight of the Ari HaKadosh, who says that all 6 Zechiros were told to remember 6 things every day. It's found at the end of the morning Shacharis. Remember Amalek, remember what Miriam said, remember Mamad Sinai, remember Mitzrayim, Shabbos. All 6 things are found in Ava Rabbah. The Ava Rabbah reminds us of fundamental aspects of our lives. Let's choose one for our purposes today. Zechiras Miriam, remember Miriam spoke Lashon Hara. Where is that hinted to in Ava Rabbah? So notes the Arizal, it's hinted at in the words toward the end of Ava Rabbah. Lehodos lecha uliachetcha be'ava. Lehodos lecha, to give thanks to you. Again, notes the Lekach Valibov Rav Shor. What is the connection between Lehodos lecha, to give thanks, and not speaking Lashon Hara? Okay, so one is speech, the other is speech. That's way too superficial. And he explains the essence is Lehodos lecha. Do you know how you can counter not speaking Lashon Hara? Do you know how you can work on what comes out of your mouth? Instead of just working on the negative, don't speak Lashon Hara, you could focus in on the positive, on the midah of Lehodos lecha, to give thanks. And the core of being able to give thanks is to be able to see goodness. To be able to see the good found in every situation. Indeed, the Gemara tells us, you know what an Oreach Tov, a good guest, says? Thank you so much, you did so much for me. I appreciate how you made the chicken so nice and the salad, and you prepared everything so nicely. That's an Oreach Tov. He sees everything and he sees the good. You know what an Oreach Ra says, a bad guest says? Why should I thank you? You were doing this anyway, so I ate a little chicken, so I had a little salad. You were making it for yourselves anyway. In Areach Tov, a good guest, and we're all guests in Hashem's world, my friends, is able to see all the goodness that happens around us, to be able to pick up on the goodness, to be able to focus in on it. Indeed, the Sfas Emes explains the pasuk. Mi ha'isha chavet chaim, who is the person who loves life? Ohev yamim lirot tov, the lover of days who sees good. The answer is, Nitzar l'shon chameira, stop your mouth from speaking evil, right? Usasecha mitaber mirma, and your lips from speaking deceit and falsehood. Teaches the Sfas Emes the pasuk with a different punctuation. Mi ha'isha chavet chaim, who is the one who wants life? Who is the one who wants to live a life of value? Who's ohev yamim, who loves life? Who wants life? Who wants to love life? I'll tell you, it's 2 words. Lirot tov, see good. And when you see good, the result will be indeed. Rasi Meir Silverberg Shlita in Sichoris Chaskut points out that this is the challenge that has ensued as a result of eating of the Eitz Hadat. That tree is called Eitz Hadat Tov Hara, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Before they ate of the tree, they saw everything as Tov, as good. Good existed on its own. The moment they ate from the tree, there became a mixture of Tov Hara, of good and evil together, where there was no clarity at all. And instead of automatically seeing good, one sees the negative. And indeed, there are many names, 7 to be exact, for the Yetzer Hara, the evil inclination. But of all the names, Sifoni, all the different names, Evan, we call it Yetzer Hara. Why? Because that is what the evil inclination is about. It's the Yetzer, the inclination that wants us to see everything as Ra, to complain about everything. The antidote to this is Lirot Tov. The Beis Hamikdash was a place that was called Tov. Eretz Yisrael, Yerushalayim, Eretz Tov. Haaretz HaTovah, the good land. The Beis Hamikdash was a place where you were able to put on the rose-colored glasses and see goodness. The Churban, the destruction, brought that aspect of that mixture again of seeing good and evil mixed together. My friends, this is the challenge of Hodu Hashem Ki Tov Ki Lo Lam Chasto, to be able to thank Hashem Ki Tov because everything is good. Ki Lo Lam Chasto, even when the world is La'olam in a state of Helam, in a state of concealment, even when it doesn't look good, even when it doesn't feel good, it's all good. Kol Da'avid Rachmana. L'tav Avid, the Gemara tells us, whatever Hashem does, Rachmana Hashem, L'tav Avid, is good. Our job is to be able to train ourselves to be able to see the goodness. One of the things that I've suggested many times in my shiurim is to have on your refrigerator in your kitchen a white sheet of paper with a black dot in the center. And to remind yourself when you look at this paper, and you would ask somebody, go over to somebody and you say to them, what do you see on this paper? 9 times out of 10, they'll tell you, I see a black dot. And you ask yourself, the whole paper, 95%, 98%, depending on how large the dot is pure white goodness. Why do you focus in on the one dot in the middle of the paper? And this exercise reminds us of our responsibility to see the good, Lirot Tov. This is so true in educating our children, the 3-to-1 rule, that for every 1 criticism you have to make sure to have at least 3 positive statements. We have to be able to catch our students, our children, our friends, those around us. Lirot Tov. See the goodness. Create a mindset of goodness. Create a mindset of appreciation. And when you see the goodness, you want to thank the person. You want to show appreciation for the person. That is the idea of lahodot lecha. Lahodot lecha, to give thanks, is intrinsically connected of Lirot Tov. When I'm able to see the good, I'm then able to appreciate all that the person does. Why do I need to focus in on what they don't do? Let's focus in on what they do. Let's build that feeling of connection, of camaraderie, of good spirit. This is that aspect. And hence we can understand when the Gemara says that why was the second base of Mikdash destroyed? They had Limud Torah, they had learning Torah, they even had chesed, they even had acts of kindness. Why was it destroyed? Because sinas chinam, baseless hatred. You can do chesed for others, you can do kindness for others, but not be able to build and see goodness. And to be blinded by building up the other person and being able to give to the other person. It's not just going through the motions to learn and to do and to give. It's to feel. It's to build. It's to create that understanding of lahodot lecha. As Jews, we are called Yehudim. The first word out of our mouths in the morning is modeh ani, to give thanks. The 3 weeks is a time, obviously all year, but specifically the 3 weeks is a time to go out of our way, lahodos lecha liros tov, to walk around complimenting others, to walk around thanking others, to walk around building up others. This is the way to counter the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, the sinas chinam, to find excuses for love, find excuses for building. And I'd like to end, and then we'll summarize, with a beautiful Hasidic vort. Klal Yisrael, the prerequisite to be able to receive the Torah, the Chumash tells us, Vayichan sham Yisrael neged ahar. Literally, and the Jewish people encamped by the mountain. And we all know the famous Chazal, Vayichan beloshon yochid, in the singular, that everyone encamped together. Ki'ish echad b'lev echad, as one person with one heart. Unity was the prerequisite for Torah. Unity is a prerequisite for the final redemption. There's a Hasidic idea that Vayichan is melashon chen, finding favor. Vayichan sham Yisrael neged ahar, each person found favor in the other person's eyes. Each person went out of their way to compliment, to build. Liro tov lahodo lecha, to see the good and to thank. And that is what enabled Torah to be given. And my friends, in order to be able to bring the future redemption, we need to work. And Vayichan sham Yisrael, to be able to have that eye of Aaron HaKohen, whose yortzeit is Rosh Chodesh Av, the only yortzeit mentioned in the Torah. The Aaron HaKohen who was Meitiv et HaNeiros, literally who made the candles better, who made each and every person better, because he saw the Tov. He saw the inherent goodness in every person, and he brought out that inherent goodness. And that, my friends, is really our challenge during the 3 weeks, and particularly the 9 days. Ahava Rabbah, to love, to be able to give over that feeling of importance, of specialness, that importance of that every person is created in the image of Hashem, to feel our own sense of responsibility, that Hashem loves us, and that we are here to be able to create a better world, to create a more perfected world, between all elements, God, ourselves, and others around us. And one of the ways to do this is lahodot lecha, to give thanks to others, give thanks to Hashem, to show appreciation all day, and to look at everything from the aspect of good. All that Hashem does for me is good, all that others do with me is good. I'm able to focus on Liro Tov, to see the goodness. And in the schus of the Liros Tov, to see the goodness, we should all be able to, Vayichan, to encamp, to have this aspect of unity, of building each other up, and in that schus be able to bring the Geula Shlema, the final redemption.
I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home? A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride. But sin and Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this gallows end? How much more can we bear? But sin and Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our
Acheinu kol beis Yisroel. Acheinu kol beis Yisroel.
As we approach Tisha B'Av, Hey Tav Shin Pei, we're going to explore the personality of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, who is compared by Chazal in many different ways to Moshe Rabbeinu, both with regard to their Torah leadership and their military political leadership, and also Rabbi Akiva serving to perpetuate the Mesorah, the Torah teachings of Moshe Rabbeinu. Rabbi Akiva, whose death we commemorate on Tisha B'Av through the Kina of Arzei HaLevanon. Rabbi Akiva, who is known to understand the theme of Achdut, V'ahavta l'reacha kamocha, ze klal gadol b'Torah. But Rabbi Akiva is not only sensitive to the Achdut ben Adam Lachaveru, Rabbi Akiva is also the one to say, Shir Hashirim Hu Kodesh Kadashim. Lo haya olam kulo kedai, ela kayom shenitan shir hashirim liYisrael. Rabbi Akiva understands what love between man and fellow man is all about. Love between man and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, dying with the words of Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad, v'ahavta Hashem Elokacha b'chol levavcha v'chol nafshecha on his lips. And Rabbi Akiva, who also, through his stories, is going to demonstrate what love ben ish li'ishto is all about. And through the stories of Rabbi Akiva, and particularly those with his wife Rachel, we're going to see not only what Mesorah means, but what Mesirut and Mesirut Nefesh is. What the commitment one to the other, commitment to a life of Torah and mitzvot, and ultimately, commitment to Yerushalayim is about. We begin with the daughter of Kalba Savua, one of the wealthiest men of Yerushalayim, prior to the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash, of whom it said that people would walk into his house hungry like a dog and walk out entirely satiated. Rabbi Akiva's daughter, who saw the tzniut, the Kalba Savua's daughter, who saw the tzniut of Rabbi Akiva and says to him, if I allow you to be Mekadesh me, would you go and learn Torah? And he says yes. And when Kalba Savua hears about this Kiddushin, he swears that he's not going to allow his daughter or his son-in-law to enjoy any of his wealthy possessions. And sure enough, this story, recorded in Masechah Ketuvot, is also recorded in a similar fashion in Masechah Nedarim, Daf Gimel, Daf Nun Amud Aleph. And there, on Daf Nun, we also hear that once they were married, Rachel and Rabbi Akiva are living together in a barn, literally in a matbein. And Rabbi Akiva would wake up every morning and hayam malake teven mitoch saroteha. Rabbi Akiva would wake up and he would take out the strands of hay from his beloved wife's hair. And as he did, he saw through the golden hay, he was already thinking about Yerushalayim shel zahav. El malei haya biyadi hayiti noten lach Yerushalayim shel zahav. If I could only put in your hair, instead of this golden hay, the golden tiara with the beautiful landscape of Yerushalayim engraved upon it, worn only by the wealthiest of women. Rabbi Akiva says, I'm so committed to you. I would love to put, instead of this hay, I would love to put the Yerushalayim shel zahav. And the story continues to tell us that a poor man, disguised Eliyahu HaNavi as a poor man, comes and knocks on the door. Anna says that his wife just gave birth and they don't even have hay. And Rabbi Akiva says, you see, we're very happy, but at least we have hay. And Rachel recognizes that, wait a second, Rabbi Akiva may be content with the status quo. She says, right now, go off and learn in yeshiva. And we know that when he comes back after 12 years with 12,000 students, he overhears her saying to the neighbor that she doesn't mind, that she lives like a living widow, almanot chayim. Rather, if she could, she would send Rabbi Akiva back for another 12 years, which in fact he does. And then after 24 years of a life devoted to Torah study, he comes back with 24,000 students. And when he does, the Gemara Masechah Ketuvot Samach Gimel Amud Aleph tells us that Rachel came out to greet him and fell upon his feet. And the various Talmidim didn't know who this woman in rags was, and they start to ward her away. And Rabbi Akiva says, stop. Shali v'shalachem shalahi. My Torah and your Torah is hers. It's because of her commitment to Torah. And sure enough, Rashi says, Al Yada, hu kol masha lamadati. Because of her, I was able to learn this much. And sure enough, as he comes back and the vows of Kalba Savua are annulled, Rabbi Akiva is a very wealthy man, and he fulfills his commitment to his wife and provides Rachel with the tiara, with the Yerushalayim shel zahav. And the Talmidim, as we find recorded in Navot Rabbi Natan, the Talmidim say, Rabbi Akiva, isn't this a little ostentatious? Vayishaitanu mimasha asitala. It's a little embarrassing that the wife of a Talmud Chacham is walking around with such an expensive piece of jewelry. And he says, Amar lehem harbeit sar nitztara imi batorah. No, this piece of jewelry, this represents her commitment, her investment, all of the suffering that she endured for the sake of Torah learning. And that's why in the Yerushalmi, when Ramban Gamliel, the Nasi of the time, when his wife says, why can't I have a Yerushalayim shel zahav like the wife of Rabbi Akiva? He says, are you as committed to Torah? Do you know what she did? She even cut off her hair, the braids of her hair, to sell them, to provide for Rabbi Akiva's Torah study. He says, that's the woman who deserves Yerushalayim shel zahav. Notice that in place of her hair, the same hair that Rabbi Akiva would pick the hay out of, that's the hair that now is going to don the greatest expression of commitment to Torah, that beautiful crown known as Yerushalayim Shel Zahav. Yes, the basis for the song of Nomi Shemer, written 3 weeks before the Six-Day War, based on these stories of commitment to a life of Torah and mitzvot. But we're going to see that Rabbi Akiva doesn't just appreciate the commitment that's worn through this symbolic crown. Rabbi Akiva understands and exactly what this crown symbolizes, and as a matter of fact, even pulling out the strands of hay from hair, what the hair symbolizes. Because Rabbi Akiva, who is so, one can even say, involved and so in love with Shir Hashirim, appreciating that this is really just a little peek into the Kodesh Kadashim, an expression of the most intense relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We find that in Shir Hashirim, the Dod, the male persona, the mashal for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Dod is described by the Ra'aya as Dodi Tzach Va'adom. My beloved is clear and ready, Dagul Mirvava. He is head and shoulders above everyone else. And then she goes on to describe his hair. Rosho Ketampaz, atop of his head is a golden crown. Kvutotav Taltalim Shchorot Ko'orev. And he has black curls of hair, all these black locks, again, black like a raven. And Chazal teach us in Masechet Eruvin, Kvutotav Taltalin. What are these black locks, so to speak, of HaKadosh Baruch Hu? These are the Otiyot Amar Rav Chisda Amar Mar Ukva. These are the black letters of a Sefer Torah teaching us sheyesh l'drosh al kol kotes v'kotes, that we're supposed to learn and extrapolate from every little curl, from every strand of hair, figuratively, from every letter of a Sefer Torah. Al kotes v'kotes, tilin v'tilin shel halachot. And this is exactly what Rabbi Akiva does. Already, as he knows how to draw the hay from the hair, he knows how to also extrapolate halachot, kal v'chomer upon kal v'chomer, from the letters of a Sefer Torah. But it's not just the hair that Rabbi Akiva knows how to appreciate. It's not only every coats of yud, every little strand that comes down from a yud of a Sefer Torah. Rabbi Akiva also appreciates the crowns atop of these letters. And we know this from one of the most famous stories in Masechet Menachot. Amar Yehuda Amar Rav, B'shah she'ala Moshe l'maro mitza'o l'HaKadosh Baruch Hu sheyoshev v'kosher ktarim la'otiyot. When Moshe Rabbeinu went up to receive the Torah at Har Sinai, and a similar medrash told about Moshe at the Sneh, he saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu tying crowns to the letters, what we know as the tagin, that we find upon the letters Shin, Ayin, Tet, Nun, Zayin, Gimel, Tzadi. And Rabbi Akiva, Moshe Rabbeinu asked, Amar lefanav ribono shel olam, mi ma'akev al yadecha. Moshe Rabbeinu asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu, who is holding you back? We've been waiting thousands of years for the Sefer Torah, and now you're putting crowns on? Amar lo, Adam echad yesh, she'atid liot b'sof kama dorot. But there's going to be a personality who's going to be living hundreds of years from now, Moshe Rabbeinu, basically close to 1,300 years from now. V'Akiva ben Yosef Shmo, Shatid l'drosh al kol kotes v'kotes, tilin v'tilin shel halachot. But there's going to be someone, Rabbi Akiva, who's going to understand literally the tilin and tilin. He's going to understand all the different strands of the Sefer Torah, all the strands of hair, all the letters, the black letters of the Sefer Torah. And he's going to understand the crowns as well. And even though we know that we don't find any halachot said in the name of Rabbi Akiva with regard to the tagin, we find so many different halachot, literally tilin shel halachot of Rabbi Akiva throughout Shas. So Moshe Rabbeinu asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ribono shel olam harahu li. So I want to see who this Rabbi Akiva is, who's going to be able to appreciate every single lock of hair, every single strand, every letter of the Sefer Torah. Amar lo, chazor lachorecha. And interestingly, HaKadosh Baruch Hu tells Moshe Rabbeinu, go back to your back, right? Basically, go back to the future. And now, this is a little strange because generally we go forward to the future. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu is basically saying, no, go back to your back. And we're going to explore what this back is. And sure enough, Moshe Rabbeinu finds himself, halach v'yashav b'sof shmona shurot. He finds himself in one of the 8th rows, again, where the neophyte, where the novice students are going to sit. And it's not just that he's sitting in the base midrash of Rabbi Akiva right now. We know that there are 4 lines that separate every sefer Ena, every Chumash in a Sefer Torah. And therefore, Rabbi Akiva, the Midrash is basically placing him right inside a Sefer Torah as he hears this brilliant shir of Rabbi Akiva, but he doesn't understand what Rabbi Akiva is saying. And as he does, Tashash Kocho, he is very disappointed. Kevan shigia ledavar echad. But as soon as Rabbi Akiva came to a davar echad, to one point, Amru lo talmidav, Rabbi minayin lacha. Rabbi Akiva, how do you know this? And Rabbi Akiva answers, halacha l'Moshe misinai. I know this because it's a halacha l'Moshe misinai. Nityashva da'ato. And now Moshe Rabbeinu feels better, recognizing that the Torah that Rabbi Akiva is teaching is the same Torah that he's now about to teach to Am Yisrael. Nityashva da'ato, chazar uba lefnei HaKadosh Baruch Hu, amar lefanav ribono shel olam, yesh lecha adam kazeh v'ata noten Torah al yadi. But wait a second, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, if there's going to be such a Gadol Hador, who's not only going to understand my Torah, but is also going to teach future halachot of Torah, then why are you giving the Torah through me? Just wait and give the Torah through Rabbi Akiva. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, Shtok, kach ala b'machshava lefanai. This is the machshava, this is the thought that I had before my face. Mar lefanav. So then Moshe said before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Ribono shel olam, heritani Torato, Am Yisrael, you show me his Torah, now I want to see his reward. Amar lo chazar lachorecha, go back to the back. And sure enough, chazar lachorav, he sees Rabbi Akiva, ra'ash shoklin b'saro b'makulin. He saw that they were weighing his flesh in the marketplaces, referring to the story post his death, wherein the Romans combed his flesh from his body and then sell it in the marketplaces. And Moshe Rabbeinu turns to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and says, Ribono shel olam, zo Torah v'zo schara. This is Torah and this is the reward for Torah. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu once again says, Shtok. And we have so many questions on this story. Not only Moshe Rabbeinu being found in an anachronistic fashion in the Beis Medrash of Rabbi Akiva, which is trying to help us appreciate the continuity of Torah, the Mesorah of Torah. But number one, what's this phrase of chazar la'achorecha? Go back to the back. What's the back? It really should be the future. Go forward, not backwards. And what's this play on words of kachala b'machshava lefanai, the achor and panai? What is this all a reference to? But perhaps the greatest question that we have to ask is, if Chazal are already telling us that Moshe Rabbeinu overheard the shir of Rabbi Akiva, kevan shegia ledavar echad, and they heard Rabbi Akiva came to a davar echad, and the Talmidim asked Rabbi minayin lacha, and Rabbi Akiva says, halacha l'Moshe misinai, then inquiring minds want to know, what is this davar echad? What is this one thing that Rabbi Akiva says, I know this from Moshe Rabbeinu? So let's begin with chazar la'achorecha. We know this term very well. If you remember, after the story of Chet HaEgel, when Moshe Rabbeinu entreats to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Hashem, you can't destroy Am Yisrael, both because of Chilul Hashem and because of Zchut Avot. You have to bring us into Eretz Yisrael. And Hashem says, yes, I will. But I'm not going to accompany you on the path to Eretz Yisrael. And Moshe Rabbeinu says, Em ein panecha holchim. If you're panim, if you do not accompany us, then we're not going. So he turns to Hashem in Shmos Perek Lamed Gimel and says, Hashem, again, teach me. Em ein panecha holchim al talenu mizeh. So instead, teach me how I can find favor in your eyes. Teach me how I can bridge this rift that's been created between you and Am Yisrael. And Hashem says, okay, gam et hadavar hazeh asher dibarta easeh. And Moshe says, harini nat kvodecha. So show me your glory. And Hashem says, you know what I'm going to do? Chazal tell us that Hashem kiviyachol transformed into a shliach tzibor, wrapped himself up into a talis. And Malei HaKatuv Omro, we would not be able to say this. And Hashem taught Moshe Rabbeinu the art of tefillah and says, Ani avir kol tuvi al panecha vekarati b'shem Hashem lefanecha. Moshe Rabbeinu, I'm going to show you a dimension of myself that you haven't seen yet. Because at Mamad Har Sinai you saw the dimension of din, Anochi Hashem Elokecha kel kana poked avon avot al banim. Now you're going to see the dimension of rachamim. I'm going to show you, v'chanoti et asher achon v'richamti et asher arachem. But as you stand there, lo tuchal lerot et panai, you're not going to be able to see the full, so to speak, 360-degree dimension of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Ki lo yirani adam v'chai. Man cannot fully comprehend HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Vayomer Hashem hinei makom iti v'nitzavta al hatzur. You're going to stand by the crevice of the rock. And when my glory passes over you, Moshe, I'm going to place my palm over you, ufanai lo yira'u. You'll be able to see one dimension. You'll be able to see my back, but you won't be able to see the full picture. You'll never be able to see the full picture manifestation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And now we understand the story. Chazor lachorecha. Moshe Rabbeinu, I'm just telling you that you're about to see Rabbi Akiva, but please understand that this is only one dimension, and you're not going to be able to appreciate the full picture. You're not going to be able to understand Zo Torah v'zo schara chazor lachorecha. Moshe Rabbeinu, remember the story of the Achora, Amar lefanav. You can't fully see the panim of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, only the Achora. And now we understand that in this context, what was that? Kevan shehigia ledavar echad. What did Rabbi Akiva come to that his Talmidim asked him, Minayin lacha? Well, we know it from the continuation of the story in Brachot Samach Aleph Amud Bet. B'shah she'otziu et Rabbi Akiva la'ariga zman kriyat shema haya. When Rabbi Akiva was led out of incarceration after teaching Torah in public, it was a time to recite Kriyat Shema. But truth be told, that for Rabbi Akiva, every moment was a moment of Kriyat Shema. Whether it be the night of the Seder, again, whether it be as he's being taken out, because for Rabbi Akiva, every moment was a moment of Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Every moment is a moment of Kabbalat Malchut Shamayim. And as Rabbi Akiva is taken out, they would comb his flesh with iron combs. V'hayam kabel alav ol malchut shamayim. Amru lo talmidav Rabbeinu ad kan. Ad kan is the continuation of minayin lecha. Even now, you're still going to be adamant about higia ledavar echad. And now we're going to see what that davar echad is. Amar lahem kol yamai hayiti mitzvah al pasuk zeh. He says, my entire life I've wanted to fulfill the teaching of my Rebbe, of Rabbi Eliezer. V'ahavta Hashem Elokecha b'chol levavcha v'chol nafshecha afilu notel nafshecha. And I could love Hashem with all my heart and with all my possessions, but to love Hashem with all my life, even if my life is taken away. Now I have the opportunity to fulfill this, to show how much I am deeply in love with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, how committed I am to Hashem. Hayam ma'arich be'achad, ad sheyatzta nishmato be'achad, yatzta bat kol va'amra, ashrecha Rabbi Akiva sheyatzta nishmatcha be'achad. Kevan shehiya ledavar achad. You know what that davar echad is? Rabbi Akiva was teaching them, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. Your lives have to be so devoted to Torah and mitzvot. You have to be so committed that you're willing to give up your life for Torah and mitzvot. And the Talmidim say, how do you know this? How do you have such commitment, Rabbi Akiva? Halacha l'Moshe Sinai. I know this from Moshe Rabbeinu. And that's why, Rebbe, Adkan, even now, yes, says Rabbi Akiva, this is what Mesirut Nefesh is all about. And we know that Rabbi Akiva's entire life is a life of Mesirut Nefesh, whether it's the famous story in Eruvin of Rabbi Yeshua Hagarsi, his very devoted Talmud who provides him with food and drink while he's incarcerated in the prison by the Romans. And one day when the officer spills most of the water and Rabbi Yeshua comes to Rabbi Akiva with such little water, what does Rabbi Akiva do with the water? He uses it to wash Netzilat Yadayim, and Rabbi Yeshua Hagarsi says, wait a second, you need to live. And Rabbi Akiva says, no, I'd rather die than not only transgress again a mitzvah d'oraita, but even v'lo avor al dat chaverai, even to transgress a mitzvah midrabanan. Rabbi Akiva basically says a life without mitzvot is not a life worth living. A life without Torah is not a life worth living. And the famous story of Rabbi Yehuda ben Papos, who asked Rabbi Akiva, how could you be teaching Torah in public? Because fish out of water, fish out of Torah, have no chance of survival. You have to be in an element of water, in an element of Torah. And even if it's dangerous, life without Torah is not worth living. Our lives have to be committed to Torah and mitzvot. In a beautiful medrash on the piyut that we recite on Yom Kippur, Eila Eskara, the medrash says that after Rabbi Akiva was tortured to death, they took him, Hadorish Kitrei Otiot, Umagala Panim Batorah, they took him back to the prison, and came along Eliyahu Hanavi. After saying Rabbi Akiva Tzadiku, Hatsur Tamim Palo, he understood this dimension of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that you can't always understand Hashem. Hashem is perfect. That's the halacha l'Moshe Sinai. What Moshe says in Shirat Hazinu, Hatzor Tamim Palo, that as difficult as things are, with pandemics all around us, with not understanding the suffering in this world, we still remain committed. Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. And a bat kol came out and said, Ashrecha Rabbi Akiva, Shayitza Tzadik v'Yashar v'Yatza Nishmatcha b'Tzadik v'Yashar. And Eliyahu HaNavi came and carried Rabbi Akiva upon his shoulders and took him to the Yeshiva Shel Mala Lidro Sham B'Kitrei Otiot, to continue to teach the crowns of the letters, the crowns of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, not just the halachot of the Sefer Torah, but the crowns of commitment to Torah. Now we understand why he grants his wife Rachel the Yerushalayim Shel Zahav, the crown of commitment for her commitment. And he's Dorish, those Ketarim. He understands what that commitment is all about. And it's not just a crown. It's a crown of Yerushalayim. Basically, he says, you want to understand what a life of commitment to Torah and mitzvot is all about? It goes hand in hand with a keter of Yerushalayim Shel Zahav. That's the golden crown upon the letters of the Sefer Torah. It's not just any crown, it's Yerushalayim. It's a way of appreciating not only literally Kabbalat Ol Machut Shamayim, the Yerushalayim Shel Mala, but it's also the means through which we relate HaKadosh Baruch Hu in this world, through Yerushalayim Shel Mata. And therefore it's not surprising that when Rabbi Akiva, accompanied by Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yeshua and Rabban Gamliel, see foxes, Roman officers, coming out of the Kodesh Kadashim after its destruction, and they're all crying because Hazar HaKarev Yumat, and Rabbi Akiva laughs, and they say, Rabbi Akiva, how can you laugh? And he asks, how can you cry? And they say, look at the destroyed Beis HaMikdash. Look at how there are foxes, Roman officers, going into the place where only the Kohen Gadol is allowed to go. And Rabbi Akiva says, but that's exactly why I'm laughing. Because Yerushalayim to me isn't just a phenomenon of the present, but Yerushalayim is a constant phenomenon. I wear it as a keter. This is the crown of our commitment. And if now I see, he says, that the Beis HaMikdash is destroyed again, just like Yirmiyahu and Uriah HaNeviim prophesied the destruction of Bayit Rishon, but that came along Zachariah ben Berachio ben Iddo HaNavi, and he prophesied, Od Yishlus Kenemus Kenot, Rechavot Yerushalayim, that Yerushalayim is going to be settled once more. Then I know that even though this Beis HaMikdash is destroyed, the keter of Yerushalayim Shel Zahav is always there. That I know when I look at these shualim, I see the foxes, and I laugh, because I know that Yerushalayim Shel Zahav continues in the future as well, and it's going to be rebuilt. And I'm reminded of the foxes of Shir Hashirim, Shualim hu chuba, Shualim b'chutz mechablim kramim. He's reminded of the ra'ayah of the Shekhinah in Shir Hashirim, who says, I can't come out right now because there are foxes outside, but don't worry, Dodi liva ani lo. And Rabbi Akiva laughs because he understands what commitment to a life of Torah is all about, and how that's going to be manifest through Yerushalayim. And that's why his wife is going to walk around with Yerushalayim Shel Zahav for her commitment. And that's why Rabbi Akiva walks around with the halachot, the tilin shel tilin of halachot, and is dorish the same ketarim, the same crowns of a Sefer Torah, which are manifest through the crowns of Yerushalayim. Rav Kook explains that Rabbi Akiva, who appreciates and is in love with Shir Hashirim, understands that such a commitment is not a fleeting one, but brings us from the past to the present and the present to the future. And lastly, we find that this Yerushalayim Shel Zahav, this beautiful tiara, is ascribed in Masechet Shabbos, where we're learning in Daf Yomi, and in the 6th perek of Masechet Shabbos, we hear the Tanakama tells us, "B'may isha yotet u'b'may ina yotet." What is a woman allowed to walk out of her Rishus Hayachid to Rishut Harabim on Shabbos? Lo b'ir Shel Zahav. The Tanakama says not with the Yerushalayim Shel Zahav, but interestingly in Masechet Etiot we hear that it was taught Lifnei Rabbi Akiva in the name of Rabbi Eliezer, that Yotzei Tisha b'ir Shel Zahav, that Rabbi Eliezer disagreed, and Rabbi Eliezer, and then this teaching taught before Rabbi Akiva, because Rabbi Akiva clearly agreed with his Rebbe that yes, a woman is allowed to walk around on Shabbos with the Yerushalayim Shel Zahav. And what does this mean? The Gemara in Shabbos tells us, V'lo Be'ir Shel Zahav. What is this? Rabbi Yochanan says, the Yerushalayim Zahava. That it's not just any city, it's Yerushalayim Shel Zahav. And Keda'avid Le Rabbi Akiva, as Rabbi Akiva gave Levitu, as Rabbi Akiva gave to his own wife. And sure enough, Tanu Rabbanan, we find there in Masechet Shabbos, the Gemara tells us that there are actually 3 different opinions. Opinion number 1, Rabbi Meir is the one to say that a woman should not go out Be'ir Shel Zahav, that a woman should not walk around with Yerushalayim Shel Zahav in the Reshut HaRabim, Ve'im Yatzta, and if she did, she's a chayevet achatat. And Chachamim say, no, ideally she shouldn't go out, lo teitzei, but if she did go out, she's pater. And Rabbi Eliezer is the one to say, no, if she went out, lechatchila, yotza isha Be'ir Shel Zahav. Of course she's allowed to go out with this Yerushalayim Shel Zahav. And what is this machloket? Is it merely a machloket? Whether or not a woman can wear this and go out in a Reshut HaRabim, and sure enough, the Gemara says, what's the machloket, the ma'ikniflige? Rabbi Meir must hold that it's a burden, that when women walk out with this expensive piece of jewelry, they may take it off. They will take it off because it's very uncomfortable on the head. And the Chachamim hold that, yes, it's a piece of jewelry, but it's so beautiful that even though she wears it on the head, she may be tempted to take it off and to show it to her friends, and then may end up carrying it in a Reshut HaRabim. And Rabbi Eliezer says, no. Who are the ones who walk out with an Ir Shel Zahav? Isha Chashuva. The Isha Chashuva, and an important woman, one who appreciates what a Yerushalayim Shel Zahav is, she's not ever going to remove this, and therefore she's allowed to walk around with the Yerushalayim Shel Zahav from Reshut HaYachid to Reshut HaRabim on Shabbat. And I learned from one of my esteemed teachers, Rabbanit Malkabina, a beautiful message here, that we find 3 different approaches to what a life of commitment is all about, to what a life of Torah and mitzvot and a life of Yerushalayim is about. There are 3 ways of relating to Torah and 3 ways of relating to one's commitment to Yerushalayim. The first one, Rabbi Meir says, if one sees it as a burden, if you see it as a burden, Torah is a burden, Yerushalayim is a burden, yes, we should just give it up in a peace process, and it really is just causing problems, then that person is going to take it off their head, and of course they're going to be chayiv achatas for hotza'ah on Shabbos. And the Chachamim who say, and there are some people who relate to Yerushalayim Shel Zahav, their commitment to Torah, their commitment to Yerushalayim, they relate to it as a nice ornament, something to show off. Oh, it's nice to come visit Yerushalayim every once in a while and stay in a nice hotel for Shalosh Regalim. But every once in a while, they take it off. It's a beautiful ornament, but it's primarily to show off to my friends. I'm going to show, again, how committed I am externally. But Rabbi Eliezer says, an Isha Chashuva, that's someone who takes this seriously. Someone who is honestly, sincerely committed to Torah and committed to Yerushalayim, like Rachel, the wife of Rabbi Akiva. That person never takes it off their head because they see it as part of themselves. They see it as not only on their head at all times, but in their hearts. And that person, of course, can walk out on Shabbos because the Yerushalayim Shel Zahav, they live a life of Mesirut. They live a life of Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad. They live a life where Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad, that Hashem is Hayah Hoveh V'Yiyeh, and Yerushalayim is Yerushalayim of the past and Yerushalayim of the present and Yerushalayim of the future, and we can never be detached from this chain, from a chain of tradition, from a chain of Mesorah, but also from a chain of Mesirut, from our commitment. And therefore we know that unfortunately, during the time of the Chorban, not only were there gzerot, that men can no longer wear crowns on their wedding days, but b'puma shel Titus, that Chazal decreed after the war of Titus, that the women should not wear their crowns of brides anymore. And what are these crowns? Rabbi Barchana says, in the name of that Rabbi Yochanan says, the Yerushalayim Shel Zahav, a gold crown engraved with the design of the city, worn by women as an ornament. That once Yerushalayim is destroyed, you can't wear this anymore. And we can imagine that how do we take the commitments of Yerushalayim with us? After all, There were Prushim Yisrael after the Chorban, after the destruction of the second Beis Hamikdash, who don't want to eat meat anymore. And they don't want to drink wine anymore because the meat reminded them too much of the karbanot of the Beis Hamikdash and the wine of the Nesachim. And sure enough, we see also that they were brought in front of Rabbi Yehoshua. And when they were brought in front of Rabbi Yehoshua says, oh, maybe you also shouldn't be eating any fruit because they remind you of the Bikurim, and you shouldn't eat any bread because they remind you of the Menachot, and you shouldn't drink any water because they remind you of the Nesachim, and they realize that that's too much. And Rabbi Yehoshua says, you know what, I'm going to show you how to remain committed to Yerushalayim. You're going to continue on with your lives, but you're going to not only retain commitment to Torah and mitzvos, but you're going to remember, and when you're most prone to forgetting, you're going to remember Yerushalayim. You're going to put Efer Tachat Pe'er on a chassan's head. And the women, when they adorn themselves to go out to a simcha, are going to leave off some jewelry to remember that what's really missing in our lives is the Yerushalayim Shel Zahav. Chazal teach us, Kol ha'metabel al Yerushalayim zoche v'ro'eh b'simchata. If we truly mourn the loss of Yerushalayim, then we'll be zoche, as Rabbi Akiva says, to be able to see in its rebuilding. Shenamar simchu et Yerushalayim v'gilu ba. Our hope is that this Tisha B'Av, we should be able to wear the crown of commitment of Torah. That we should be able to wear the crown of Yerushalayim Shel Zahav, and never take it off from our heads. That once we place this crown on our heads, we understand what a commitment to a life of Torah and mitzvot is all about. And then we understand that Yerushalayim is ever present in our hearts, in our minds, in our lives, and upon our heads at all times.
Acheinu kol beis Yisroel, Acheinu kol beis Yisroel.
Hello. This week will be Tisha B'Av. And Tisha B'Av is a very difficult time for Am Yisrael. But after Tisha B'Av, on the Shabbat after Tisha B'Av, we read Haftarat Nachamu Nachamu Ami. Perek Mem in Yeshayahu is the Haftarah of Nechama. The idea of Nechama after Tisha B'Av is so central that we have a special name for this Shabbat. And this Shabbat is called Shabbat Nachamu because of this Haftarah. We also, based on this idea, which we're going to see soon, is the idea that even though we have terrible Churban and we have difficulties for Am Yisrael, the idea of Nechama is going to be double. During the 3 weeks, we read 3 Haftarot of Puranut, and they're called Gimel Puranuta. For every Shabbat of the 3 weeks, we have a Haftarah that matches it. A Haftarah of Puranuta, of Chorban. However, right after Tisha B'Av, we already start with the Nechama. And the Nechama is always double. The Nechama is going to be 7 sets of Shabbatot. 7 Shabbatot we read the Haftarot of Nechama. And they're started with the Haftarah of Shabbat Nachamu, of Perek Yeshayahu, Perek Mem in Yeshayahu, that starts with the words Nachamu Nachamu Ami. And as we're going to see, the idea of double Nechama is going to be mentioned in the first psukim of our Haftarah. So that's why we have 7 Haftarot of Nechama, double Nechama. Even though the Puranut of the Beit HaMikdash was so great, we always have this hope that Nechama is going to be double, that Nechama is going to be something special for Am Yisrael, that is going to really take this role and refashion, in a sense, and kind of be a kapara or tshuva for the Puranut. If we look carefully, we see that the first pasuk in Perek Mem in Yeshayahu, which starts all the prakim of Nechama in Yeshayahu, is Nachamu, Nachamu Ami, Yomar Elokechem. So we start with this idea of console, console, says Hashem, says Elokim. Your Elokim, your Hashem. And Elokim many times defines din. But here Hashem is giving Nechama. Even the Hashem of din is giving the Nechama to Am Yisrael. And it's a double language. Nachamu, Nachamu Ami. Double language. Almost as if it's a tshuva to Bacho Tivke Yerushalayim. That Yerushalayim doubly cried in the Churban, and now we have double Nechama for Am Yisrael. What's the next pasuk? Dabru alev Yerushalayim. Speak to the heart of Yerushalayim. Vikir'u elea. Call out to her. Ki mal'at tzva'a, and we're going to discuss this, but its amount has been filled. Ki nirtza avona. Her sin has been appeased, forgiven. Ki lakcha miyad Hashem kiflayim, because she took from Hashem double. And we're going to try to understand, what is this double? Double punishment? Can that be that you get double punishment if you only sinned once? What is this? Ki lakcha miyad Hashem kiflayim. How can Hashem punish you double? We'll discuss that as well. Bechol chatoteha. Because she sinned doubly, but here it's also interesting, we have nachamu, nachamu ami. Is it double nechama because they did a double sin? What is going on here? Does the punishment always have to be commensurate with the crime? Can Hashem sometimes give more nechama, more rachamim? Or can Hashem sometimes punish doubly? Is there that kind of concept in Yahadut? Is that just? How does that work? So we're going to see some of the Mefarshim, to see the ideas of the Mefarshim. What do they say about these two important psukim that really define for us the idea of Nechama and the Nechama for Churban Bayit? What is the view of Targum Yonatan? Targum Yonatan, remember he is the Aramaic translation and interpretation. Onkelos is for Chumash, and Targum Yonatan is for Nevi'im and Ketuvim. Targum Yonatan explains that you have to speak to the heart of Yerushalayim because in the future, she's going to be filled with the individuals who are coming back in Shivat Zion, right? His explanation for Mal'at Tzva'a, that Yerushalayim is going to be filled with people, tzava, an army, a group of people, right? Like Chana said, Hashem Tzvakot, the God of armies. Because in the future, Hashem is going to send so many people in Shivat Zion. She's going to be so full when they come back from Galut. And this will happen, that so many people will come back to Yerushalayim because the Churban already fulfilled the punishment for the sins, for the Chovah that Bnei Yisrael fulfilled, that they did. And now, as a result, Yerushalayim, Bnei Yisrael, are going to get Kes Tanchumim, are going to get Nechama, Ki ilu lakat al chad train bechol chatotea, as if Bnei Yisrael were punished doubly. So Bnei Yisrael were not punished doubly. They were just punished once. But Hashem is giving so much nechama, double nechama, because the Churban was such a tragedy for Am Yisrael. So for Targum Yonatan, the idea is that Bnei Yisrael sinned, and that's why the Churban came, but the nechama is going to be double. Ki lakcha miyad Hashem kiflayim, that now they're going to get double nechama for their chataim. Because the Churban was as if Hashem punished them doubly, but he didn't. But it was as if. So now they deserve to receive such a great nechama. What is the view of Rashi? Does Rashi say, oh, it's as if Hashem punished Bnei Israel doubly, and that's why they deserve so much nechama? Rashi, as usual, quotes Targum Yonatan, but then he has his own view. He says, Ulefi pshuto, And according to the Pshat, Yitachen lefaresh, it's possible to explain. So he's seeing Targum Yonatan, but he's saying it's not as if they are receiving double nechama, and it's as if they were punished doubly. What does Rashi say? Yitachen lefaresh ki lakcha puranut kiflayim. It's possible to say that Bnei Yisrael were punished doubly. And Rashi says, what does it mean to be punished doubly? Shouldn't the crime and the punishment always be commensurate? Shouldn't the punishment always equal the crime? And Rashi says, V'im tomar, how could you say, He'ach midato shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu, l'shalem la'adam kiflayim becheto? How could it be that Hashem will pay you doubly for a punishment, which means you sinned once and Hashem's going to give you double punishment? So Rashi explains, Matzinu mikra maleh. We see in Yirmiyahu it says, Vishilamti rishona mishne avonam v'chatatam. Chatatam, yeah. That I can pay back double, Yirmiyahu says, for what they did, which means I'm going to pay them back mishneh, double. Right? Mishneh, Mishnah is to go over doubly. Second, mishneh, lechem mishneh, double portion. I could pay back a double portion. And Rashi says, we see it's pshat in Yirmiyahu. So our question is, how could that be? And many have come to try to explain this idea. Because Rashi says, pshat, it could be, just like the Pasuk says, Hashem could punish doubly. And one major idea might be this, that when you sin, many times it comes with the prelude and the preamble of thought, of machshava. And maybe it is the hirhurei avera. It's the thoughts and the ideas that you had before you did an action, that finally when you do this action of chet, you're getting punished not only for the action of chet, but all those thoughts that you had before that led to the actual doing and the actual perpetration of the chet. And that is a very interesting idea. And that is one of the ideas Ibn Ezra and others discuss in Lo Tachmod. That on the one hand, Lo Tachmod is a machshava. How can you be punished for a machshava? How can you be punished for thinking that you are coveting your neighbor's items? But if that thought will lead you to planning and to be obsessed and to act on it, then also the thought is implied in this. And maybe what Rashi is implying is that we shouldn't only think, oh, I didn't do the chet, or I haven't done it yet, and these thoughts are one way. But maybe the idea of the hirhurei avera, thinking, many times leads to action. So all those hundreds of years when the Nevi'im were speaking to Bnei Yisrael to do tshuva, and they weren't listening, and they were thinking of all these things that they were doing for Avodah Zarah and other things, led finally to the Churban Bayit, to the actions that they were doing for so many generations. So that is an interesting thought. The hirhurei avera that lead to the actual maaseh avera. The Ibn Ezra has a different opinion. He gives us another idea of this idea of kiflayim and of the nechama. On the one hand, Ibn Ezra says, very important here is the language, Dabru alev Yerushalayim, speak to the heart of Yerushalayim. And then he says that Bnei Yisrael, what's kiflayim? In general, the Jews are always punished doubly for everything they do. Here he doesn't say the idea of the relationship, but many other places we have it, and other Mefarshim describe it as well, that many times, because we're the Am Segula, we're the chosen nation, Hashem expects more from us. And that's why sometimes when we get punished doubly. But that takes care of it, and then the relationship is back. Our tshuva is complete, and then our relationship is back with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Radak explains that what is it kiflayim? That the kiflayim is Churban Bayit Rishon and Churban Bayit Sheni. That already the Navi is speaking about the future, not just about this Churban. And Radak says that all these beautiful prakim of Nechaman, especially this perek, are all for Yemot HaMashiach, because all these beautiful prakim and all these visions have not been fulfilled yet. So all of these ideas are really for Yemot HaMashiach. And the Malbim has another interesting idea here, again, of this idea of Nechama. The Malbim explains that Nachamu, Ami, what is the idea? The Malbim explains that there are many different ways to have Nechama. to have this Geula that's going to come in the future. And what is it? On the one hand, the Malbim says, Atem hanevi'im nachamu et ami. Right? Just like we saw earlier, the Navi, his job is to give nechama to Am Yisrael. And what are the choices? It's possible שהגאולה תבוא או קודם הזמן מצד הזכות. It's possible that when Bnei Yisrael will have zchuyot, will do mitzvot, and be good, right? We have a beautiful midrash that if Bnei Yisrael will fulfill 2 Shabbatot in a row, or will do Shemitah in a beautiful way, then the Geula will come. That the zchuyot could bring the Geula closer. We have this concept, Ani Hashem bi'ita achishena. Is the Geula going to come in its time, or is it going to come earlier? So the Malbim says, Ki mal'at tzva'a ki nirtza avona, explains that either ki mal'at tzva'a, it's possible that we'll be filled with all of the punishments that we deserve, and then our payment is in, which means the punishment fits the crime. We get punished, we have that punishment, and then the Geula will come because we paid up our dues. The other view is, as we said, that sometimes if Bnei Yisrael ki nirtza avona, that our sin is going to be forgiven, appeased. What does that mean? That maybe sometimes we are forgiven by Hashem because we do better, we do good, we do tshuva. Another possibility that the Malbim puts forward explains the words Ki lakcha miyad Hashem kiflayim. What's the possibility? And the Malbim explains that just like in Shiabud Mitzrayim, Bnei Yisrael was supposed to be there for 400 years, but it was cut down to Ridu, to 210 years, minus Ketz, minus 190, because the Shiabud was so intense that really it was a punishment of 400 years compressed into 210 years. And the Malbim wants to explain that it's possible that the Churban Bayit was so intense that it was as if Bnei Yisrael were punished doubly, or it could also be that in the future when Geula comes, that the Geula is going to come because the punishment of Galut is going to be so intense that Bnei Yisrael deserve to be brought to Geula quicker, because the intensity many times also changes the reality of the actual time span. Ki lakcha miyad Hashem kiflayim. The psukim continue. We're going to now continue in the pshat. Right after we have these two psukim, all of a sudden we go to this idea, Kol koreh bamidbar, a voice is screaming in the wilderness, Panu derech Hashem, make way for Hashem. Right, before we said Elokim, Yomar Elokechem, and here we have Panu derech Hashem. So here we're going to have the double use of Hashem. Panu derech Hashem yashru ba'arava, make the arava flat, mesila, le'Elokeinu. And here we already have the double idea of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Rachamim and the Din, that we understand that our relationship with Hashem and Hashem's acting in this world is very complex. It's not just one-dimensional. And everything is going to be flattened, just like at Mamad Har Sinai, when everything was changed in nature to bring Hashem to Har Sinai, so too Hashem is going to appear. V'nigla kvod Hashem, v'ra'u kol basar yachdav, ki pi Hashem diber. Everyone's going to see that Hashem is speaking. Because after the Churban, and during the Churban, people were asking, where is Hashem? The Beit HaMikdash is destroyed, his house is destroyed, he's letting it happen. Bnei Yisrael are in Galut, his Am Segula. So everyone was asking, where is Hashem? So part of the Nechama is that everyone's announcing Hashem is here. The presence of Hashem is coming and revealing himself, almost similar to what we had at Har Sinai. And Bnei Yisrael feel, Kol Omer Kra. So the voice that's telling Bnei Israel, gather round, Hashem is here, everyone's saying, what should I say? We're all dry. We're like the dead wheat and the dead grass that's all dried and is not producing in the fields. Which, how can we rebuild ourselves? We who are dry, who are not spiritual at this moment because of the terrible Churban. So the Navi is saying, but Hashem is eternal. If you connect yourself to Hashem, who is eternal, then you will be revived and you will be able to connect. Go up to a high mountain, cry out to Hashem, and make sure that you are connected to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And in that way, you will be able to revive. Ali lachal har gavoa, go on to a high mountain. And what does Hashem explain? I am going to be like a shepherd, and I am going to watch all of Bnei Israel and take care of them like a shepherd, one who really cares about all of his flock, who carries them close and makes sure that they're all taken care of. And then Hashem, the Navi, in the name of Hashem, says, and remember, Hashem is all-powerful. Hashem created this world. No one can compete with Hashem. Remember the koach of Hashem. That is the Hashem that we all worship, that we all care about. That is the koach of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Nothing and no one can compete with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And Hashem is coming back, and Hashem is connecting with you. And it's interesting that we have this idea developed in this Haftarah. And we're going to see that the final pasuk of the Haftarah is not going to be an explanation why Hashem brought the Churban, or what was the chet that Bnei Israel specifically did in this perek, right, to show why Churban came, and what is nechama in that sense. What did you do? And now you know what you sinned, and that's why Hashem gave you this punishment. In this perek, the idea is that Hashem is bringing nechama. Hashem is appearing to Am Yisrael, or they feel His presence. They have to be ready for His presence. And the idea is that Hashem created the world, so Hashem is divine providence on the whole world, but He's also like a shepherd, and He cares about you. So there is divine providence on a national, on a world level, on a universal level, but also on a private level, that He is caring for His flock. But the most important message is the last pasuk in here. Last two psukim. El mi tidamyuni ve'eshve yomar kadosh. You can't compare me to anyone. Su'u marom anechem. Lift your eyes up high. Uru'u mi bara eila. See who created everything. Hamotzi b'mispar tzva'am. Hashem can call all the stars, each one with its own name. Merov onim ve'amitz koach ish lo ne'edar. Because Hashem is all-powerful, He can call all the stars by their names, and they all come out. A metaphor, ve'ish lo ne'edar, a symbol for Am Yisrael. Hashem cares about all of us. And it's similar to the idea that we have in Eov. In Eov, after Eov goes through all of this tragedy, and he wants to know the answers for all of his questions, Eov wants an answer. Eov wants to know, what is the answer to my tragedies? How come all these tragedies befell me? And Hashem never really answers Eov and explains to him why he had to go through this test. What did he do maybe that this is a punishment? Did he really deserve such a punishment? But the end of Eov is that Hashem comes out of the Se'ara. In Perek Lamed Chet, Hashem answers Eov and says, who are you to ask all these questions? I was the one who created the world. I was the one who was here in the beginning of creation and made everything. And I'm the ultimate arbiter. So the idea of Eov is that you can ask the questions, but you might not get all the answers. You might not know why all these things happened. But the idea that Hashem is appearing, or that you know Hashem is here, and today when we don't have Hashem appearing to us or speaking to us directly in a sense of nivuah, but in our tefillot, and we understand that Hashem created the world and He's here, and even during this time of coronavirus, Hashem is here, Hashem is running everything, that we have to understand His koach and His presence in this world. And we have to understand that our emunah, that Hashem is really running the world and making sure that everything is going the right way, that the stars are coming out at the right time, that he is like the shepherd taking care of his flock. So the answer for Eov, when Hashem appears, he doesn't say, oh, I'm explaining to you why this all happened. Hashem appears to Eov and Hashem feels his presence. And what is Eov's answer? Eov's answer is, L'shema ozen shma'aticha, because I heard you. V'ata ini ra'atcha, and I saw you. Now again, we don't see or hear Hashem in the absolute, right? Because we're not Nevi'im, but we feel Hashem, we know his presence. We have this emunah, that idea that Hashem is present and running the world is our nechama, was Eov's nechama. And he says, Al ken em'as v'nichamti al afar va'efer. I am getting nechama. I know I'm nothing compared to you, great Hashem. And the truth is later, Eov was restored. That's a whole other question itself. What is that kind of nechama? Rebuilding after destruction. But the nechama did come to Eov. The nechama is coming to Am Yisrael. Here we are flourishing thousands of years afterwards, and here we are. So this idea of nechama, this idea of the 3 weeks, of the 9 days, of Churban, and then of nechama is a very important precedent and a very important idea in Am Yisrael. The idea that nechama is double because we believe that Hashem is all-powerful in making sure that everything is right in this world. That on one level, right, there is justice, just we don't understand. Ki lo machshvotai machshvotechem velo drachechem drachai. We don't understand completely Maaseh Hashem, but we have emunah. We have trust, and we understand that the Ribono Shel Olam is taking care of everything. And we can ask the questions. But we have emunah, and we look forward to the future, to nechama. The idea of Bnei Yisrael, the idea even when you sit Shiva, is that what is nichum avelim? That we encourage that things will get better. Things will continue. Things will be better in the sense that there is a future. And that's what we have to believe after Tisha B'Av, after a terrible tragedy. The idea of looking forward, of nechama, of being able to move ahead. And I want to wish us all this idea of nechama, that whatever tragedies or disappointments or difficulties or sicknesses or craziness that is going on now, that we look forward and have this emunah, that nechama is really at our doorstep. And we have to have this emunah, and we have to look forward, and we should really be the ones to help Hashem bring it. Kol koreh bamidbar. We have to call forward. We have to be the ones to set the road, to make sure that nechama is going to come. And not only that, but us as junior partners with Hashem, to make sure that nechama will be double. Nachamu, nachamu ami. That the nechama and the flourishing of our families, of the community, of the world is going to be double. And that should be our tefillah right now and our hope. So when we read Haftarat Nachamu Nachamu Ami, we should think of the Churban all the way then and think of our lives today. That nechama is really just around the corner. And Be'ezrat Hashem, it is going to be double. Kol Tov.
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry. We're as the Beis Hamikdash gone. I stand here all alone.
So, ladies, our topic for today is the all-important topic of Ahavas Yisroel. And I think many times this time of year, we hear about the Gemara in Yuma Tes that describes why the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed. We're all familiar with this Gemara. It says that the first Beis HaMikdash was destroyed because of the three cardinal sins, Gilui Arayos, Shvichas Damim, and Avodah Zarah. And the second Beis HaMikdash was the people at the time were involved in Torah, in mitzvos, and in Gemilos Chasadim, and it was destroyed for the reasons of Sinas Chinam. Now, an obvious question emerges from this, which is, if they were so involved with Torah, which does not allow sinah, mitzvos, we know that there's an avera that you're not allowed to hate other people, and Gemilos Chasadim is the ultimate chesed, the ultimate good, love. So how could it have been destroyed because of sinas chinam? And here we learn something which is very relevant to us in our times as well. The sinas chinam was very under the surface. Externally, Torah, mitzvos, organizations, gemachs, chesed, dinners. Under the surface, there was sinas chinam. The person who I don't get along with, the relative who I'm not talking to, the neighbor who has some friction, but it's all under the surface because out there we do Torah mitzvos and Gemilos Chasadim. So I'd like to talk today about how in our generation we can deal with removing the sinas chinam that's under the surface. And we all know that a door where the Beis HaMikdash was not rebuilt is a door that is still suffering from sinas chinam. And if we're not solving the problem, we're part of the problem. So we would like to eradicate sinas chinam on any level that we are able to. Rabbeinu Yonah in Shar Shuvah, Gimel, Rabbeinu Yonah says, "Huzharnu bezeh lahasir minafshenu midas hasina." He talks about the pasuk in Vayichan Yutes that we all know, "Lo tisnas achicha b'levavecha." You're not allowed to hate your brother in your heart. And he says we have to remove lahasir minafshenu. We have to remove sinah from our nefesh. Rav Chaskel Levenstein, the famed Mashgiach the Meir, said that you could be medayik these words lahasir. If you have to remove it, it means it's there already. Rabbeinu Yonah is not telling you avoid feeling sinah. He's telling you that the human predicament is unfortunately that we do have some sinah, and we have to try to remove it. So that shows something about the human condition if the sinah is already there and it has to be removed. So Rav Chaskel Levenstein explains that the reason why it's part of the human condition that we have sinah is because we all have love of self. We have our egocentricity, our love of self. And therefore, there's a package that if I love myself, then anybody who's getting in my way, I have a negative feeling towards. Or I have to dislike people who are different than me in order to feel good about myself. I have to notice flaws in others because that makes me feel good. So our self-love causes, unfortunately, sinah towards others. Some of us suffer with this more, some less, but this is part of the human experience, and that's where Rabbeinu Yonah says that we have to lahasir, we have to remove the sinah. Okay, so let's get to a practical aspect. There's so many aspects of this, but I'd like to focus today on one specific one. The Netziv, in his Hakdama to Sefer Bereshis, quotes the Medrash Rabbah in Parsha Memtes, which is talking about Avram Avinu. And the Medrash quotes a pasuk in Tehillim Mem Hey pasuk Ches, Ahavta tzedek v'tisna resha. It's talking about Avram Avinu according to the Medrash. You loved tzedek, you loved tzedkus, justice, good things, v'tisna resha, and you hate bad. Okay, that would seem to be all of us. We love tzidkus and we hate rishus. Amazing. Except the Medrash says a very unusual twist here about Avram Avinu. Ahavta lahatzdik et briosi. v'tisna laharshiyan. Ladies, this should become a mantra for us. It's not just that Avram loved tzedek and hated resha. It's that he loved to be matzdik people. He loved to justify, to see the good. But tisna laharshiyan. He hated seeing bad in people. I think that this is incredible. And this is what we want to get to. This is not about lowering our standards when we see somebody who does something that we don't agree with. It's not that I have to think that everybody does everything right. It's that I am not looking to catch them in their mistakes. Ahavta tzedek, ahavta lahatzdik. You loved justifying. You loved seeing the good in people. But tisna laharshiyan, and you hated being in a position where you had to see bad in other people. When I read this idea, I said, wow, this is something to strive for. That we should be so happy to be able to see people doing good, or we should be so upset when we have to actually see bad in somebody. And this is like a father, because Avram Avinu was considered the Av Hamon Goyim. A father, even if he has a son doing things that he doesn't approve of, the father, still wants the child to be healthy and be well. He cares about his welfare. But more than that, if the father can catch the child doing something good, he says to his wife, did you see what he did today? He did this mitzvah. Or I think things are getting better. He's doing this well. Because that's the way a father relates to a son. And this is our goal. Ahavta latzdik et briosi v'tisna laharshiyan. We love seeing good in people, and we hate having to see bad. We don't want to. So this is what we have to work on. And really this goes together with the midah of being dan l'kav schos, of judging people favorably. In fact, we relate to the concept of judging people favorably, dan l'kav schos, as an interpersonal skill. There is a perush on Pirkei Avos, when the Mishnah talks about Havidanis Kol Adam L'Kav Schos. Rav Yedaya Panini, who wrote a perush, he lived around the same time as the Rambam. He says something very, very interesting. He draws a parallel between the interpersonal and the intrapsychic. Let's understand. When I see you doing something that's ambiguous, I could interpret it to the good, I can interpret it for the bad. Depends which way I'm looking at it. So we all know that when we're dan l'kav schos, we take the good option and we push away the bad. That's what we're trying to do when we judge favorably. So I just took a situation which was ambiguous and I pulled towards me the good, and the good option, the good way to interpret what you did, and I pushed away the bad. Rav Yedaya Panini says that when you learn how to do this, it affects you intrapsychically as well. What does that mean? Sometimes we have to make decisions in our brains between two choices. We're not sure what's good and what's bad. We're ambivalent about the decision we have to make. If you got used to being dan l'kav schos interpersonally, you got good at extracting good from mixed situations and pushing away bad. So right now you're ambivalent about your own decision, but you will know how to choose the good and push away the bad, because you practice doing this interpersonally in the way you choose to see other people, and it will affect you intrapsychically. It will affect your decision-making capacity. It will affect your ability to choose good over bad in your personal life and your personal decisions. So we want to get good at this. We want to get good at choosing good and pushing away bad. I once gave over this idea, and there was a woman in the group who was a Baal Tshuva who had studied in Nevei Yerushalayim. And she said when she learned Hilchos Shabbos for the first time, and they got to Borer, which is such a complicated topic, and the teacher was talking about the conditions of Borer, and the teacher said you have to choose Ochel mitoch hapsolat, you have to choose the good over the bad. And then he smiled and he said, and try to do this interpersonally as well. Choose to see good and push away bad. So that's what we're trying to do. And I think that this is a very big part of Ahavas Yisroel, Because when you really love someone, you want to interpret their actions for the good. You don't want to catch them doing bad. And therefore, in our attempt to move away from sinas chinam and move towards ava, we have to be able to do this exercise. Ahavta tzedek, v'tisna resha. You wanted to see the good and you wanted to push away the bad. Okay, so let's look at this. I'd like to share with you an idea that I wish I remember who I heard it from. I think I heard it in the name of Rav Moshe Shapiro Zatzal, I'm not sure. But I thought it would give me a very good understanding of this topic. We see that there's like a big koach milchama in a person. People have this big war, this like love of war. In the olden times, it was literally with the gladiators and people fighting, and we had in the Middle Ages wars where people would go out the street to fight over religion, fight over territory. In modern day times, we have sports, we're one team against the other. We have politics, one team against the other. What is it in man that so much always needs to be the us and the them, my side and your side? I want to strengthen this point at the time that we're living in right now. I remember when COVID-19 was first emerging, I remember saying to my husband at some point, I said, finally, there's a universal crisis that puts all of us in the same boat. We're all together, all different people of all different shades and stripes and opinions, but we're all suffering the same thing. It was like a little bit of in the difficulty, there was like a sweetness that at least we were all united. And unfortunately then came the shaming and the blaming of who's taking this precaution and who isn't, which communities are doing this and which communities are doing that. And I said, how are we so talented as to take a universal crisis and make little internal caps within this as well? It was very, very sad for me. So there's clearly a need within people to kind of like have the good guys and the bad guys and the us and the them. We see this in children when they play in the courts. We see this with us and our neighbors, or us in different communities with different ideologies. Why? So like I said, I think it was said in the name of Rav Moshe Shapiro, that the real reason why Hashem puts a koach milchama, a desire for war in a person, is to overcome our Yetzer Hara. This is supposed to be an internal war of my Yetzer Tov conquering my Yetzer Hara. Unfortunately, this desire for war gets derailed and goes to all these different places where it's not supposed to go. But really, it's supposed to be harnessed for me to have my better side overcome my darker side, for me to conquer my Yetzer. So let's think about judging favorably in this particular context. The Gemara in Kiddushin Ayin says, Kol haposel b'muma posel, which literally means that if you see somebody, if you're noticing somebody doing something wrong, if you're harping on somebody's imperfections, ask yourself if this is not projection. Maybe I have this weakness and I am projecting it onto you. Or as the expression goes, takes one to know one. Kol haposel b'muma posel. If we look at it deeper, later on the Gemara says, Kol haposel pasol. Anybody who has to point out other people's problems, what's wrong with me, what's unresolved with me, that I have to look at what's wrong with you. So it's either Kol haposel b'muma posel or Kol haposel pasol. But basically, we have a relationship to the things that we see in other people. Now, if I want to use my koach milchama, not to fight against you, but to fight to overcome my own Yetzer Hara, I have to ask myself, why did I have to see this weakness in you? And to reflect it back on myself, what does it teach me about myself so that I can overcome my own Yetzer Hara? One of the clearest examples of this is when Chazal point out the Smichos Parshios, the connection between the Parsha of Nazir and Parsha of Sota. We know that the Sota was a woman who committed an immoral act, And it's right next to the parsha of Nazir, the man who decides to not drink wine. And Chazal tell us, Kol haro'a sota b'kilkula yazir atzmo min hayayin. If you ever thought about this, the Nazir was an upstanding person. He hears about an immoral act, and instead of saying, oh, what's the world coming to today? Another scandal. Look at the world. In which case he just feels very holy, but he didn't really have to do anything. He just has to feel good because, point out what they're doing wrong and then you feel good. But the Nazir didn't do that. He reflected back on himself and he asked himself the question, would I ever commit an immoral act? His answer was no. But then when he asked himself deeper, he said, when people drink wine, they're not always in control of themselves. So maybe my conclusion from hearing about the Isha Sota is that I should not drink wine. And the Baal Shem Tov says we learn from this a very important skill. When you see negative in other people, instead of harping on it, which gives you a free kick, you just start feeling holy because look at the world is coming to today. Reflect it back on yourself and say, why did I have to see that? And what does that teach me about myself? And if it teaches you that this is not an area where you need improvement, so it also gives you a higher level of self-awareness. But at least you reflected back and you asked yourself the question. So the question becomes then, why did I have to see this? And I try to grow through that process. Okay, I think that often when we see faults in other people, there are different relationships that we have to the fault itself. Sometimes it's like the pshat of what the Gemara says, kol posel b'muma posel. The reason why I see that in you is because it's very familiar to me, and I just kind of am noticing it in you. As we said, I'm familiar with this. It takes one to know one. But if you look at it from the perspective of what we just said, the reason why I had to see that in you was to learn something about myself that I clearly am not in touch with myself. I'm going to give a very personal example. I don't know who's hearing this, but I recently was very critical of somebody who took a very, very strong public stance on a topic that I felt was overly self-assured, and I was not sure that was the correct thing to do. Over time, it has come out that I think the person did make a mistake, and part of it was saying, you see, she was wrong. And then I said to myself, what is going on here? I'm looking to catch somebody in a mistake? I should be sorry if the person made a public statement and made a mistake. And then I said to myself, why is this bothering me so much? So the pshat level is, she was too self-assured. She shouldn't have been so confident in herself. And the drash is, why did I have to see that? Kol posel b'muma posel. I said to myself, maybe Hashem is asking me to examine when I'm too opinionated and I'm too self-assured. Because I could be pretty opinionated. And the fact that it bothers me so much to watch somebody else have a strong opinion is maybe a lesson for me to a little bit tone down my own opinionated side. Because that's what the Kol HaMilchama is about. Not to be in a conflict with somebody else, but rather for me to overcome my own yetzer and to learn about my own limitations and where I need to grow. So that's kol posel b'muma posel. Sometimes it doesn't seem to work. The topic that we are so bothered about in other people is actually something where we have no weakness in this topic. If you're very bothered by people who aren't punctual and you're super yakish, it's not because you have the same flaw. But sometimes the problem is exactly the opposite. I was gifted in a certain area, and therefore it's very hard for me to understand and be tolerant of people who are different than me. So I'm always picking up people's flaws and noticing them because I'm proud of who I am, and I don't really understand people who don't have my strengths. There's a third category, which is that sometimes the reason why I'm noticing your flaws is because I used to be like you. and I changed. And now I'm very intolerant of anybody who still has my own patterns. So if we put this together, when you see a flaw in somebody else and you want to kind of self-reflect, you say, am I you? Am I the opposite of you? Or maybe I used to be you. And that's why I'm so critical. So we have to reflect back and understand this. But I'd like to go a little deeper. And we're going to use a little poetic license right now. Let's say I'm bothered by something. And as much as I try to look at my relationship to the topic, I really can't find a relationship between me and the topic. But still there's a hashgacha in the fact that I am noticing this. And I don't want to use it as negative energy towards another Jew. I'd rather improve myself and use my koach of milchama to be a better person. And I don't want to think negatively about you. So here is a beautiful idea that you can use a little poetic license and ask yourself, where do I see this flaw in myself? Maybe dressed up a little differently. Let's give an example. A certain teacher once used this method, and I heard it quoted. I just don't want to say her name because I didn't ask her for permission to use her name publicly. But somebody said to me that this teacher did a masterful job. She was teaching this idea, and she asked a student, a one-year student in seminary in Israel, give me an idea of something that bothers you, that you're very critical of. So the girl said, I can't stand it when Israeli kids, when kids in Yerushalayim they drop potato chip packages and shekel bags on the floor. Yerushalayim is supposed to be a beautiful city. And from Yerushalmi, kids in Yerushalayim are throwing things on the floor. The teacher said to the girl, good. Do you throw potato chip packages on the floor? She said, absolutely not. Then the teacher said to her, do you throw your skirts on the floor in your dorm room? She said, no, I'm very, very neat. Everything's well put away. So the teacher said, well, ask yourself, do you ever drop things and make a mess? Let's think a little more creatively. So the girl was a good candidate for this assignment. She thought for a minute and she said, yes, sometimes I drop a comment and I make a big mess by offending somebody. And she was quiet again. And sometimes I drop a friend and I make a big mess. So the teacher said, you see, there was some reason why you have to be bothered and notice people dropping things and making a mess. But you need to reflect back and say, why did I have to see this? And how does this help me in my milchama against my own yetzer? Not a war with you. I want to be at peace with you. But I want to fight my yetzer hara. And why did I have to see this? So this is what we're trying to do in order to create Ahavas Yisroel. We're trying to move away from our negativity. We want to see good in people. As we just read in Parshas Balak, Lo hibit avin b'Yakov. Hashem sees the good. Lo ra'av al Yisrael. Hashem doesn't see the bad in us. We want to see good in people. And we want to grow at the same time. So we reflect back and we ask ourselves, why is this bothering me? And how can I grow in this process? Okay, I'd like to share with you an idea from Tzvi Meyer Zilberberg, big tzaddik in Yerushalayim. Tzvi Meyer has a whole book called Dion L'Kaf Schos. And I love teaching from his ideas because Tzvi Meyer has very, very, very high personal standards and a lot of love for people who do not have the same standards as him. Down the Kaf Schos is not this liberal, everything goes, it's all okay. I could objectively not think you're doing the right thing, but I could love you anyway. And that's our purpose in Ahavas Yisroel. Hold on to your standards and love people the same way that parent doesn't agree with what their child is doing, but they love them, they want them to do well, and they want to catch them doing something right. So Tzvi Meyer gives a mashal for this that is really more in the male world. And since I'm speaking to women, I revised this to a female mashal that I made up based on his what he wrote. When you see a very well-dressed person who puts a lot of effort into looking presentable. And they're walking down the street, except they don't realize that they have a run in their stocking, or their slip is coming down, or a button was left open. What do you do when you see such a person? So there's three possible responses. One response is to go up to the person and tap them on the shoulder and whisper to them that there's a run in their stocking, or that their slip is falling down, or whatever it would be. There are not that many people who do this, especially to strangers. Sometimes it's like an older lady who says, I'll just make her uncomfortable for a minute, but then I'll save her a lot of discomfort. That's category number one. If you're not going to go over and you only need one person to do that, what do other people do? Some people point, stare, call their friends, and laugh. Usually, children under the age of 5 would do such a thing. Not all of them, but some. What do the rest of us do? The rest of us look away because we feel bad. This woman clearly does not realize that this is the way she looks, and she thinks she looks fine, and I'm embarrassed for her. I'm not angry at her, I'm embarrassed for her. And I look away. And what's the next thing people often do? They often check their own clothing to make sure that they don't have a button open or they don't have a run in their stocking. Because the nature of people is that this could happen to anybody. It could happen to me too. When we look at this, when you see a flaw in another person, you have three choices. You can go over to them and point it out to them. As the Torah says, right next to Lo tisnas achicha b'vavecha, we also learn hochech tochiach es hamisecha, v'yikra yotes. It's a mitzvah to point something out to somebody. Except we all know the heter of the Rambam, that if the person's not going to take it well, then we don't do this. But sometimes there's something that somebody can do in the right way, and the person will appreciate it. It's a very, very hard thing to do, to give tochacha properly. But the litmus test of giving tochacha properly is when the person says thank you and they really know that you meant for their good. And that's why most of us don't do this, because we can't fill that criteria. But for the most of us who are not going to point something out to somebody, we can gawk, point. That's the Lashon Hara. It's the thinking a lot about people's chesronos. Sometimes we're not telling it over, but we think about it, we analyze it, we obsess about what other people are doing wrong, what other communities are doing wrong. That's like a 5-year-old's behavior. Why would you want to obsess and focus and point at somebody's weaknesses? The thing that most of us should be doing is looking away. I'm so sorry I saw that in you. Because really, I'm trying to keep what the Medrash says. That we want to be matzdik. Ahavta l'hatzdik at briosi. V'tisna l'harshiyan. We don't want to see bad in people. And if we saw bad, we want to look away. When we look away, we're modestly saying, I have my chesronos too. And that's when we check our own slip. Because I don't want people noticing. There must be things about me that people notice that I don't realize they're noticing, and it's embarrassing. So I feel vicariously embarrassed for you that I noticed your flaw, because people don't like their flaws to be noticed, and I look away. Now, even if the person's flaw is in an area where I have a certain sensitivity, so I notice people who are doing the wrong thing because I worked on myself a lot. I won the lottery that this is an area of strength, or this is an area where I was inspired to work on, or my circumstances allowed me to improve, or maybe I was gifted. But either way, I won the lottery. People who win the lottery are not angry at people who do not win the lottery. So if I happen to be sensitized in a certain area, and I notice that you're not, well, I was gifted. I'm lucky. In fact, I could daven for you that you should also be gifted. Rav Tzvi Meyer recommends 2 things when you notice a weakness in somebody else. Lehit palel u lehit pa'el. Lehit palel is daven for them that they should win the lottery, that they should also be exposed, that they should also be inspired. But you know what happens when we put people on our tefillah list? There's a certain condescension. I'm lucky, I'm davening for you that you should be more sensitive in this area. So it sometimes creates an imbalance of condescension. So therefore we balance out lehit palel with lehit pa'el. Lehit pa'el means to be inspired by somebody. Because maybe here I'm davening for you that you should get the gift that I have, but there are other areas where you're gifted and I'm not. And I want to be inspired by you. So we maintain the balance. Lehit palel, that people should be sensitized to areas, but lehit pa'el, for me to be inspired by them in areas of their strengths. And these are the ingredients of Ahavas Yisroel. I'll end by saying that Tzvi Meyer says something so beautiful. He says, when we focus on people's chesronos, it's kind of like going to a world-famous museum and going up to, let's say, the Mona Lisa or some world-famous picture, and taking a magnifying glass and going as close as you can to the painting and looking at a little speck in the corner of the painting. If you've ever seen a tourist do that, well, that's not somebody who knows how to appreciate art. Because what people do is they walk in, they see the painting, they stand back, and they take in the whole work of art. Because that's how you appreciate fine art. Tzvi Meyer says that every Jew is a work of art. When you're hyper-focusing on his chesronos, you're like a person who doesn't know how to appreciate art. Stand back and take in the whole person, because there's a lot of beauty and a lot to be inspired by. Thank you, ladies.
Acheinu kol beis Yisroel. Acheinu kol beis Yisroel.
Shalom uvracha, beautiful Jewish sisters of mine. It's great to be here with you, and I hope we're all having a meaningful experience during the 9 days. Bezrat Hashem, we will see simchos soon in the future. But as we're about to commemorate the day when we lost 2 Batei Mikdash, the chance that we are being given to be mechazik each other in V'ahavta l'reacha kamocha and loving one another is so very appropriate and apropos, and I want to thank Vayichan for inviting me to share some thoughts with you about that. So this is a story that actually happened to me in the Tel Aviv airport or Yafo airport, and it would be nice to see it busy again, but this was at a time that it was the busy, hustling airport, and I had run in to buy some last-minute gifts for people in America. Usually that's chocolate, or the one thing I won't buy in the duty-free shop in Israel for people in America are things that are made in other countries, because I think that that's just ridiculous. And I was going in there to buy some treats for people, and when I got to the desk, they have all these miftza'im. And being the non-bashful me, I noticed that the Ahavas skin products were on sale, and the sign that was up to advertise that said, Ahava b'mivtza, love is on sale. So I looked at the salesperson behind the counter and I said, Ahava b'mivtza? And he said, Ken, you can buy this and this and this and this. And I said, Ahava ze hadavar achi chinam ba'olam. Love is the most free thing in the world. Tzrichim ladat ech latet, v'tzrichim ladat ech lakachat. You have to know how to take it, and you have to know how to give it. And that's really what it's all about. Nebuchadnezzar, and we commemorated that day just over a week and a half ago, put a wall around us. And he showed us that we really belong together. But we know that that destruction came on the heels of Sinas Chinam. And Kol Dor Shelo Nivne Beis Hamikdash B'yamav Kilu Nechrav. It's like we're still destroying it with all the continuous machlokas and fighting, and you did this and you did that, and it's constant. And in our rabbinical position in our community, my husband says that's the thing he spends the most time with, putting out fires, trying to get people to get along. And I'm going to quote to you from Rav Eliyahu Meirav, whose son Yossi, or stepson Yossi Cohn, was murdered, Hashem Yikom Damo, over 1.5 years ago, and he said, Chaval shehachor beinenu. It's so sad that there's a hole between us. No, I'm sorry, I said it wrong, but I can say it again. Chaval shehashachor beinenu. Why is there blackness between us? Chaval shenifkashim b'shachor. Why do we only meet when things are dark? Halavai shenizkeh she'ava techaber beinenu. Halavai. If only love could connect us. Yes, when we go through tsaros and Klal Yisrael, we're great, we're there for each other. But if only we could be there in the happy times, and we could just be there for each other, and we could get along. And obviously in the Ahavas Yisroel, for all of us with us today, it starts with our families, it moves out to our communities where we live, and then it moves on a broader scale to the entire Klal Yisrael. So I want to take a look at what Rav Dessler says about understanding this mitzvah of the Torah in Vayikra Yud Zayin, where it says, V'ahavta l'reacha kamocha. We know that Rabbi Akiva tells us this is the klal gadol b'Torah. This is the greatest klal in the Torah, is to love Klal Yisrael and to work on that. The Ramban says on the pasuk there, what does kamocha mean? We don't have the halacha of, when unfortunately, if anyone is ever caught in a situation where two people have one jug of water in the desert, the halacha actually says you drink it, chayecha kodmin. What does kamocha mean in that sense? Kamocha means that I want you to have all the good in the world, just like I want good for me. So loving another actually starts with a healthy self-esteem, because if you don't love yourself, you're not going to love somebody else. So that hopefully you're a healthy person and you do want good for yourself. And therefore kamocha in this sense, in the simple sense, is the bittul hakina, that I really want you to have it, and I want you to have all good in the world, even if I don't have it. And obviously that he brings up, for that example, he brings up the Mishnah in Avos, which talks about the ahava she'eino tluya b'davar, a love that is not dependent on anything, and then that's the love that will last. And the example of that is David and Yonasan. And we know that Yonasan tells David, Atatim l'chal Yisrael, I'm not going to be king. My father was king, you're going to be king. And I love you. Ki ahavas nafsho ahiv. Because he loved him. Because he loved him and he wanted him to have all the good in the world. I have such a sweet story about a friend of mine that actually happened to me that really gives a perfect example of this. I had gotten a certain kind of coat. I'm not going to go into the descriptives of what kind of coat it was, but it was a certain kind of coat. It was a very good coat, warm on the inside, and very, very, Baruch Hashem, it was a birthday treat. And I had gone to visit my friend on a Shabbos, and I was wearing this coat. And I took off the coat, and she looked at it, and she said, oh my, I love that coat. I have always wanted a coat like that. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what's she going to say? And then she said, I'm so happy that you have it. I'm so happy that you have it. V'ahavta l'reacha kamocha. That I love you, and I want you to have all the good in the world, and I don't need to be one up. And that's exactly what this mitzvah is telling us. There's a world out there where everyone just needs to be one up another. And I need to be able to show everybody that I have it, and I need to show everybody that this is what I'm doing. I have a friend here who is in the bridal gown business, and she said, we have some people who are coming in and they're making their weddings, and they're making small weddings, and they're getting married. And there are some people who just keep coming in and telling me, we need to push it off. We need to push it off again. We need to push it off again. If there's nobody there to see what I'm wearing, then what am I having a wedding for? That is the sad reality of a world of sinas chinam. That kind of attitude keeps our Beis Hamikdash being destroyed. Hakina v'hataiva v'hakavod motziim es ha'adam min ha'olam. you're running after the honor and you're jealous and you're looking at everybody else, it takes you out of this world and what we're supposed to be doing. A person needs to reach that place where I can be happy. I can be happy for somebody else, even when they have what I don't have. I can always be happy if they have what I have, unless I'm so competitive that they can't even have what I have. But hopefully I can be happy when they have what I have. But I can be happy for them when they're experiencing a simcha that I don't have. Rav Dessler says the next level is kamocha mamish, that I sense myself in the other. I feel I'm part of them. I feel that they are a part of me and that we are all part of one another. The example that he gives is a famous mashal. He says, Klal Yisrael, we're compared to guf echad, we're compared to one body. And he says, if your right hand was cutting a piece of meat and accidentally cut your left hand, would your left hand then take the knife and cut the right hand? That's how Klal Yisrael is supposed to feel about one another. And the Mesilas Yesharim says that what I really should feel about another Jew, bli hafresh. There's no separation. We really are one another. We're really all one family. And zuhi Ahavas Yisroel. That's what Ahavas Yisroel is. Ahavas Yisroel is, you are a part of me. I have a special needs son who is severely handicapped. And when we have the zechus to fly to Eretz Yisrael, we always fly El Al. They should have a refuah shalema. I don't know how they're doing right now as you're watching this, but as I'm filming this, they're on strike. And I prefer to fly El Al because honestly, it's tov latusim hamishpacha. It's good to fly with family. And I can tell you that I have been on other airlines with my son where they have no ichpatiyut, they really don't care. And I've actually had El Al people say to me, Anachnu mishpacha. This is how Klal Yisrael should feel. I should feel that if I am doing something nasty to another Jew, I'm actually doing it to myself. Like I'm hurting myself. Like we're really all one family. So of course we're going to do for one another because he says, Anachnu Am Yisrael. That's who we are. We're Am Yisrael. We're one family. And the last level that Rabbi Akiva says, Zeh Klal Gadol, which Rabbi Dessler calls the third level, is the following, and I'm going to quote to you directly from Rav Dessler. Shelo Tomar, that you shouldn't say, Ho'il v'nizbazti, I've been embarrassed. Yitbazeh chaveri imi, let my friend be embarrassed with me. Ho'il v'niklamti, maybe somebody cursed me. Yitkalo chaveri imi, let my friend be cursed with me. Amar Rav Tanchuma, he quotes Rabbi Tanchuma, Imasisa ken, if you did this, da l'mi atam mevazeh. Know who you're embarrassing? You're embarrassing the image of God. You're envisioning, you're embarrassing the Tzelem Elokim that is that other Jew. The fact is, the Ramban writes in his Igeres, that the one who is humble before others will be humble before Hashem. That the highest and the highest level of Ahavas Yisroel is that we are not just one family, we are Hashem's family. We are the Tzelem Elokim that HaKadosh Baruch Hu created to be a family. Rav Wolbe writes that we have a concept called Machlokes L'Shem Shamayim, which the best example of that that the Mishnah Avos tells us is Hillel and Shammai. But we know that Hillel and Shammai, Hashem wanted them to have different opinions. Because Elu ve'elu divrei Elokim chayim. This was all the truth in Torah. But Hillel and Shammai, they ate in each other's houses. They married into each other's families. They got along. They were friends. There was no part of the machlokas that affected their relationship between one another because everything was l'shem shamayim. And they saw themselves as a part of one family, and they saw that as the reality. And this is what we call machlokas l'shem shamayim. And Rav Wolbe writes, there are machlokases that Hashem creates that are also l'shem shamayim that shall never meet and cannot coexist. The best example of that is Eish and Mayim, fire and water. They're meant to be separate. They can't coexist. HaKadosh Baruch Hu created it to be that way. HaKadosh Baruch Hu made Klal Yisrael so colorful and so different. He made us Mechulak. He made us 12 Shvatim. Each one, Yaakov Kamenetsky loves to talk about this. Each one was a different color, and a different flag, and a different job, and a different place to camp in the desert, and a different job when they get to Eretz Yisrael, and a different Nachla. And he says, Aval zeh lo machlokes shetzarich liot mechulak. This should not be a separated diversity. Instead, we should be together. We should be together. We should learn how to take our differences and still love one another and respect one another and get along. Like Hillel and Shammai, if our differences are l'shem shamayim, if our differences really are just to bring a Kiddush Hashem to the world and nothing else, then I still love you because A, I want you to have good. B, you're a part of me. C, you're a Tzelem Elokim and you're special to me. And there's a powerful mashal, I think credited to the Dubna Magid, that I love to tell about two brothers growing up in the same city. And one brother is very financially successful and the other brother is really impoverished. And the brother who is well off does not help out his younger brother. He does not do anything for his younger brother. In fact, when he sees him, he crosses the street. And when he makes simchas, he does not invite him. Their elderly father is living in this city, and he takes ill. And he declares that he does not want to see his wealthy son when he is dying. And he only allows the other son, who is poor, to tend to him. And the father is dying and dying and dying. And things are getting worse. And the wealthy son hears about this in the streets. He hears that his father's not doing well. Finally, one day, he storms up to the house and he bangs on the door and he says, let me in, I need to see my father. And the father turns to his other son who's inside and he says to him, open the door. So the other son, the poor son opens the door and his brother's standing there and he's about to rush in and the father with superhuman strength gets up and he says, no, don't come in. And he looks at his wealthy son and he points to his poor son and he says to his wealthy son, if that is not your brother, you are not my son. HaKadosh Baruch Hu made us all Klal Yisrael. If you don't feel that Klal Yisrael feeling, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I'm not your father. I'm going to destroy your mikdash. It's going to keep burning. And I want to quote to you the Medrash in Shir HaShirim. The Medrash talks about the Psukim in Shir HaShirim, and it's a beautiful Medrash. It says, Hayesheves ba'ganim chaverim makshivim. When, this is the pasuk from Shir HaShirim, when they're sitting in the garden, their friends, they're listening. The Medrash Rabbah says on this, Yisrael nichnasim lebatei knesiyos, v'korim kriya shema, b'kivun das. When Jews go into shul and they read kriya shema with intention, b'kol echad, with one voice, b'deya u'b'tam echad, with one head and with one expression or taste, meaning nobody's thinking about how much he hates the guy next door, right? They're all of one heart. HaKadosh Baruch Hu omer lahem, Hashem says to them, like the pasuk says in Shir HaShirim, Hayoshevet baganim shatem korim chaverim, when you sit in the garden and you're called friends, Ani b'papalya sheli makshivim l'kolech. Me, in my palace, I hear your voice. Aval Yisrael korin kriya shabatir of das, v'zeh makdim v'zeh me'acher. And they don't have the same place of mind, and they're not together, and one's early and one's late. Then the pasuk says, continuing on in Shir HaShirim, Brach dodi, go away, udmei lecha letzvi, and be like the deer. Says the Medrash, litzva shel marla, be like the angels above, hadomim lekvodcha b'kol echad, be domim to them, that they call out to Hashem with one voice and with one heart, like the Malachim. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, Hashem Yoshvim Bagan, and we are sitting there in the garden, your Chaverim, Makshivim. Don't we know that's all we want? We want Hashem to hear our voices. We want that Beis Hamikdash to be destroyed. We want to be there for one another, to see that happen. I don't only want Mashiach to come for me, I want it to come for you. I want all of us to be there together, to sing and dance together, to be happy together. And until then, the more I love Hashem, the more I will love His children. And I want to share with you in a way, frightening understanding from Rav Yaakov Yosef Shlita on the Chazal that talks about Kamsa and Bar Kamsa, that says, Al Kamsa Bar Kamsa Chorva Yerushalayim. That Yerushalayim was destroyed because of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa. And the story goes like this, it's familiar to many of us, so here's a little review. There was a man, he remains nameless, who had an Ahav and a Sona. He had a man he loved and he had a man he hated. The man he hated was named Bar Kamsa, and the man he loved was named Kamsa. And he was making a party, and he sent an invitation to Kamsa, and accidentally, as Mel tends to do, and it still happens today, Mel goes to the wrong houses, it went to Bar Kamsa. Bar Kamsa assumes that possibly this gentleman wants to reconcile with him, and he says, let's make shalom, and he goes to the party. And he goes to the party, and the host sees him there, and he says, what are you doing here? Get out of here! You're not my friend. And he casts him out, and he really, really embarrasses him. And Bar Kamsa is so ashamed and so enraged that he runs to the home of the Roman governor, and he says to him, do you know that the Jews so despise you, they'll never, never take one of your offerings in the temple? And he says, the Roman governor says to him, no, I send all the time. All the nations of the world were able to bring karban. And he says, I'm going to prove it to you. Give me your best animal. So the Roman governor gives him the best animal. And of course, as the story goes, Bar Kamsa gives it a mum, gives it a blemish before it comes to the Mikdash. And the Kohanim turn it down. And he brings back the animal, the blemish is concealed, and he says to the governor they wouldn't take it. And the governor is enraged, and as the domino effects happen, the Chorban is hastened because of how much Bar Kamsa enraged the governor. So Rav Yosef has a novel understanding of this, and I would like to share what he says with you. He says that this is very strange. The Gemara tells us that Kamsa and Bar Kamsa destroyed Yerushalayim. And there's two people in that blame, and one of these people doesn't even play. He is not even a player in this story, and his name is Kamsa. He doesn't even have a role. You might say Bar Kamsa and the host destroyed Yerushalayim, but Kamsa is not in this story at all. And he answers the following. Bar, we know, in Aramaic means ben, it means a son. And Bar Kamsa had to be the son of Kamsa. And he says the following. Why is Kamsa faulted for the horrible thing that his son does? He says that love is so strong. Love is so strong that if I love somebody, then the people who they love, I love too. And that's how it should spread. When you meet a good friend and they introduce you to another friend of yours and the line is, oh, any friend of so-and-so is a friend of mine. That's really because the love spreads. If I love you, I'm going to love who you love. And he says, how could Kamsa be an ahuv with someone that his son hates? That means that Kamsa's love was not strong enough to be passed on to his child. We need to create an ahava that is so strong that it passes from one to another and it just spreads. And halavai, like we quoted earlier, shenipagesh b'smachot v'lo rak b'shachor. We shouldn't only meet in the dark times. We should meet in the good times. We should meet in the happy times, and we should be there as a klal for one another and stop looking to criticize and castigate and put down other people in Klal Yisrael. Let's work on ourselves to be giving and loving people and give HaKadosh Baruch Hu nachas. I end with the bracha of David HaMelech from Tehillim Kuf Chaf Ches. Leman achai v'rei adar bana shalom bach. For my brothers and my friends, I ask for shalom. Leman beis Hashem Elokeinu avach shatov lach. That's what would be good for us, if there could be shalom amongst Klal Yisrael. Halavai v'chein beit Elokeinu, we will see it. Neilech b'ragesh, we will go with such emotion and so happily. B'mheira v'yameinu, there's still a chance that Tisha B'Av will be a Yativ. Halavai, thank you so much.
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry. We're as the Beis Hamikdash gone, I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home? A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride. But sin has Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this gallows end? How much more can we bear? But sin and
Yisroel and Acheinu, Kol Beis Yisroel.
Good evening. We're now in the beginning, in the middle of Shlosh Shavuot, towards Tisha B'Av, Rosh Chodesh Av, Shabbat Mevarchim. I really want to discuss the nature of Tisha B'Av. I would say the nature of Tisha B'Av every year, and probably especially in this special year, that we feel the tsar of Knesset Yisrael, the tsar of the world, the tsar of tzara zo. We're in big trouble. And I think maybe there's something in Tisha B'Av that can give us a perspective about the attitude of Chazal through Tisha B'Av, how they view the day of the nature of Tisha B'Av, and through that maybe see a larger perspective of the relationship between tzara and tshuva. So the Rambam in the beginning of Hilchot Aniyot, maybe before that, Tisha B'Av is a double nature. In one hand, Tisha B'Av is a Yom Shel Avilut. It's a Yom Shel Avilut. The Gemara B'Ta'anit says that Tisha B'Av, Kol mitzvot anogot ba'avel nogot b'Tisha B'Av. All the mitzvot in Avel has to do during Shiva. The same things that happen on Tisha B'Av. And we look at Tisha B'Av, on one hand, the structure of the 3 weeks is completely a structure of Avilut Shel Shana, right? Of a year, the 3 weeks, not hearing music and not taking a haircut, really the beginning of what weddings as we view the Avilut of a year, and then the Avilut of the 9 days is much, I would say, closer to the Avilut of Shloshim, and then Tisha B'Av itself is the nature of Shiv'ah, נכון? נעילת הסנדל, תשמיש המיטה, איסור רחיצה. So Tisha B'Av is completely from the family of Avilut al Met, an apparent. On the other hand, Avelim, as we know, the first thing we do when Avel comes back from a funeral, we give him something to eat. So Isur Achila v'Shtiyah does not combine, doesn't come from the nature of Avilut, אבל זה באמת תענית ציבור. So Tisha B'Av has both aspects, I would say, one of a Ta'anit Tzibur and two of Avilut. Now the mood of being B'Ta'anit Tzibur and the mood of Avilut is very different. The last thing that we do to Avel, when you go to Bet Avelim, when you come to Nichum Avelim, the first thing that we do is just to be with the person. We don't try to talk about reasons or what happened to him or why it happened to him, but we really try to be together with him, Batzara Shelo. Just to cry together, just to be together. שזה בעצם the nature of Avilut, at least the first stage of Avilut. That Tisha B'Av is completely the first stage of Onen, and then of Avilut Shiv'ah is just being with the person and feeling in a deep way the tragedy of in the loss of what we just have lost. Ta'anit Tzibur has a different nature. Ta'anit Tzibur, as the Rambam says, בראש הלכות העניות, מצוות עשה מן התורה לזעוק ולהריע בחצוצרות על כל צרה שתבוא על הציבור, שנאמר על הצער הצורר אתכם והראותם בחצוצרות. Okay, so there's a mitzvah to dive in for every trouble, כל צרה שתבוא על הציבור. ולהלכה ב' הרמב"ם says, בדבר זה מדרכי התשובה הוא, שבזמן שתבוא צרה ביזעקו עליה ויריעו, ידעו הכל שבגלל מעשיהם הרעים. So being בתענית ציבור, fasting and התענית ציבור זה מדרכי התשובה. Because when a person fasts and really feels the absence of eating and drinking, he thinks to himself, why am I doing this? And the real answer is שזה מדרכי התשובה. You're supposed to ask yourself what's happening around. נכון? תענית ציבור זה על צרות. We're not talking only about the תענית ציבור that we know, like צום גדליה, או 10 בטבת, או ז' בתמוז. That's about צרות מעבר. But what the Rambam is speaking here is not only of historical trouble. The Rambam is talking about tzarot is happening to us right now, being in a big danger now. And when you're in danger, אתה צריך to look at yourself, לעשות חשבון נפש, to ask yourself why, I wouldn't say why this happened, but just not to to connect in a deep way what's happening now in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what the Rambam says. אבל אם לא יזעקו ולא יריעו, אלא יאמרו דבר זה ממנהג העולם הרע לנו, וצרה זו נקראת, no, this is just a coincidence. This just happened to us in a coincidence. Nothing is really, זה לא מהשם, זה צרה זו נקראת, it's a coincidence, זה מקרה. זה דרך אכזריות וגוררת להם להידבק במעשיהם הרעים. If we would look around now, I think we all understand that what's happening in the world today, the corona is not a coincidence. זה מהשם, directly מקודש הבריחו. And the Rambam says, the Rambam is really saying, if we didn't have Yudzayin B'Tammuz now, or Tisha B'Av, we should have made a Ta'anit Tzibur over the corona. Ta'anit Tzibur that we would really stop from everything and make sure that everybody understands that something very serious is happening here. And this thing that's happening now is קורא אותנו לתשובה. We'd have to ask ourselves, why is this happening to us? I don't think there's an answer about why, but what? Right? I think the Rav defines between the difference between why and what is this asking me to do now. And what the Rambam is saying now here is that you really have to ask yourself, what are we doing with this? Ta'anit Tzibur movil tshuva. And Tisha B'Av, I think, has those both aspects of tshuva and of avilut. And b'midrash Echa Rabbah, Rabbi Yehuda Rabbi Nehemiah say exactly the same thing. Rabbi Yehuda אומר, אין לשון איכה, אלא לשון תוכחה. תוכחה, I would say, is looking very in your eye and someone saying to you, this is not how you should behave. שנאמר, איכה תאמרו חכמים אנחנו ותורת השם איתנו. רבי נחמיה אומר, אין לשון איכה, אלא קינה. Kina is just looking at the situation and saying to yourself, this is so bad. This is so bad. It's really about crying. It's the difference between asking why and about crying. So לפי רבי יהודה, יש פה תוכחה. איכה ישבה בדד means, how did this happen to us? What happened here? And why did this happen? ולפי רבי נחמיה, איכה לשון קינה. And קינה is really a different mood of asking yourself, of saying to yourself, this is so bad and so hard and so difficult. And I think Tisha B'Av has those two aspects. I think one, even historical aspect, is just connecting yourself to Knesset Yisrael, ולצרות, the trouble of Knesset Yisrael throughout the history, which is something that I think in a way we also owe it to the people that died throughout the Churban, the Shoah, remembering them, participating in their tzara, understanding what happened, not forgetting. When we talk about Yom HaShoah today, Memorial Day for the Shoah, for the Holocaust, it's not about asking why, it's about remembering. It's about making sure that no one's going to forget the Churban, no one's going to forget Masa'ot HaTzlav, no one's going to forget Gzerot Tatnuv, Tatvav. It's about respecting what happened in our past. And in that way, Be'emet Tisha B'Av is a day of a memorial day, Lishon Kina, being be'avilut, just being upset, just noticing. And I think that's what we do at night. That's what we do in the morning. But at Mincha time, there's not a special laning for Tisha B'Av Mincha. Tisha B'Av Mincha, we really lane the regular laning of Ta'anit Tzibur, and the regular laning of Ta'anit Tzibur, זה באמת קורא לתשובה. דרשו השם בהימצאו, קראו בהיותו קרוב, ודגים מידות של רחמים, ויכל משה את פני השם אלוקיו. And I think there's a combination that we're trying, I think in our religious life in general, to be in a combination, on one hand, understanding that we don't know, we don't understand what happens to us and why it happens to us. And the other way, understanding that everything that happens to us is a mikutz shabrichu, and we really have to ask ourselves, what are we going to do better? Or what are we going to do different? I think also about the corona, I have no way to answer the question, what does Hashem want in this corona? But I do have a deep, deep feeling and understanding that Hashem wants something, that the world should stop and not only cry, but also ask ourselves, what are we going to do different when this tzara is going to end? How our world be different? What was maybe not balanced in our world? Now, in order to understand, I think sometimes the essence of a day, we really try to look at tefillot, what Chazal tiknu. So I discussed the Kriyat Torah, the difference between the night and the day in Tisha B'Av. But I think the kinot really try to tell us the story of what Chazal thought about Tisha B'Av. And I want to look at two kinot. There's so many kinot, so only one aspect of the maybe balance between the kina and the tochacha, between understanding and crying. So the kina is a kina that we say at night, one of the three kinot that we say at night after we read Megillat Echa. Now Megillat Echa is mostly, it ends b'tshuva. Shiveinu Hashem elecha v'nashuva chadesh yameinu kekedim. But it's mostly Megillat Avelut. It's mostly just sitting and crying and describing and identifying. So the kina starts, Schor Hashem me'aya lanu. And this kina is really a continuation. It's based on Perek Hei Be'echa. So Perek Hei Be'echa says like this. If we hold in one hand the Tanakh and look at Perek Hei Be'echa, in the other hand the Kinot and look at the Kina, so it's almost word to word of the Kina. Kina, the Perek starts, Schor Hashem me'aya lanu, abit ha'roeh et cherpateinu. And the Kina also starts, Schor Hashem me'aya lanu, abit ha'roeh et cherpateinu. נחלתנו נהפכה לנוכרים, בתינו לזרים, בתינו לנוכרים. These first two psukim are the first two psukim of the Kina. But then the Kina, the pasuk continues. יתומים היינו ואין אב, ממנו בכסף שתינו. That's the pasuk. But the Kina continues. ממנו בכסף שתינו, כי ניסוך המים בזינו. The pasuk says, עבדים משלו בנו. And the Kina says, עבדים משלו בנו, כי שילוח עבדים ביטלנו. The pasuk says, בנפשנו נביא לחמנו. And the Kina continues, כי קפצנו מעני ידינו. כי. How do we translate ki? It continues more and more. Eshet ish timu vezinu. That's the pasuk. Nashim b'tzion inu. Sorry, the pasuk is Nashim b'tzion inu. Beperek Hei Be'echa. But the Kina continues. Ki eshet ish timu vezinu. And it continues using all the time the word ki. The Kina takes the pasuk and then adds for the end of the pasuk ki. Ki in translation to English is because. Now we don't want to say any because al tzara, but the Kina is trying to say maybe there is a because. Maybe we don't know the because, but it's probably there. It's a very interesting question. I'm not willing to do that I would never say about the Holocaust because. I would never say because in any private tzara. But whoever wrote this Kina was willing to say, and Chazal, Mesadrei Tefillah, put this in the three Kinot that we say at night. Is there a because? I can't even say it. Do they say this about Churban HaBayit? It was 500 years later? Even though it's quite shaking saying this Kina. It's like when if your son comes over to me and says, Mommy, Yossi hit me. But the parents usually say, oh, and what did you do to Yossi? Or why did Yossi hit you? Or because. Now this Kina is trying to put to our attention that there's another side for our crying. There's, I wouldn't say a reason, but there is the perspective of our behavior, which is based on, that wants to maybe wake us up to tshuva, that we should think to ourselves, how can we become better, not only just crying. And there's another very shaking Kina, which is also based on a pasuk in Echa. That's the Kina that starts with the words, Im tochalna nashim piryam olelei tipuchim alelai li, Im tevashelna rachmaniyot yaldehem, hamedudim tfachim tfachim. So it starts like this. אם תאכלנה נשים פריים עוללי טיפוחים. That's a pasuk באיכה פרק ב' פסוק כ'. But it's also a medrash באיכה רבה. פרשה א' נון א'. And the medrash says like this. מעשה בדואג בן יוסף שמת. והניח בן קטן לאמו. So the medrash starts also when we try to understand the Holocaust. Sometimes people say we first, just to understand the tragedy, we have to understand what was there before. So this medrash is trying to give us a sense of the life before the Churban. So before the Churban, there was a man in Yerushalayim named Doeg ben Yosef, and he died, and he left his wife a widow with a small child. הניח בן קטן לאמו. She was very rich, and every year הייתה ממדדת אותו בטפחים, which means she used to weigh him or check his height with a tefach, and if he weighed, or he was like 30 tefachim, or he weighed 30 kilo, she used to give 30 kilo of gold to Bet HaMikdash. She was so rich, and her son was very precious to her, and she really wanted to make sure that he'd be fine, so she used to give gold every year to Bet HaMikdash in the weight of the מספר הטפחים of her son. כיוון שהקיפה מצודה בירושלים, כשנהיה מצור, כשהחורבן הגיע, טבחתו עמו בידיה ואכלתו. טבחתו, לטבוח. Okay, and for this we need Hebrew. כי הוא היה בן טיפוחים. And she used to check כמה טפחים הוא, and then she טובחת אותו. Now, whoever doesn't understand Hebrew will say that in a simple English, but it's not so nice in the literature way. Okay, so she weighed him, and he was a lovely son, and then she killed him and ate him. Al zeh, that's what happened. The Medrash is telling a story of a rich family. The father died, the mother was left with a child. They had a good life, and then she ended up eating him because she was so hungry. ועל זה אומר הפסוק באיכה, פרק ב' פסוק כ'. ראה השם בהביטה, למי עולל תקו. אם תאכלנה נשים פריים עוללי טיפוחים. עוללי טיפוחים, he was so precious to her. אם תאכלנה נשים פריים, בסוף she ate him. The pasuk can even say that she ate him. אם תאכלנה נשים פריים. If this happened. This is so terrible. But then the pasuk continues. אם יהרג במקדש השם כהן ונביא. That's the pasuk. תאכלנה נשים פריים עוללי טיפוחים. אם יהרג במקדש השם כהן ונביא. And the story of the pasuk is the story of the Medrash, of the mother who eats her lovely son. And that's something that we really mekonenim alav. That's the biggest tragedy that we can even imagine. And I think what we want to do is just tell the story and cry for this mother and for the tragedy of the son and the mother of Am Yisrael, at Knesset Yisrael, for generations and generations. But the Medrash continues. ורוח הקודש משיבתו. Hashem answers Am Yisrael that cries so much about this situation. אם יהרג במקדש השם כהן ונביא. That's the continuation of the pasuk. There's two sides to the story. The first side is אם תאכלנה נשים פריים. And the second side is אם יהרג במקדש השם כהן ונביא. זה זכריה בן יהודיה that Am Yisrael killed במקדש. And then the Kinah says like this in the end. ורוח הקודש למולם מראים, that's a קדוש ברוך הוא, רוח הקודש that's talking back in the second half of the pasuk. הוי על כל שכניי הרעים, מה שהוקראם מודיעים. What happened to them, they're telling me. They're crying about that. זה אם תאכלנה נשים פריים עוללי טיפוחים. They're right, that's such a big tragedy. And it's fine that you're telling me about it. It's fine that you're crying. You find it being מתאבל על אם תאכלנה נשים פריים עוללי טיפוחים. It's the biggest tragedy in the world. But it's like we saw in the first Kinah, when your son comes to you and says, Mommy, Yossi hit me. That's Yossi's perspective. משהו קראה מודיעים, what happened to them, they're crying about, they're letting me know, אם תאכל לנשים פריים. But then the קינה continues, ואת אשר עשו לא מודיעים, but what did you do to יוסי? What they have done to me, to רוח הקודש, that they're not crying about. אם תאכל לאנשים פריים משמיעים, אם יהרג במקדש השם, כהן ונביא לא משמיעים. Which means the first half of the pasuk, which is very tragic, שזה הרבה אבלות וקינה. אם תאכל לאנשים פריים עוללי טיפוחים. You're right, that is terrible. But there's a continuation to the pasuk. אם יהרג במקדש השם כהן ונביא. That's also terrible. That's something that you have done. And that's something that just had happened. And that's the other side. זה התוכחה כבר. זה תוכחה. That's really תוכחה קשה. What have you have done towards the situation? You as Knesset Yisrael for generations, or Knesset Yisrael בזמן החורבן. And every time I read this kina, I feel, on one hand, I understand that it's not only enough to cry over the Churban. You have to ask yourself, what did we do? What was our part? The second hand is something that's very, very hard to do. Can we really ask ourselves questions about the Churban as the answers about why things happen to us? It's more about what do we do with it. But there's always an aspect that the kinot are trying to hint towards us, which means you can't only cry about the tragedy of Knesset Yisrael, you also have to be active about what are we going to change, how are we going to change our lives, what was their responsibility, things don't happen just because they happen, things have a larger perspective of the relationship between Knesset Yisrael and Am Yisrael. And if we look at the haftarot of this times, we have now 10 haftarot, more than 10, 13 haftarot, which are completely disconnected from Parashat Shavua. Usually the haftarah resembles Parashat Shavua as a deep connection, but now the haftarot are completely over the relationship between Knesset Yisrael and Am Yisrael towards the Churban. So we are now reading Shalosh de Puranata, Shalosh haftarot shel Puranut. Last week we read Yirmiyahu. This week we read Yirmiyahu. Next week we're reading Chazon Yeshayahu ben Amotz. Then we have Sheva haftarot shel Nechama. נחמו נחמו עמי יאמר אלוקיכם קומי אורי שוש עסיס בהשם. That's a week before Rosh Hashanah. And then we have not only ג' דפורענות וזין דנחמה, יש גם 3 של תשובה, 3 הפטרות about תשובה. One is שובה ישראל עד השם אלוקיך, and one is הפטרה של יונה, and probably there's a question about the third one. It's probably הפטרה של צום גדליה, דרשו השם בהימצאו קראו בהיותו קרוב. But I think that's maybe the deep heart of how the relationship between Knesset Yisrael והקדוש ברוך הוא עובד. יש פורענות, יש trouble, יש אבלות, אבל יש גם נחמה, נחמה שקשורה גם בתשובה. Right? We start from פורענות, then we go on to נחמה, but there's always the large view of the horizon, which is tshuva. We're starting now really the rhythms of being בפורענות and then being בימים של נחמה, and then these are all deeply connected to Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. And I think when I think about Tisha B'Av, there's one way in Tisha B'Av that I only want to cry, but there's also something in Tisha B'Av that asks me after Chatzot. At night you cry and you identify and you feel sorry. But after Chatzot, you have to get up and with the laning of Mincha is of Ta'anit Tzibur. And Ta'anit Tzibur, as the Rambam says, Davar ze midavkei tshuva hu. You also have to ask yourself, how are we going to be better? What are we going to do different next year that we didn't do this year? Not because someone can say this happened because. We can't say this happened because ze cheshbonot shel shmaya. But we do ask ourselves, what are we doing with this? And I really want to hope and pray that also with the corona, the big tzara that we are in now, שהיא באמת tzara, שקרתה לנו, tzara of the world, tzara of Am Yisrael, of the entire world בצרה גדולה, and I think we should use these ימים of בין המצרים, these ימים of Tisha B'Av, להתעורר לתשובה. Think to ourselves, on one hand, we just want to feel sorry for ourselves, but that's not only enough. I think we have to ask ourselves, what are we going to learn from this situation? How are we going to be better? How our relationships will be different? ובעזרת השם, מתוך הפורענות יהיה נחמה ותשובה, והקדוש ברוך הוא ישלח רחמים גדולים ורפואה שלמה to עם ישראל בארץ ישראל, and to the entire Jews in the world and the human people in the world, where we find the balance between looking at the trouble and looking at the tzarot, but also not only crying, but being active בתשובה, בחשבון נפש, and just building a better world. אז שיהיה נחמה, ישועת הקדוש ברוך הוא ינחם את העולם, and all the people that they're loving people died from the corona and died for different צרות of עם ישראל בבניין ירושלים ננוחם.
ירחם עליהם ויוציאם מצרה לרווחה.
I am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high, and if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry. We're as the base Hamikdash gone, I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home? A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride. But sin has brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this gallows end? How much more can we bear? But sin and chinam still lives on. It lingers in your heart.
a time now where we focus a lot about relationships. We want to get back to a place where we love others so that we could come to that Achdut, that unity that would heal Klal Yisrael in a way that we so desperately need. We want to come to a place where we love HaKadosh Baruch Hu in a way that's full and accepting and just absolute. To get there, we often miss what really is a critical piece that has to come first. We know that V'ahavta l'reacha is so important, loving others, and Rashi says there is no one nearer or dearer to us than HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the truest of our dearest. But what does it say? V'ahavta l'reacha kamocha. It says to love others like ourselves, like you love yourself. So maybe we sort of miss that beat in coming to a place of self-love, of accepting ourselves in totality, to be bishalom with ourselves because we view ourselves as a shalem, as whole, in a beautiful way, so that then would give context to our ability to love others, to love HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what keeps us from loving ourselves? A lot of times it's because we know we're not where we should be yet. We're not where we should be yet. There's so many parts of me that seem so much less than ideal. And how could I really be accepting and loving of myself if I know that to be the case? I'm missing the mark, just not being good enough, or maybe I'm being too much, right? We're usually not enough, we're too much. How do I get to that place of really loving who I am in spite of everything that's keeping me from doing that? You know, every day before we take on Shema, before we commit to Hashem with that beautiful tefillah, that beautiful prayer of Shema, we introduce that with a bracha. And the bracha is Yotzer Ar. We acknowledge you, Hashem, as fashioning all the light in the world. Borei Choshech. On the other hand, you create what's dark. Oseh Shalom. How do I make peace of the two? Borei Es Hakol, by recognizing that you create it all. Rav Hirsch says that bracha has nothing to do with light and dark in terms of the constellations. We've already spent a lot of our morning prayer talking about creation, history, and the place of sun and moon and all of that in the world at large. Rather, he says, this bracha is about the symbolic light and dark. I'm confused. Hashem, I know that everything's from you. So yes, you fashion everything that seems light and wonderful and positive. But what about the hard stuff? The stuff that seems so dark? So, Borei Choshech, you create that too. Oseh Shalom, my job before saying Shema is to make peace of that by recognizing that it all comes from you. So maybe just my perception of the darkness is what it is because I'm limited. I don't realize it in the full scope of how it fits into the past and the future. So when I realize that Oseh Shalom, that you're the one that makes it all in totality, I could now come to a place of accepting that and coming to commit to you in a way that Hashem Echad, in a way that it's really all from you. I see the unity, okay? Either literally or I hang in until I will. I think that applies to the microcosm of ourselves as well. I have a lot of R. I know that Hashem fashioned me with what's a lot of light, of goodness, and we have positive qualities. But it's really hard to make peace of the fact that there's a lot of darkness too. That there are parts of me that seem so far from what I'd like them to be, and probably what Hashem would want them to be. So let's first go to the question of, am I just not enough in HaKadosh Baruch Hu's eyes? Now, when HaKadosh Baruch Hu asks of us to be what he wants, his directive is, Kedoshim Tihiyu. I want you to be Kadosh. What does that imply? Kedoshim means I want you to separate yourself from negativity, from what's not okay. Now that means that you were not always perfect. That means that you did make mistakes. There's no such thing as a person at whatever level that's blemish-free. But that you take responsibility for what isn't okay and you move away from it. You make a game plan, you get to a better place. Now notice HaKadosh Baruch Hu does not ask of us Tahorim Tihiyu. He doesn't ask of us to be pure, to be like we never did anything wrong. That's our expectation of ourselves, but that's not the requirement. But yet, isn't it interesting that it says when it comes to our soul, our neshama, every day we say, Elokai neshama shenasata bi, this soul that you gave me, tahorahi. It is perfect. It is blemish-free. So let's understand what that is and what it's not. The neshama itself is forever perfect. It's never tainted. And if it seems tainted, it's just like that little child that got all muddy, but you put him in the bath, the white towel's ready, that's who he really is, right? And his father is so ready to embrace him in that yummy towel, because he knows that's the real boy. He sees that clean child in spite of where the child's been playing. The true neshama, ladies, the true neshama is wise. It's trustworthy, it's trusting, it's compassionate, it's hopeful, it's accepting, it's fearless, it's unstuck. It doesn't take things personally. Our truest self is a chelek eloka mima'al. It has all the most wonderful qualities of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But there are parts of us that are less than ideal, that may bring us to bad places, that we have to adjust and we have to tweak. So I'd like to present a theory of what those parts are about. And perhaps rather than being annoyed by them, rather than saying that we hate them and they do us in and judging ourselves for them and feeling hopeless until we get rid of them, maybe understanding them in a different frame. You know, when you hate something very badly and you want it to go away, usually it just sticks that much longer. If your shoes don't fit you right now, that's all you're thinking about. But if they do fit, if you're okay with them, you're probably not thinking shoes. It's very similar with the parts of ourselves. Let me explain. There are parts of us that seem to be us, but they don't seem to be tahorahi. They seem to be that choshech, the dark stuff. Parts that are less kind, parts that are very fearful, parts that may be critical or guilty or impulsive or addictive. Am I cheering you up enough? Right? So distrustful and shut down and just really down on us and on the world at large very often. Where did those parts come from? Were they in fact created as me, or are they parts of me that somehow became attached to me that I have to separate from, to get back to who I really am and who I'll always be? So the theory is that these parts joined us for very good reasons, with very good intentions. They wanted to help us in some way. You know how you could have a friend that really believes that she's helping you, but she is so getting under your skin, right? That friend that's in crisis mode when you want to really be a little lighter, or that friend that needs to tell you every detail that she thinks you have to pay attention to, when you really just need a break to focus on the bigger picture. So the parts of us really think they're doing a good job, and maybe at one point they were, but they get carried away. And the irony is that those parts originally were trying to help us in some way, and they end up hurting us in that very same way. Let me explain. Let's say there's a little girl who's in her kindergarten Hanukkah play. Can't wait. She's the narrator. The curtain's going to open. She's going to start out with her part. And the curtain opens. She sees all the mothers and grandmothers. She freezes. She sits on the stage sucking her thumb, and she's devastated. People are laughing. She can't look at herself in the mirror. And 20 years later, she wants to apply for a job, but it entails public speaking. And she says, oh, I didn't know that. I can't apply for that job because I'm shy. What's with the shy? I don't know. I've always been shy. Truthfully, she might not have always been shy. But on that day that she was that devastated and that shamed, could be that this part came to help her, that I'll protect you. I'll never let this happen. You'll die if this happens again. So I'll make sure that you'll never be publicly shamed. You'll never want to perform. I'll make you shy. So that part of her has every good intention. It wants to save her from what it believes will be too much. But now, 20 years later, the only thing that she really is ashamed of in her life is being that shy. Someone who goes through a lot of pain, who goes through a lot of criticism and rejection. And there's a part of her that says, I'll make sure you don't get hurt again. You'll be the one to reject others. You'll be colder, you'll be tougher. But now she's dating. And she's getting rejected because she comes across as cold and tough. Someone who isn't heard as a child and has a really hard time not feeling invisible, and finally realizes that when he seems angry, then people tune in. They sort of get ruffled enough to pay attention to him. And now he gets angry a lot, but it's not getting him attention. It's just making people scared and turned off and not hearing him even more. Are you with me? So we have parts that mean very well. They might mean to protect us. They may mean to manage us. They may mean to be critical of us because they want to get us to a certain place. And maybe they did at a time. But you know, parts are like training wheels. When you start riding a bike, they're very helpful. That those training wheels keep you going so you could get a feel of what it means to ride. But what if you keep them on too long? They're dangerous. You can't stop, you can't go up or downhill, that it could really create a calamity if you keep those training wheels on past their need. Similarly with our parts. So what's the work of getting back to that core? The neshama doesn't need those parts. The neshama is resilient. The neshama could live its life fully. It could learn from its messages. It could learn from mistakes. It could get back on track. So if we hate those parts, they just keep fighting us. But if we say, hey, I know you mean well. Let me hear what your intention is. And they do feel heard, that they could then sort of move their own way and leave us to be our best selves, our better selves. So the goal is not to be annoyed. The goal is to start listening to them. What are you afraid will happen to me without you? What would life be like if I wasn't shy? Or maybe I could try to be heard without all that anger. Or could I risk warming up and not being that afraid of rejection? And maybe that'll be just fine. Maybe I'm not as fragile as I once was or as you perceive me. So I know you're trying so hard. I know you love me. But you're not doing what I need you to do right now. And I'd like to think of maybe going solo right now. So as with anything in life, listening to the parts of us and getting to know them, and then for us to decide where we want to put them, is much more effective than beating ourselves up or thinking that we're damaged goods because we have these parts of us that keep popping up in places that really don't do us well. Now, Rav Elchanan Wasserman said that all of us have a zoo inside. We have parts of us that are very difficult to control, but we need to remember that we are the zookeeper. We could decide who we need, how to feed them, right? Where to put them, how to enjoy them, but not necessarily to think that they are us or that they have to be in control of us. So that's number one. That's number one. To recognize that HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees me as my best self. And He created me to be able to handle my life, to navigate it fully. So the complications that I've sort of come to don't necessarily have to be part of that life or me anymore. That brings us to our next point. When I start thinking of my parts, I might also notice another dichotomy of Or and Choshech that I have. Think of an area where you've really wanted to grow or change in some way. Okay, maybe you wanted to gain more discipline someplace. Maybe you wanted to enter a new level of avoda, of connecting to Hashem in some way. Very often there's a part of you that really wants that, and a part of you that seems to struggle with it. Okay, I'll lighten things up, make it personal. Let's talk cheesecake, okay? Cheesecake. Cheesecake is pretty universal, right? So let's say I feel that I just have to get a hold of my eating, I have to be a little healthier, and the cheesecake is not doing me well, as much as I know it's protein, but it's not serving me well. So there's a really good piece in front of me, calling me, right? And I hear myself saying, I really want that cheesecake. And there's another voice that says, no, you don't. You don't. I do. You don't. Chances are I'll eat the cheesecake. But what if the dialogue was different? What if the voice wanting the cheesecake and what if the voice not wanting the cheesecake reversed titles? Instead of saying, I want it, say, you want that cheesecake. You want it. No, I don't. You do. I don't. So Rav Dessler says that the voice that calls you Anochi, that calls you I, is your truer self at that time. In getting to know and love yourself, notice your voices. Which voice calls you I? Which voice calls you you? I was speaking to a woman who came to me saying that she really felt she wanted to get divorced. She was so torn. There was a part of her that didn't want that, and she was just so confused, so conflicted. So I said, let me hear how those parts sound. The part that does, the part that didn't. So she said, easy. You deserve better. You deserve someone a lot better than he is, but I do like him. But I do find him to be, good and lovable in a lot of ways. What? You could do so much better. You know what's out there. And those were the voices. And when I presented this, she just seemed so relieved. She said, it's interesting, but yeah, it's true. My deeper self just does see us together and wanting to get there in some way. And that was the case in her case. The I really was her truer voice. It's just interesting. And it doesn't mean that where your I is where it'll be another day. Maybe I want to work at creating a different I in terms of becoming more. But just to hear ourselves, to realize that we're not conflicted people that don't have hope. We might just be people that need to hear our true Anochi and think about what the Anochi of choice would look like right now in our lives. That's another thing. To get to do this work, it takes time. I think in the period of time of the 3 weeks when we're focusing on others and relationships, but do we spend time on doing that work? And it's the time that we sort of have to move away from busy and comparing and really go inside. The most productive day in Yaakov's life was the day Vayivaser Yaakov Levado, when he was left alone to battle the Sar of Esav, the emissary of his very threatening brother. And we're told that not necessarily was it an external enemy, that it may very well have been the enemy inside, the enemy that brought him down, that didn't believe in him, that we all have to look at and become just more empowered over. Now the last 2 words we say every day in Moda'ani, Rabba Emunasecha, how much you believe in us, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that you see us as our very best selves all the time, no matter what. Can we come to appreciate ourselves in that way? To see ourselves in totality, as shleimim, as whole and pure in our goodness and in our potential. Now, what if I'd love to do that, but my life seems to just prove otherwise? If I was so good and so lovable and he believed in me so much, why aren't things going better? Maybe one doesn't have to do with the other. Maybe the fact that my life has Ar and Choshech, light and dark, might not have anything to do with HaKadosh Baruch Hu's love of me. So could it be that part of accepting and loving myself is realizing that the life I have is meant to be mashlan me. It's meant to complete me in a way that my neshama needs, in a way that my neshama, in a very deep way, even wants, knowing that there's bigger than right now. I heard many years ago this beautiful, beautiful mashal, a parable that was on a tape for teenagers by Rabbi Zev Leff, and that made such a mark on me. He said, imagine that you're walking down the street and you see this man that just looks so pathetic. It's just like life is so hard for him. He's wearing this cumbersome suit. He can't breathe normally. He can't stand or sit. He has to eat this powdered kind of food, and your heart goes out. You wish you could do something for him, but you go over and say, I wish I could make your life easier. And he looks at you and he says, I'm sorry. If you want to make my life easier, I work for NASA. This is my spacesuit. I'm going to the moon tomorrow, so I'm going to be on your Wheaties box. I don't need your sympathy. And you all of a sudden sort of see him a lot differently. Maybe turn from sympathy to even jealousy if you want to be an astronaut. But all of us are in the spacesuits of our lives. Do I believe that? Do I not take my life personally in terms of thinking that it means that I'm unloved? Something to think about. That now in this time where we do see the world and wish for it to be better, but do we still know that we're being held and loved by HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Now the greatest nechama, the greatest comfort in life is that hamakom yinachem. We refer to Hashem as hamakom, the place. That we are in His place. We're being held by Him. It's not that He fits into our world. We are in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We're figments of His imagination, if you may. And because He chooses to forever and lovingly think us, He perpetuates our existence. The only thing He asks of us is to think Him back, is to take our control in loving Him back and trusting that this is the makom, this is the place that I am meant to be in. And it's not working against me. I could be real about it. Maybe part of my avoda is to be real with expressing the difficulty, to be real in asking the questions or being real about the pain. And I could equally be as real when things shift in being real about the joy and the happiness. But my life is the greatest prescription for me in terms of my shleimus, in terms of my getting to a place of completion. The parts that I have to work through, the challenges, the successes that I'm given, that I could feel that love and embrace, whether it's Or, whether it's Choshech, Hashem, the Shalom, the completion is knowing Boreas Hakol. It all comes from you. I come from you. So if I could see myself and my life in that light, and I could see you in that light, and I could see the totality of HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the way that He is all good and forever pure and forever giving, then maybe I have a shot at love being very, very real, and second chances being very real, and a third mikdash being very real, because it's always about HaKadosh Baruch Hu giving us that next opportunity, that wonderful, wonderful simcha, the joy in life of what? Simcha, I heard years ago from Ebertson Jungrai, Shemacha, that we could erase what we were inside, between us and others, the feelings kavyachol that we held against HaKadosh Baruch Hu that weren't working and never had to be our agenda, that we could erase them and offer ourselves a fresh start. The world needs a fresh start now. And the one who deserves that fresh start most is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That He deserves for us to see ourselves as the people that He created us as, the world with the potential that He created it with, and to get back on track with our relationship with Him being the relationship that He always wished and willed for it to be. So may we have the schus, the merit of giving Him the world that He's been waiting for so long, just wanting us to initiate what He knew could be forever.
just may hear my cry.
Where has the Beis Hamikdash gone? I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But Sinat Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one.
You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this gallows end? How much more can we bear?
But Sinat Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Acheinu, Kol Beis Yisrael. Acheinu, Kol Beis Yisrael.
Acheinu, Kol Beis Yisroel. Acheinu, Kol Beis Yisroel.
Today we're talking about Ahavas Yisroel, real love for real people. Now, loving real people is important because there aren't any unreal people around to love, are there? That means that we have to find in our hearts the capacity to love human beings, all of whom are flawed. And I'd like to start this kind of loving at home, where it seems to be the most challenging, but at the same time, it's the most real of the real loves. To be able to love the person we married, to be able to love the children that we were given. That's a huge accomplishment inside of us, and it will help us to love the other people, the ones that we choose to be friends with, the ones that Hashem puts in our path through being our neighbors or our colleagues or our community members, whoever they are, and eventually all of mankind. So, to be loving, to have the capacity to really love, means that we have accessed a certain kind of state inside of ourselves. And if you think about what love is, the state of openness, of generosity, of acceptance, of pleasure, all of the feelings of love feel good inside of the person who's doing the loving. And all of the other feelings, the opposite kinds of feelings, of judgment, of anger, of resentment, of displeasure, of any kind of negativity, what those feelings do is they actually constrict our heart. They close it down, and they even tighten our muscles. And ultimately, they squish our cells so that nothing functions right inside of our body. And we can become ill through the compression of our natural state of lovingness. We were born to love, but those people, those people that we're supposed to love, they make it challenging for us with all of their human flaws. Now, just take the average spouse, for example, and I'm not talking here about people who are serial murderers or anything like that, just your average spouse who may not be, let's say, as accomplished as you might have wanted, or who may not be as attractive anymore or ever as you might have hoped for, attractive to you, or who may not make as much money as you were hoping that they might make, or who have habits of being forgetful or neglectful. Or maybe this person isn't the greatest parent in the world, or lacks many of the attributes of an excellent partner, even like, not a good listener, not a good helper, not great in the sharing responsibilities, not a responsible person. I'm just naming some of the top and most common flaws that human spouses tend to have. Let me just think if there's something else. I don't know, they're just not as friendly to your parents as you would have wanted, or they're just not as compassionate and understanding to you or to your children or whatever. Okay, I think I'm going over them now because I've mentioned the top ones, and there's so many other ones that I haven't mentioned, of course. But your average partner is a disappointment in some areas, okay? Sometimes in many, many areas. And the flaws of that person can make it hard to open one's heart. In fact, the flaws can cause so much upset and disappointment and anger that our heart is closed, it's shut. And we're going to find it difficult to clear that space and truly accept and love this imperfect partner. And the same thing can actually happen with one's children. There may be some kids that we have that are easier to love because they're just so adoring and they're so helpful and they're so smart, they're so perfect. They give us that nachas. They're just everything good about them. That's great. But then we have some other children perhaps who are so challenging, so difficult, so argumentative, so defiant, so making the household so crazy from their behaviors, it's so fighting with their siblings. These are not real grammatical sentences, I know that, but I think I'm just describing a certain kind of harder to love child, okay? And it just means that it feels like work to have to even like that child sometimes. And the older a child gets, sometimes the less likable they are to us because, I don't know, they may be more demanding, less helpful, not meeting our expectations, giving us more fear, worry, challenge, upset. And so the love is there at some level for children, usually, but we can't always access that loving feeling that we're after. That feeling of true enjoyment and pleasure in the other person. And that's those people closest to us, our spouse and our children. But then we have all these other people in our lives also that we're supposed to get along with. But it's so challenging. There's all of our own adult siblings, some of whom, we had problems with since we were toddlers. And some of whom are now in-law siblings, let's say new people coming into the family with all of their little quirks and their new flaws that we're not used to, and that we don't like as much as flaws that we're used to. I guess we don't like anybody's flaws, really. But anyways, these people, may not be caring enough or sharing enough or helpful enough or thoughtful enough. They may be annoying in a variety of ways. I'm not really saying anything new here. I'm just saying that it's hard to like people. We get very judgmental. That's something that's easy for us to do. And in fact, if we look at it from the point of view of the Yetzer Hara, the evil inclination that kind of wants to drag us away from fulfilling our ability to emulate Hashem, then it's very, very easy for us to find fault with almost everybody because everybody has faults. So we can easily zero in on those, and that will stop us from enjoying them, liking them, and certainly loving them, right? Even ourselves, okay? Like if we look at ourselves and we think, okay, we also have a few things that are not so perfect. There's two ways we can go with that. One is we overlook all of our flaws. We don't even see our flaws. We go like, yes, I do have a few flaws. I'm too giving. I'm too nice. I don't set enough boundaries. Like there's that kind of person who just like cannot see that he or she actually has more serious flaws than that. And then there's those of us who have flaws and we're just so hard on ourselves. It's like, I'm not, social enough. I'm not wealthy enough. I'm not successful enough, accomplished enough. I'm not beautiful enough. I'm not this enough or that enough. And we can even hate ourselves, which is not Ahavas Yisroel either, because we're part of that community. Okay? We're supposed to love ourselves too. So, I've just reviewed here some of the challenges to self-love, love of others. And I haven't talked about our community members and our neighbors and all that, but it's just more of the same, okay? Because people have flaws. And negativity has this way of standing out so strongly in our eyes. Like positivity, it's harder to see. Negativity, we're programmed to see and to care about and to work with mentally. So we ruminate about negativity. We focus on negativity. We delve into negativity and our mind goes with it. And again, this is all to pull us away from our true godly nature. This is not correct, but this is what happens. Whether it's negativity about ourselves or about anybody else. So we're going to look at a couple of workarounds for this so that we might improve in our Ahavas Yisroel. And one of them is to start with accepting that there are flaws in everybody. And let's look closely, for example, at a spouse, which presents a lot of challenge to people because we have big expectations for our partners, that they should partner the way we want them to partner, So if we start there, it's easier, to take it out with these the further a person gets from us, the easier it is to like them, the closer they are to us, the bigger the challenge is. So if we can kind of master that, then we'll be good at loving everybody. So when I say accept the flaws, I really mean, I don't mean an intellectual understanding that, yeah, we're all broken. That's true, but that's not what I'm referring to here. What I'm referring to is really paying attention to those flaws, accepting that they're not going to change, okay? Like, even when you work with a person to try and bring out the best in them, your spouse particularly, let's say, or your child, you may have a positive impact, but you can never be sure if you're going to. And if you have a little positive impact, you may still be left with lots of other things that are wrong, even if you manage to fix a little something here or there, you know? So when I mean accept, I mean grieve, actually. Grieve the loss of the dream of perfection, of the kind of spouse that you wanted. Or sometimes it's going to be the kind of friend that you wanted, or the kind of parent that you wanted, or the kind of child that you wanted, and so on. But taking the nearest and dearest for a moment, we can see that that grief process is hard, because it means that it's almost like we're going to give up trying to change the person. And we're going to have to accept that this person's flaws are there and they're not going anywhere. Now, if you feel real pain over that, you're actually on your way to where we want you to go, because it means that you're not anymore trying to fix. If I just say this, if I just do that, if I just whatever, this therapist, this counseling, this whatever will fix it. And yes, it does fix some things, right? But we're still always going to be left with flaws because we're flawed. And yet Hashem loves us. Hashem loves us with our flaws. And we're going to try to emulate that. We're not going to get rid of all of the flaws. We'll work on perfecting ourselves and our relationships. We can work to bring out the best in the people that are nearest and dearest to us, of course, or the best in everybody, right? By smiling at them and treating them nicely and so on. But they're still going to be left with big flaws, and like we are. And there will be a sadness and a disappointment about that. Okay? There is a loss to us in any area in which we finally accept, truly accept, that the person is broken in that way, whatever way it is. Okay, so not able to use words, let's say, to tell us how much they love us, or not able to show that love in a variety of ways, not able to do what we want them to do, or to be the way we want them to be. And it's not essentially going to change enough for us to be satisfied. And now we're going to start the accepting and grieving process. Okay? Because that's sad once you finally come to terms with it. On the other hand, when you finally come to terms with it, it's also liberating. Because now we don't have to keep working so hard to fix it, and we can put our attention elsewhere. Now this mirrors the whole process of how a person becomes happy to begin with, okay? And happiness is also at the center of our being if we stop looking at all the negativity. So let's look at the world now. We'll take it away from people for a minute and we'll look at the world. So the world has a lot of very, very beautiful, amazing, awesome, blessed things in it. And it has a lot of painful, awful, hideous things in it as far as we're concerned. I mean, we know that it's all good in some sense, but when we see young mothers die, or we see the suffering and pain of people going through illness or injury or whatever, we see poverty, and I don't want to go on the list of I don't think I have to point out to you how bad the world can be, right? So now we can put our attention on all those bad things. We can conjure up images of the future and how bad it will continue to be. That's called worrying, okay? Picturing bad things that are going to happen. Or we could think of all the bad things that did happen. That's called ruminating. Or we could just leave the bad things where they are and put most of our attention on the good things. When I say most of our attention, I mean we do have to deal with the pain in the world and in our circle of life. We have to deal with it. But we don't have to deal with it all day long. And this is the same with what we've just said about people, that we do have to acknowledge that they are frustrating and disappointing and annoying and everything else. But we don't have to only look at that, okay? So let's say, going back to the happiness thing, half the world, I said, half, more than half, but let's call it half for now, is full of blessings, of beauty, of magnificence, of whatever. And if we look over there, all the things that are fun, that are good, that are healthy, that are positive, that are kind, that are pleasurable, all those things, when we put our attention there, we're going to feel pretty good all day long. And Hashem is going to reward us immediately, because when we put our attention there, Hashem fills our body with the greatest chemistry ever, which is renewing and refreshing and energizing. And it makes us healthy physically, mentally, spiritually. Did I say what? Cognitively. We even think better, okay? So it's all, Hashem rewards us in Olam Hazeh for putting our attention on the good side of life. And also in Olam Haba, because it's a mitzvah to be happy. So in the same way, if we put our attention on the good side of people, on whatever it is that they're bringing to the table, and move our attention away from the flaw to the good side as much as we can during the day, okay? If we have to deal with the flaw or the difficult side of life, either of those two things, we will do it by appointment, let's say once a day. So once a day we sit down with ourselves, I say like at 9 o'clock at night when you have some time, you sit down and you deal with your problems. And some of those problems will be situations that need addressing, like your personal financial problem or your personal health problem or whatever, a child-rearing problem, whatever kind it is. And you'll deal with it by problem solving. And after you've done all the problem solving, then you can deal with it by feeling the emotions and by helping yourself work through the emotions. And you have to learn a few techniques for doing that. But let's say you just journaled even. You just wrote down what it feels like to be dealing with it. I mean, there's many more sophisticated techniques, but was just, even if you did that one, okay, where you're just talking to yourself, or you're talking to Hashem about the way you feel about the situation. Or the person, right? So maybe there's a person whose flaws are impacting on you. They're making you sad. They're hurting you. Maybe you need to do some problem solving there about what you can do to get that person's attention and to help them more. But after you've done all the problem solving, it's as far as you're going to get. You're going to do that emotional release, the sadness, the pain, the disappointment. Get that out of your way once a day, okay? But not all day, so that you don't have to carry tremendous resentment, anger, all this stuff from the past, from the first, let's say if you were married, 30 years or 40 years, everything that happened at Sheva Brachos, like way, way back. And you don't have to carry all this negativity forward in your consciousness all the time. If you deal with it and you release it in these little self-therapy moments once a day, like I said, between 9 and 9:15 or 9 and 9:30, but daily, you do a cleansing. You pay attention to whatever is negative and problematic in your world and in your relationships with people, and you deal with it then. And the rest of the day, you're concentrating all of your energy, focusing all of your attention on the blessings of having a person in your life, even if that person's annoying right now. Do you know, when it comes to crisis, and all of a sudden a person's life is threatened, heaven forbid, and it looks like you might lose them, all of a sudden they become pure gold to you. It's like, I can't live without this person. This might be a person who you're fighting with constantly, right? But this can happen that, you don't want to lose that person because actually you do value them, okay? But you're not really thinking about it until you're, heaven forbid, about to lose them. So we don't want it to get like that, right? We want to appreciate them every day. They may not be great at telling us that they love us or buying us gifts or remembering our birthdays or remembering even to take out the garbage, but perhaps they're funny, okay? Perhaps they're a great parenting partner. I'm talking again about spouses, obviously, but it's not only spouses, it's anybody that you're dealing with that could have some positive role in your life that you need to focus on what is the good that they bring to the table. And as you think about that, again, your body is filled with the healing chemistry. Your heart rate variability balances out to be exactly what it should be for the optimal functioning of every system in your body, and the way you feel emotionally, and the way you think. Your brain opens up and you're creative and able to solve problems, and spiritually close to Hashem. The whole thing, you are rewarded for looking for the good. So this is what we all need to work on constantly. And as we get better and better at it, we build a more positive brain, because anything that we practice, we get more kind of wires, I call it, but it's really neural pathways and sophisticated patterns in the brain. But when you practice something, you get quite good at it. So if you've been practicing fault finding, criticizing, negativity, you become quite good at it. You can see what's wrong with everybody around you, and you're judgmental and negative, and you suffer. You suffer here and you suffer there, okay? And you suffer with the person because you can't even get yourself unlocked from that negativity. So in true Ahavas Yisroel, we accept that the person has lots wrong with them, not just the person, but every person, including, as I said, you and me. So with all of this, we're minimizing our attention to that, and we're maximizing putting our attention purposefully, intentionally on the good side. As we do that again and again, every time we look for the good, our brain starts to search out for good. And as it finds good, it becomes better and better and better at that. So soon we wake up happy, we wake up positive, we wake up enjoying the life that we have with the people that we have in that life. Now, I know that this sounds a little bit simplistic, maybe, but I know that it takes a lot of work because there's a lot of pain from people. I think we all suffer, some of us more, some of us less. It depends on our genes, what we brought into our perspective, what we were programmed with from Hashem, okay? And then the way we were raised and the models that we received, and then the traumas that we experienced, and the pain that we have right now with the significant people in our lives. There are a lot of factors that go into how easy or how difficult this exercise will be. But Hashem wants us to do it, wants us to find love, and like I said, rewards us immediately, like with a carrot, like you're on the right path as soon as you start to feel good. So, I think that the work of practicing, and you know that you're doing it right when you actually feel good. It's not a cognitive exercise like, oh yeah, this person can be kind to strangers, even though he's not kind to me, I don't mean that. I mean that you encounter something that you like and you feel the feeling of liking. That's what I mean, okay? It's not a mental understanding that the person has some good traits. It's actually the pleasure in your own body that starts all of this reward process that tells you that you're on the right track. So you need to feel the goodness. Like, I really, think about, his smile or her smile, or, how this person makes you feel when it's all working properly, right? So a good feeling, a happy memory, a happy focus of something that this person makes you feel warm and fuzzy when you're thinking about it. And you find more and more and more of those. And you think about them. So you actually concentrate long enough to feel that warm, happy feeling coming into your body, then you've got it. If you're not feeling that feeling, you're not doing it right yet. And it may be a difficult process at first because you might be used to carrying so much pain that it's hard to get out of it and to start thinking about that person being good. And I'm talking about, you can move this to strangers, and not strangers. Well, okay, let's talk about strangers just briefly. Because, we can dislike strangers on sight. We don't like what they're wearing. We don't like, how they look. Even there, we can train ourselves to find something automatically about every person that we encounter that we like. And we have to like it enough that we're feeling a good feeling. We can train ourselves, but it's a learning process and a practicing process. So with strangers, all the way up to, our relatives and the people that we're closest to, and our loved ones who we want to be loving. That will be Ahavas Yisroel, loving real people, real love for real people.
am an ancient wall of stone atop a hill so high. And if you listen with your heart, you just may hear my cry.
Where has the Beis Hamikdash gone? I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home?
A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride.
But Sinat Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one.
You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this gallows end? How much more can we bear?
But Sinat Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our
Acheinu kol beis Yisroel, Acheinu kol beis Yisroel.
It's a privilege to be speaking with all of you today joining together with thousands of women the world over through the efforts of Vayichan to bring meaning, purpose, focus, and hopefully direction, certainly Achdut, during these days of national sorrow for Klal Yisrael. Marcel was a master of silence. Marcel was born in Strasbourg, and when he was just 5 years old in 1928, his mother, for a treat, took him to a movie theater. In those days, not only were movies in black and white, but they had no sound. There was simply a screen with actors miming a simple plot. Marcel was spellbound. The little boy returned home and started practicing. Every day he entered a silent world, and there he played and acted and entertained his audience of stuffed toys. Marcel was 16 when the war broke out. His father was taken to Auschwitz. His cousin was involved in smuggling Jewish children from occupied France to neutral Switzerland. He knew that Marcel was the perfect person to have on board. And so Marcel entered the orphanage and silently pretended to pick up a suitcase. He mimed summer vacation, and their eyes lit up. Without a word, he rehearsed with them each leg of the journey until they were captivated, until they trusted him. All through the journey, he mimed to them as he wordlessly led them in the act that would save their lives. They were simply setting off to vacation home, across the border. Nothing suspicious, nothing at all, nothing to fear. Each time they got scared, he would make funny faces or show them around an imaginary villa, complete with a swimming pool. Through silence, he reached out to the orphaned children, put them at ease, and led them past Nazi soldiers and over the border to safety. The master of mine made the trip again and again. The silence gave birth to life. When we talk about Churban, we think of geographical places. The Beis HaMikdash, the Jews weeping al Naharis Bavel by the Babylonian river, Cave of Rachel, where Rachel cried for her children as they were led into exile. When we talk about Churban, we think of noise. We think of the fire crackling in the Beis HaMikdash. We think of the screams of those who were killed. And we think of the weeping of the Jews, both en route to exile and through thousands of years since. Today, I want to talk about a place that can be seen and a sound that can be heard. And that place is our hearts. And that sound is our silence. Let's go back and trace the origins of this strength and explore how it impacts our lives today. There's a very interesting exchange in Parshas Vayetze between Rachel and Leah. Reuven was a little boy at the time, anywhere between 5 and 8 years old. He went to the fields and gathered dudaim, mandrakes, which he brought home for his mother, Leah. Rachel saw this, and she wanted some of those dudaim, which were known to be a fertility aid. Rachel asked for them. Dudai banaich? And Leah responded, Hanat kachtech es ishi, v'lakachas es dudai banaich? Is it not enough that you have taken my husband? Now you also want my dudaim? Rachel responds, okay, I'll make an arrangement with you. You give me your dudaim, and tonight, Yaakov will come to you instead of to me. Please, let's think about this for a moment. Hamat kachtech es ishi. You took my husband. Who took whose husband? These words must have seared agony in Rachel's heart. But Rachel remained silent, just offers to give away her turn with Yaakov for the dudaim. Now, let's ask a question. What could Rachel have said? She could have said anything like, I took your husband. Can I just give you a reality check? Yaakov was supposed to be my husband. That was the heavenly plan, and it was the plan down here on earth too. I met Yaakov by the well. Yaakov worked 7 years to marry me. And at the very last second, our father deceived Yaakov, and instead of him marrying me, you, my sister Leah. were brought to the chuppah. And what did I do? I didn't want you to be ashamed. I didn't want you to be embarrassed. So I gave you over the secret signs that we arranged. I gave them to you so that the wedding would go through and so that your dignity would be saved. So now you think I took your husband? He's my husband. He was always meant to be so. And not only do we share him, but you have children and I have none. And all I'm asking is for a few dudaim, a segula for children, which you have, and I don't. It would make a good rant, no? Wouldn't it? She definitely had what to answer. But what did she do? Silence. She said not a word, just went on and made the arrangements that she wanted to make. Rachel Imeinu is held up for all generations for her quality of silence. What's more, she bequeathed it to her descendants. When Shaul was anointed king, he kept quiet, and Esther refrained from sharing her identity when she was taken to the palace of Achashverosh. The Gemara in Megillah 13:8 explains that the silence became a spiritual gene, passed down through the generations and reappearing at critical junctions in our history. Let's think together about this quality of silence. For many of us, silence is not a comfortable place to be. We like to talk and schmooze and chat and advise and tell stories and deliver opinions. In fact, we have a heritage of noise, Torah lectures and speeches and all the Amoram arguing through 72 Masechtas of the Talmud. We often think about silence as self-restrained. I really want to say something, but I bite back. I have a comment that may be a little nasty, but is super witty and will have everybody laughing, but I don't say it. And that is true. This perspective of silence is true. But there's more. And that's what I'd like to explore with you. Shtika, the quality of silence, goes much deeper. Paradoxically, there's a very lot to say about silence. And so for today, I want to push our discussion beyond silence as a function of remaining quiet to silence as a place, as a reality, as a concept. What does that mean? Rachel was silent in the face of her sister's words. This wasn't a passive silence. It wasn't because she had nothing to say. Rather, it's because when she chose not to respond, she was saying, there is a plan here. This is more than an argument between two sisters. There is something cosmic taking place. I know this intuitively, prophetically. Hashem is creating something that I don't know and I don't see. And although I'm in enormous pain, and the Torah tells us of Rachel's anguish, more than the pain, I have a deep and abiding trust that I'm part of a process that's leading the entire world to the place it eventually needs to be. And that this moment, the moment of my pain, is another development in that plan. And so, more than wanting to respond, I want to be plugged into what's unfolding in front of my eyes. And I'll say it again. More than wanting to respond, I want to be plugged in to what's unfolding right here in front of my eyes. When a person is silent, it means that he or she is saying, not everything has to be said. There's something more to all this than one exchange. I'm going to wait and see. Watch how things will play out. Because there's something bigger here than my words or my opinion or this specific conversation. I'm going to remain silent as an active witness to all that may yet unfold. Silence is testimony to the power of process. We're holding in the 9 days. Just a few days until the most painful, silent day of the year, Tisha B'Av. When we think about the galus that we're in today, we're used to thinking of all of this as one big, painful, heart-wrenching mistake. Galus came about because of our mistakes. We were inadequate, and we still don't measure up. That's why we don't have a Beis HaMikdash. But there's a deeper perspective. That galus is Hashem's silence. Now, That silence is deafening. It's chilling. It's frightening. Galus is a long and painful silence, reflected in the personal pain we all carry, in the confusion, in the searching for meaning, for clarity, in the challenges we all have and the burdens we all carry. The more obvious challenges we face and the hidden challenges we experience. And I am here at this particular point in history, in these particular circumstances, and all I can hear is heavenly silence that can feel extremely painful. It can feel like abandonment. So there are two ways in which I would like to look at processing the silence. The first way is to listen. Just listen. Hear the deeper rhythm of what is happening to us and as individuals and as a nation. A vibrant relationship with Hashem means that we cry and we daven and we speak our hearts with Hashem. There's dialogue going on, and it can get passionate and it can get fiery. But underneath all those words is silence. Not a silence of despondency, and not a silence because it's too painful so there's nothing to say. Rather, a silence that comes from a deep faith, a knowledge, an awareness that I may not understand, and it may be hard, but I trust. And my trust is so deep that it allows me to look on, notice, and see, but ultimately know, and know in a very deep place, that my silence is born out of deep faith and trust in Hashem's master plan. That's not silence as wordlessness. That's not remaining mute. That's a silence as dimension. That's a silence that acknowledges the aches and fears of a pregnancy while knowing that something precious is being formed away from sight in a place of hiddenness. This is what Hashem wants for me today, to accept his silence, to listen for it, and within it, to see the great unfolding of the world's development. We're going somewhere as a nation. We're moving somewhere in the world evolvement that brings us closer to the perfection that will herald the Geula. It's not abandonment, it's hashgacha. Rachel's silence makes space for her sister. Hashem's silence makes space for us to reach to him. Galus is not just a place of pain and inadequacy. It's a time when we can listen, stop the words, quiet the buzz of life and distraction, and listen. Listen and see Hashem's cosmic plan to my pain. And that silence in our hearts vibrates in time with a cosmic silence to the silence of Hashem. So this is the first reaction to silence, to listen to the unfolding of self and nation. The second way in which we react to shtika is to enter into dialogue. When one person is quiet, it gives the other person the opportunity to contribute, to talk, to express himself. Hashem's shtika too gives us the space to find the words, to express who we are, to make a difference. A silence which prompts us, initiate, respond. No matter that we can't hear you, we'll call out, we'll seek you. Let me explain this through a story my grandmother would tell us. Babi was just a young teen when she was taken to Auschwitz. A young girl with tremendous faith. And one of the things she remembers and always recounted to us was the way when it rained, she would stand by the side of her barracks and she would collect the rainwaters running down. She would cup together her hands, collect the water, and then run into the barracks to bring the water, the now dirty water, to those who couldn't get out into the rain, who could barely stand, and whose mouths were parched. When my Babi did that, she was in a place called silence. She wasn't mute. She wasn't mindless or robotic. She listened to the silence of Hashem, the silence that was Auschwitz. And she knew it was time to follow the whispers of her heart. And she acted. When she gathered that rainwater, my Bubby used a moment of shtika to enlarge her place in the divine plan. Just like rain is wet and wind is cold and hunger gnaws at my stomach, I know that I have the opportunity to bring comfort or hope. It might express itself in the ability to soothe a parched throat. It might come from dirty rainwater, but those droplets shatter the silence of abandonment and affirm the shtika of meaning, a shtika of dialogue. We may hear nothing more than empty space, but we are challenged to use that space to bring light to the world. This is built into the plan of creation. At the very beginning of time, we were planted in Gan Eden to bring the world to a place of destination, shleimus. We failed, we were banished, but we weren't just dismissed with nothing. Before Adam and Chava were driven from Gan Eden, Hashem taught Adam Harishon, rub two stones together. That's what forms a spark. Fan the spark, and it will become a flame. Transfer the flame to a stick or bough, and it will become a fire. The decree cannot be rescinded. For a complete tikkun to be effected, we had to be sent into the dark loneliness of the world, a place of confusion and fragmentation, a world where we can't hear Hashem talking to us, but He gave us a gift to take with us that would help us return to Gan Eden, the ability to make sparks, to fan them into flames. It's a gift we recall every Matzei Shabbos when we make Havdalah. We make flames. Fire is made of friction, the rubbing of two things together. We're not at rest. We rub up against circumstances that are painful. We rub up against situations in our lives that scream galus, challenges that are hard and exhausting. We want them to go away. But at the same time, we want what is being created. We want what is being created in us through the friction of challenges, the friction of galus, the rubbing of those two stones together. When Hashem created the world, He withdrew His light. Now it remains for us to pick up two stones and rub them together so that we could fan a spark into a flame and hold it up to light the path both for ourselves and the people around us. And as well, Hashem withdrew His voice. There are no more baskals, and there is no more prophecy. And it's hard to even hear the tiny whisper inside us that can guide us back home. Hashem withdrew into silence. Why? First, so that we would listen, so that we would know that this is all part of a process that needs to be enacted. And second, so that there would be room for us, so that we would not sit back passively, but become active partners in the formation of our inner selves and our nation. And this can bring us to a place of serenity. Instead of the turmoil that we so often feel, instead of the confusion, the silence can open up a place of acceptance. We would love to cradle the newborn baby already. But even if it doesn't arrive today or tomorrow, it doesn't mean that the silence of today has gone to waste, because every single day of a pregnancy brings its own growth. And even if it's uncomfortable, there's joy to that discomfort. There's menucha. We know that we are where we are supposed to be. This applies in our relationship with Hashem, and it also applies in our relationship with our fellow Jew. Because let's just get this clear. To survive this galus, we need each other. We need to do this together. We need to climb into a place of silence to make room for each other, because we're together in this place called process. And this also brings us to tap into who I really am, to what I really want, to what I've been put into the world in this challenging time. This time when it's not just darkness, it's a great and fearsome darkness. It's layer upon layer of darkness. And it is precisely in this place of fearsome darkness, that we have an advocate. Let's see. That night with Yaakov, which Rachel surrendered to Leah, had cosmic consequences. As a result, we know Rachel was not buried in her rightful place in Me'aras HaMachpelah beside Yaakov. Instead, she was buried in Beis Lechem. We can hear this and think, oh, just another example of imperfection. After the difficulty of their lives, they would be buried together. But it appears that something is fractured. They are buried separately. But again, we can enter the dimension of silence and attempt to understand. Rachel's burial was not random. It gave us Kever Rachel, that place which has a special place in the heart of every Jew. That place we go to when we need the unconditional love of a mother, when we need the spiritual energy of silence, listening, so that we can spill out our pain, a place we can go to in turmoil and leave comforted. Generations later, hundreds of years and a world away, when our children were exiled, they would stop and cry by her kever. And Rachel would hear their tears and feel their pain. And she would come before the Kisei HaKavod. Have mercy on my children, she would beg. You have thrust them into a world of darkness, into a place where there's so much suffering that words have become irrelevant. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu responds, Mini kolech mi bechi. Rachel, you can stop crying. His mercy is awakened because of her silence. She was silent in the face of her sister, not just once when the Simanim were given over, but twice. And he says, Rachel, dear Rachel, there is no need for you to cry, because your silence is the most powerful thing you can give to your children. That silence of listening, of process, of making space, of hearing my silence, of waiting for redemption. Your silence is the secret key to redemption. And if you understand this, then you can embrace redemption even in your tears, even in today's pain, even in tonight's loneliness. Redemption expressed through the silence of faith. We're just a few short days before Tisha B'Av, the most painful day of the year, the day when Hashem's silence is deafening. Eicha, we call out again and again. How? How could it happen? How could there be so much darkness? We strain our ears to listen, but all we hear is silence. But let us not think that Hashem's silence is one of abandonment, and let us not succumb to the silence of despair. Let us hear that silence, sense its echo in our hearts, and with it, find that which is beyond words, that which is deeper than words, and that is faith. That the work of today, Hey Av, and the work of tomorrow, Vav Av, and the work even of Tisha B'Av, when all we can do is sit on the ground and weep, is molding us as individuals and as a nation. It's shaping us to be people who listen, make space, and call out, and spread comfort and spread heart. It transforms us into people who can hear the deep currents of this historical and spiritual process. And when that happens, there will be silence, but there will also be song. May it be soon.
I am an ancient wall of stone,
I stand here all alone. How long am I to wait for all my children to come home? A house of marble and of gold once stood here by my side. From far and wide all came to see its beauty and its pride. But sin and Chinam brought it down, and with it so much pain. Now only Ahavas Yisroel can build it once again. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as You come and stand beside my stones to raise your voice in prayer. You ask, when will this gallows end? How much more can we bear? But sin and Chinam still lives on. It lingers in your hearts. How can you come back home to me while you remain apart? Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Sinai, my daughters and sons, forever, forever. We must stand together forever as one. Together, we stood by our Acheinu, kol beis Yisrael.
Acheinu, kol beis Yisroel. Acheinu, kol beis Yisroel.
Ahavas Yisroel, that is the subject to talk about at this time. So let me share with you a few ideas by way of celebrating, I suppose, the completion of your admirable program in terms of our feeling about Jews, loving other Jews, Jewish people, loving the Jewish people as a whole. The starting point, of course, is that it is more than a mitzvah, I would say, to love other Jews. Now, we know some Jews are harder to love than others. That's true. I'm afraid that doesn't diminish the obligation. Perhaps it gives even more merit for this effort. Let me try to give you an insight into something perhaps a little unusual, but more thought-provoking maybe than simply chizuk in the idea itself. Something to think about. I would like to suggest that relating to the Jewish people, love of the Jewish people has two dimensions. There's loving Jews and seeking their benefit, that we know. But I think there's something about the Jewish people as a whole that should occupy another place in our minds. In other words, I think there's something about a community, the togetherness of community that transcends individuals, that I think we should think about as well. Let me put this in contemporary terms, if I may. We're living through a COVID crisis, an unusual situation, lockdowns, isolation. That's a remarkable opportunity to think about individuals, isolation, what that does to us, the space we're given to think on our own, and missing community, minyanim for a long period of time, getting together in many ways, still going through that. What thoughts are occasioned by this situation? Let me mention two Gemaras that I think are seldom compared, but I think they have a very important relevance to each other. Let's talk about the obligation to save oneself as opposed to saving others. And let's see how that works out when we think about it on an individual level and on a community level. On an individual level, I'm thinking of a famous Gemara, which everyone I'm sure is familiar with, Gemara in Baba Metzia. Gemara says that if two people are walking in the desert, one of them has a bottle of water, and there's only enough water in the bottle to get that person back to civilization, or if you share the water with your friend, neither one gets back. In other words, there's only enough water to get you back home, but the cost of that will be letting your friend die. If, however, you share the water with your friend, you both live another day, but neither one gets home. Not enough water to get you back to civilization and long-term survival. As you know, there's an argument in the Gemara between Ben Petura and Rabbi Akiva, two different sides, logic of the question, and we rule according to Rabbi Akiva's opinion, that is the one who has the water drinks it. Leave your friend to die, you drink the water, chayecha koidmin, your obligation to save yourself precedes that of saving your friend, and therefore you drink the water. Most opinions, this is not directly our subject, but most opinions are that that's an obligation. There are opinions, like the Or HaChaim, amazingly, who points out that it's a permission. In other words, you may choose to save your friend's life over your own. You may choose yours, or you could choose your friend's. Most poskim who talk about this seem to feel it's not a permissibility to drink the water, it's a downright obligation. Chayecha koidmin is not a heter, it's a chiyuv. In other words, you're obliged to save your life. As a complete side point, just to give you something to think about after this talk, what would happen if no one owns the water? Chazon Ish discusses this. What would happen if you arrive there with a helicopter, you've got a bottle of water, two people in the desert, you could give it to one, say flip a coin, give it to one, and he will survive, or you could split it between two who will live a little longer and then they'll both die. In other words, would we handle this the same way or not? I think the question really boils down to this. Why does the Gemara say, why does Rabbi Akiva say that the one who has the water drinks it? Is it because it's better to save one life, or is it because it's his water? You see, the test case would be if it's not his water. A third party arrives with a bottle of water, you land there in your helicopter, it's neither one's water. Would we then default to Ben Petura since no one owns the water? Or is the value of saving one life rather than two short-term deaths, does that transcend in this case as well? Okay, some homework, something interesting, and I hope it keeps you up all night thinking. You look it up in the Chazon Ish, it talks about it in more than one place. But let's go back to the basic din. The basic din is that the one who has the water drinks it, and you save your life. That's well known. Your life comes first. You have a concentric layers, a hierarchy of concentric levels of life-saving, and you come first. There's another Gemara in the Dorim, Daf Pei. There the Gemara talks about a water supply to a city, not to an individual. Remarkably parallel in some ways. But there we're talking about community, not individual. The other Gemara says that if two cities are on a water course, let's say there's a well, or with water flowing from the well into a stream or a river, some sort of water supply, which is located in one of the towns, and then flows down to a downstream town. Now, what happens if there's limited water in the stream? The other Gemara talks about which priorities, giving water for drinking, water for the animals, various types of priority the Gemara goes through. And then it gets to this one. What if there's only enough water in the river that if the upstream people drink only, there'll be enough water for the downstream people to drink? But if the upstream people drink and do their laundry, talking about washing clothing, there'll be no water at all for the downstream people to drink. Now let's get this clear. We're talking here about drinking water as opposed to laundry water, which means if the people upstream constrain themselves to drink only, their compatriots downstream will have water to drink. If, however, the people upstream drink and do their laundry, they wash their clothing, there'll be no water at all for the downstream people to drink. What's the obligation of Jews in the upstream town? Now, the majority opinion is that they drink only and they leave enough water for the downstream friends. Rabbi Yossi comes along, and it's a very weighty opinion in halacha. It's brought in subsequent sources, and he says that the upstream people drink and wash. They drink and do their laundry, even though the downstream people have no water to drink at all. Now, this is remarkable. Now, it's true there's a lot of room to move in this Gemara, without now going into the details, on both ends. There are some opinions that the people downstream without water will not die of thirst. Only they will have to make an extreme effort to find water. That's one opinion. Other opinions are that, in fact, it's a life and death question for them. The upstream people, there are also two opinions about that, a range of opinions. One set of opinions is that they do their laundry because it's a life and death question for them. If they don't do their washing, there'll be an outbreak of hygiene-related epidemic among them, which is also a life and death question. Admittedly, not death tomorrow, but perhaps death the next day or the next week. That's also life and death, and they may consider that. Other opinions are that the laundry is only a question of convenience and comfort. So there's a lot of leeway in how you learn this Gemara. But with cutting through all of that, we still see a remarkable thing. We see that there's, from one perspective at least, and this may even be an extreme perspective if you go through the factors I just mentioned, the people upstream are allowed to wash as well as drink, even though downstream people have no water to drink. Now that's remarkable. But I think the question to ask here is, how would that apply to an individual? Is it conceivable we'd think that way with an individual? Let's go back to the desert. Two people walking through the desert. One of them has a bottle of water. And there's only enough water, let's assume. Let's take a new case. Let's assume there's enough water to get both of you home. Just enough to get both of you home. But just before sharing the water with his friend, the man with the water turns to his friend and he says, you know, I really need to wash my shirt. His friend says to him, but how can you do that? I'm going to die. He says, well, there's a Gemara in Nedarim. It says that my laundry comes before your life. Is that conceivable? It's unthinkable. The Gemara doesn't address the question at all. And the reason is that when it comes to an individual and when it comes to a community, we think differently. When it comes to an individual, there's no question about your laundry. That could well be a life and death question for a community. I think you see this in Gittin as well, when the Gemara talks about impoverishing a community to ransom captives back. We won't pay exorbitant prices to ransom captives back under certain circumstances for fear of impoverishing a community. That's a real thing. They bring in the name of the Rogatchover, in classic, typical fashion for him. He said that the reason we don't say B'chol Mo'odechem in the second paragraph of Shema, what do we say in Shema? We say B'chol Lavshecha B'chol Mo'odecha in the first paragraph when we speak to the individual. You have to love Hashem with all your heart, all your soul, and all your money, your life and your money. In the second paragraph, we don't mention money when we're speaking in the plural to a community. Said the Rogatchover, for you as an individual, you have to give everything for Hashem. But you give all your money, which is impoverishing a community and has consequences for others in the community. No, not so fast. So I think you see this very clearly. A community has needs. In the COVID situation, we're talking about locking down individuals to save them and impoverishing a community. That's very real. There's no question that the isolation and lockdown was necessary in the beginning. But there comes a point in time when impoverishing a community, costing jobs, and all sorts of effects on a community are very real. Okay, it's a delicate balance. How you release that pressure, risk individuals for the sake of community, that's a very thorny problem. But the two sides of the problem are real. Let me tell you an incident that I remember hearing from Rav Zilberstein. Here's what happened. In the life of Rav Elyashiv, Rav Zilberstein, his son-in-law, was faced with the following question, which he put to Rav Elyashiv. There was a family living in young couple living in a certain European city, found themselves unable to have children for a long time, and eventually found themselves at a very good fertility unit at a Tel Aviv hospital, and they had a child. Happened to be exceptionally wealthy young couple, and in his joy at having a child, the new father made a massive donation to the hospital, but stipulating that his money should go to helping other people have children. After all, that's how he wanted to express his gratitude. Well, the director of the hospital, Israelis sometimes have their own opinions, and the hospital director said to the fellow, that's immoral of you. It is immoral of you to pay money to help people have children when I've got dying people who need to be saved. I've got people who need chemotherapy that's expensive and surgery. You have no right to help people have children when I've got dying people who need to be saved. It's a straight question of pikuach nefesh. So the man said, I'm not giving my money. Well, they ended up at Rav Elyashiv. What is the right thing to do? Rav Elyashiv said, this man has a full right to give his money to help the fertility program. So the hospital director said, Rabbi, don't you know Jewish law? Pikuach nefesh, saving lives. How can you say that? And listen to what Rav Elyashiv said, and I heard this from Rav Zilberstein myself. He said, a country needs a normal spread of facilities. When you fund only emergencies, military and emergency facilities, people get an embattled mentality. That affects morale. That's a life and death question. Now, you need very broad shoulders to call those shots for a community, but that's what he said. So I think we see again, without going into the nitty-gritty technical halachics question on that particular occasion, but I think you see from here again another view of the same question. Community has a reality, and we need to think on that level as well. The Arizal says something quite amazing. He says that the last thought you should have before you daven Shmoneh Esrei, you're about to approach Hashem, you're taking 3 steps forward, you're about to engage with Hashem. What is the last thought that should cross your mind before you think and focus on your love and closeness with Hashem? He says, Ahavas Yisroel. Isn't that amazing? You're about to address God, speak to Hashem. The obvious thought is how much you love Hashem. No, the last thought you take with you as you move into that relationship, how much you love other Jews. There are many layers to this Kabbalistically as well, of course. But the simple one is this. What sort of child are you of a parent if you're not concerned about your siblings? A child approaches a parent completely oblivious of the needs of his siblings, which are causing pain to the parent. You don't understand the parent-child relationship if you do that. And therefore, as you move into your private relationship with Hashem, your private relationship, Shmoneh Esrei, your private communication, you take with you your love of other Jews. And that love of other Jews builds a reality that is transcendent. When it comes to counting the Omer, what do? We count to a point which transcends individual counting. The last day of the Omer, the Torah says, Tisbru Chamishim Yom, we don't count the 50th day. We do not count the 50th day. The point is we get to something beyond counting. The parts amount to something that is beyond the parts. When you play musical notes, each note is ridiculously trivial. Each note is a plink or a plonk or a plonk or a plink. But when you put the plinks and plonks together, you get something called music, which transcends the notes by far, and yet is built only through the notes. That transcendent reality, which is a poem, or a painting, or a story, or the history of the Jewish people, or any musical experience, is made by attention to the details. To each, if you get one note wrong, you haven't played the music correctly. But the experience is the music which transcends the notes. Your life should be like that. Your life is a series of events, ideas in Torah, sugis in Torah mastered, which should amount to something which transcends, which gives you a knowledge that transcends the logical. There should be assembly of parts. A marriage should be like that. A marriage should be a series of events over years that amounts to a love which transcends the parts. A marriage is not just a long string of kind deeds and isolated incidents. If it is, there's something desperately wrong. That cannot be called a love. A deep love between two people is something that transcends the individuals and the details to mesh into something that is larger than the sum of the parts. So the thought I'd like to leave you with is a broad vision of what it means, what Ahavas Yisroel means. It isn't only loving your neighbor and doing something good for that particular neighbor. Of course, that's essential. But there's something broader. When you relate to a neighbor correctly, when you relate to a neighborhood correctly, when you relate to something broader than the individuals around you, you build something that is transcendent. And that transcendent unity begins to manifest the oneness of Hashem. The divine oneness is manifest by parts. Hashem is one, means an assembly of all the parts. The only avenue of access we have to Hashem is to assemble the parts correctly. I think the thought to take away is that as we move through this difficult time of year, we should be playing music. One type of music, forbidden in the 3 weeks, but another type of music, absolutely an obligation. To put together the notes of individual incidents in a lifetime, individual acts of kindness, individual attention to individuals and individual needs, and yet with an ear to a much broader symphony that is evolving. Best wishes and thank you.